All right. That was kind of cool.
That was cool. I can dig it.
All right. And I'm clicking Instagram in. I think we're good. All right. Let me get all my stuff set up. Oh, it's still, boy, that is delayed, huh?
Yeah, big time. I had to shut my computer off because it was still trying to play.
Facebook. That's Facebook. All right. How do I, one second, how do I mute this? Duh. All right. Look, I'm going to get this figured out. All right. We'll give it like what, a minute? Kind of a minute, let everybody kind of get in, and then we'll kind of discuss what all this is about. So, what are you thinking? Oh, Wendy's over there texting people, trying to work.
I see that.
All right. Oh, where's my comments? Boom. Here we go. All right. All right. We actually got, all right, people are already in here. Good enough? Good enough. All right. So we're back, even though we were here last night. So as I've been telling everybody through the week, everybody's been asking us about kind of getting into tuning and where to go for that. And I felt like the best form of that after meeting Brandon at PRI was, you know, his tuning school. I kind of agreed with because he's in the field. He does this every day. He doesn't speak from a place that doesn't come without knowledge, without what was the word we said the other day? Not theory, but
no, it's real world application, man. You know, we can talk about theory and this should work on paper and this, that, and the other, but you know as well as I do. I mean, what we think sometimes doesn't always execute correctly out in the field, and we got to kind of pivot on the fly there. So
100%. So something that when people ask me about tuning, right, I have no issue with a tuning school, right? But from my standpoint, the only issue I see is that people think a tuning school is the end all be all, that you're going to go to one tuning school and you're going to know enough to go out there and tune these cars and, you know, tackle the issues that are there. And, you know, while you have the approach of being there to help them through that, which is significant, it's still, in my opinion, you know, we learned this when I went to UTI, is 90% of it is taught in the field, 10% of it's taught in the classroom. So I like the approach and I like the way that you guys do it. And I think that it's a very good approach, but I don't want people to misunderstand that as they're going to go to that school and they're going to walk out knowing everything, you know, or they have to pick one school over the other school over different methods. I feel like you should go to everything you can afford to go to, right? And work with people that are doing this. And like I said, when I started, I remote tuned with a guy for a year and I watched what he did and I learned from that and I kind of, you know, built from there. So just like earlier today we spoke, I wanted to do a C8. So I called you and I said, hey man, look, I don't know the Global B stuff, you know, really at all. I want to learn it. If you could help me through this project. And you were like, absolutely, we can do that. You know, that's a big deal for me. But that just shows that you're willing to help everybody out there. You know, that's what you're doing. So I guess what I wanted to do was kind of you tell how the school works, you know, what you guys are trying to do, your mission, your whole deal. And then we'll open it up to a Q&A for the people that have questions and want to know. And then I'll bring it on the screen and let you kind of roll with that. So the show is kind of yours today.
Well, I mean, you touched on so many different things. I mean, I'm going to try to start to unpack it from the start, but you know, 100%. I mean, I'm never going to say that, you know, our school is going to be the end all be all. I have our own version of how we do things, which is based on real world experience. And we're very granular in how we approach things. You know, you got a lot of schools out there. You're going to get a lot of information, but maybe from a 30,000 foot view, which is, you know, how sensors work, all this other stuff, but it's going to be applicable to all these different cars. We're going to go into each individual platform in a granular way and walk you through what each individual table does, why you're changing it. We talked about this too. There's a lot of places out there that just tell you to put one number in a table, and they expect that to work, whether it's a bolt-on car or it's a 2,000 horsepower car. And I mean, you know as well as I do, that's just not going to fly. So that's kind of our approach, and everything's done through screen share. So it's trying to simulate like a one-on-one type teaching atmosphere. Where, we have logs pulled up. We show you why you're making changes. We show you what to look for in logs. We show you how to diagnose problems. But, at the same time, we also offer an all-encompassing type of scenario where if you go through any of our content, yes, we're happy to walk you through some of this stuff if you have any questions. But a lot of our guys are actually shop owners, right? They got into this because they have a passion for cars. They started out on the tech side of things, building the cars, and, they realized hiring remote tuners and all this other stuff, they're leaving a lot of money on the table. So they learned to get into this stuff themselves. But, to touch on your point, you're going to learn more from failures than your successes. I mean, it's taken years and years and years to figure this stuff out, but that's also what we're trying to help shortcut is you've got a fast track right to me to go, hey, I'm seeing this is what's the outcome of this? And I can immediately tell you what it is because, you've got 15 years of experience to tell you that this is what's going to happen. So, whether these guys come through our courses and they still need, let's say a shop owner and they want, they're stuck on the dyno. How when you were first getting into this in your infancy and you were starting on a car and you were stuck on the dyno and you'd have paid any amount of money to have an answer, right?
Yep.
Because it was frustrating.
Well, and
I get
a lot of people are, not to cut you off, but
No.
a lot of people are scared to ask. That's the
yeah.
issue, right?
Yeah.
I've been doing this 15 years. I've been doing this for quite a while. I feel like I've got a pretty damn good grasp on tuning, and you've noticed I'm not scared to ask. If I need help, I'm going to ask. And, I would expect anybody to do the same. Mm-hmm. But, this whole industry, you'll get a lot of these tuners that'll get on the dyno and get stuck and they won't call. So what they'll do is they'll kind of force their way through that car and then move on. Right.
And they make a mistake.
And then they turn out a subpar product.
Yep.
Right. And I feel like what you're doing, what you can teach in your class probably took me the first 5 to 10 years of learning, because I would say in the last 5 to 6 years is when we really started kind of steamrolling things. Right. But
it's exponential, right? I mean, it's like the whole Dunning-Kruger effect, man. You tune one car or two cars and you think you're Billy Badass, but in reality, you really don't know anything. And it's not until you've got the 10 and 15 years under your belt where you realize I have so much more. I do this stuff every day, man, just like you. And I still Global B is the next hurdle for me, Ford and Dodge and really understanding all this stuff, trying to go from, Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5, Global B, Ford, Dodge, GT350, GT500, all these different platforms and trying to figure all this stuff out. Dude, it's a lot, man. And I still learn so much. Man, I'll still learn stuff on Gen 3. Every once in a blue moon, if I ever feel inclined to tune an F-body, I'll still try something I haven't done before and say, yeah, I like that better. But yeah, I mean, I literally have, I have a subscription program, right, where it's $39 a month, okay? And it's really for a lot of our shop guys that are starting to tune a higher level of cars or amount of cars. And these guys will hit, anybody that's in it can attest to how fast I am and how often I'm monitoring this stuff. They're stuck on a dyno. They can't get something to idle. I had somebody put an eBay throttle body on a Gen 5 and it wouldn't idle for shit. And, he's like, dude, what am I doing wrong? I'm like, you're not doing anything wrong. You're fighting a part. You're not fighting a tuning problem. But right. That's stuff that, imagine you've only done 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these things. You don't have that experience yet to know immediately that you're fighting an uphill battle that you're not going to win.
Well, and it's a lot. It even gets simpler than that. If you think back, the first time you ever did a Gen 5 car and you flashed it and it didn't start.
I chucked my laptop out the window the very first Cam Gen 5 I ever did. I'll never forget it to this day. I know exactly where I was and what I was doing.
Right.
It was awful.
And
it was awful.
When I started the Gen 5 stuff, there was nobody to call. There was no options for this. There was definitely no tuners that were willing to help. And I feel like as things are getting a little more complicated, and most of the tuners that have been doing this for a long time are kind of, I guess we're just more willing to help because we're already there. We've gotten to this level that we feel comfortable, but we all know, looking back, just like we said the other day, 2 years, 3 years, where we were killing it, we can look at those files now and be like, man, I could have did so much better. But I think as people network and go do those avenues of learning, it's only going to get everybody better, and it's only going to benefit the customers 100% more.
Well, it's funny, as we start getting better and better and better, it's funny. There's something I heard not too long ago, and it's so true, man. The competition's happening at the bottom. People don't realize that all of us guys that have been doing this for years and years, if we're a half decent human being, we're all talking to each other.
Yep.
We're all sharing stuff. We're all collaborating. So, but it's like every time we start getting really good at these things, then something hits us right upside the head with a hammer, like Global B is the latest craze, right? And dude, I'm going to spare everybody the story of the last year and a half of just literally getting my teeth kicked in. And it's like Gen 5. It was like Gen 5 all over again, trying to figure this thing out. I wanted to chuck my laptop out the window on a lot of these C8s because they were just a nightmare. But, now it's just like anything else. I've lost count how many C8s and Global B vehicles I've done. It's almost become 60% of my business now. But it's just like tuning anything else now. You find out the quirks, you figure them out. And then now, the whole goal, and we go back to, why I do this stuff, because I mean, dude, I've set the records. I still have records. Secretly, you and I still battle it out on the freaking half-mile field with it a couple mile an hour. People don't realize it. The competition's still fun, but it's like the next level of fulfillment, man, is teaching this stuff to the next generation of guys. I get more fulfillment now out of helping people do this than tuning the cars.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, we still have our little competition moments, and those are fun, But at the same time, I think a lot of customers don't realize how many people really do kind of work together, and how many people that really know their shit if they work together more and knew that we were willing to help. Because I've got a lot of tuners that I'll reach out and be like, hey, man, I've had a couple cars from you, and this has happened a couple times. Hey, man, I've got a couple cars from you. Is something going on? And they'll be like, yeah, man, I've been fighting this issue. And I'm like, oh, well, let me help you with that. Right. And I'll help them with it. And we build a good relationship. And I just feel like they don't know that they can reach out. But so not only from the tuning school aspect, right, but I think that a lot of these tuners that are already doing it, they have too much pride.
It's all ego, man.
Right. And I kind of wish that they would set it aside. Something that I've even had people literally try to make fun of me for it, and I'm cool with it. You saw me at PRI, right? There was a tuning class. I was there.
Yep.
I went to the tuning school one. I went to yours. And if there was another one, I'd go to it because I don't miss them, because you never know what you can learn. I've been in this 15 plus years, and I still learn stuff every single day. I even learn stuff from customers.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, like, and you're at a similar point. Now we're at the level where if you can get one little nugget, that was not in your toolbox, man, it was worth the whole thing. But that starts as a pyramid. The newer you are, and like you said, I always encourage people. People will reach out and say, what separates you from this to this to this. Man, take them all. You can't have too much information. You really can't. But figure out whose method or what method, or try them all and figure out what works best for you. But I'm not going to say you're going to waste your money. I mean, maybe you will, maybe you won't. But I've never personally taken a lot of them. But I don't think you can have too much data and too much knowledge.
I don't know that if you're coming from a place of kind of getting going, right? I don't know that any tuning school won't get you something, right? Like even people that, let's say online, that I know they have no clue what they're talking about. Yeah, I still listen, because you never know what they may have accidentally found that maybe they don't even realize is a big deal, right? And that's happened a couple times. So
100%.
I guess that's something I feel like you're never going to not have, those things. But I wanted to kind of break off and go through what classes you do offer, right? Because you have a pretty big variety of things that you do teach. And I know you're starting to branch out outside of GM as well. I know you've been doing it, but you're starting to branch out and doing the teaching of it. Another thing that we touched on was that you don't do the printed stuff, which was a big deal, I thought, because, and you can explain all this, but I wanted to kind of just give you a couple minutes to go through that. Like, what is it that you guys are offering? What classes, things like that, and what would put you, like, if you had a guy, let's say, that's been in the field for 5 years, where would you want them to start? Because they're going to think they're advanced.
Of course, they always do.
Should they start there? So, floor is yours.
I don't try to talk people out of things, man. At the end of the day, it's if you tell me your experience, I'm going to take that at face value. And at the end of the day, if you go through the course and you're like, well, I don't understand this, and I realize you're asking basic questions, I am simply going to say you asked the wrong question and you don't have the basics down correctly. But as far as what we offer, I mean, we started in GM. That's kind of our bread and butter. But Gen 3, Gen 4, we have a subscription program. We can't make that any cheaper. It's $39 a month, and you can pretty much get access to everything: 4L60, 4L80, 6 speeds, all that stuff. And then we jump into the LT stuff, which is the LT stuff is where, I mean, that's going to be our most popular stuff because that's what everybody struggles with. But we have that segregated into a basic course, that's going to go through every fundamental of the torque-based controller. And you really need to understand that before you dive into the advanced stuff, which is, 2650s, heads, cam, built motors, Jason Leva type stuff, where you're getting into the deeper end of the pond. And we basically tell you that when you're in the checkout aisle, if you want to buy this, our advanced course, dude, if you don't understand the basics, you're going to be lost in here. And again, I won't talk people out of it because I don't like repeating myself. I'm trying to do you a solid. If you don't know the basics, please take the basics and then move to advanced. But if you're adamant, I had another guy recently, he wanted to jump into Global B, which I'll go there in a minute. But Global B is tough, man. You've got to understand Gen 5 at a high level before you go to Global B. And he was adamant, that he was a very good Gen 5 tuner. And he was lost as soon as he got into Global B. I'm doing you a disservice if I don't try to block you from taking something that's, it's like getting promoted past your competence level. You got to understand the fundamentals before you, and you have to build on them. But obviously Global B is the next thing. We just released that. But as far as the video content, touching on that, the reason we do videos is because about every 6 months, I'm not the same tuner today that I was 6 months ago. I've learned an exponential amount of things. So everything that I learn, I'll go back and I'll update the videos if there's better, more efficient and knowledgeable ways of doing things. I love feedback from people. If something sucks, tell me it sucks. And I'll go back and I'll make something better that's more understandable. I've branched out into Ford, and this is a prime example here. I released our Ford stuff, and I've learned so much more about Ford since I released it. So I'm likely going to go back through a lot of the Ford stuff and go back over it and redo a lot of it. And not to say that it's wrong. It's just there's better ways, and I have more of an understanding on certain things that I didn't before. EcoBoost was another one we just got into. Those things are a blast to do. We're in the process of doing Dodge. We've done some power sports. A lot of guys don't know this, but I started a lot of my stuff was back in the Sea-Doo days. I got big into racing Sea-Doos and tuning Sea-Doos. And so I wanted to make a course on power sports. Basically HP released courses on the new Sea-Doos and all that. I've got a GP 1800 in my garage. So when Yamaha is released, I'll build a course on that stuff too. So I have no plans on stopping, man. I want to get Dodge squared away because that's another one that I feel is a very locked down market. Ford is another one. Guys have been locking Ford down for so long, keeping information tightly knit. I'm just not a fan of that stuff, man. I want everybody to have this stuff, and so that your three guys don't have a monopoly on the whole industry.
Well, and that you see that a lot with the Ford and the Dodge crowd, obviously.
Yeah.
But something else that, and I know it's prevalent in the Ford and Dodge stuff, is HP Tuners constantly is updating, and there's things that aren't available that, you know, at this time aren't available, and as they come, which also kind of goes into what you're talking about with the not having printed media, right? Because I know when we first
100%.
started doing a lot of the Gen 5 stuff, a lot of the tables that we have now we didn't have back then. So we were really
100%.
fighting against the wall, and you have throttle things and different issues, and some of the tables go backwards, and you know, where a lot of that's fixed today, but that's something that I think is real big on your no printed media. I guess I'm not totally against it, but I do like that the videos can be easily updated and you can easily add to that, right?
I mean, dude,
Um,
I'd go bankrupt. You know, if every 6 months I got to go reprint 50,000 pages of material, I mean, it just, to me, it, from a business sense, it didn't make sense to constantly go back and keep reprinting books. Or people asking questions, you know, hey, I've got all these different tables. I don't see them in your books. Well, yeah, because HP's added about 500 more tables since those books were printed. I just,
right.
it just didn't work for me. And for my moral compass, it just, I wanted to always keep everything as up to date as I possibly could.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I guess that, so basically right now are you actually offering the Ford stuff, like, or are you waiting on that?
No, it's available. And, you know, I've had you know, some of the S550. I mean, here's the problem with Ford, man. It's vast. I mean, the Coyote by itself is complex. The GT350 is its own ball of wax. The GT500, that's a speed density Ford. I mean, same thing with the F-150s. I mean, it's so vast with all the different stuff that they do. And you've got four cams, you know, to worry about in there, that
Mhm.
you got 20, you know, 26, 27 different timing tables and torque tables. I mean, people think Gen 5 is tough. You open up a Ford, man, and it's like you've got an infinite amount more stuff to worry about. So I've been in the background doing more and more and more, and working with other really big Ford guys to just hone in on that course and make it better and better and better. I mean, right now, if I'm being truthful with myself, I mean, it's a B course. It would get you through a lot of the Ford stuff. It's not as good as my GM stuff. And it bothers the hell out of me that it's not as good as the GM stuff. But the sheer fact is, I've tuned a couple hundred Fords. I've tuned a couple thousand GMs. I mean, it's
Right.
just a lot of that's just sheer experience. And then what I typically do is, if guys have questions or they take your twin turbo GT to the track and there's something wrong, I mean, I jump in head first. I'm like, hey man, I needed to explain this a little bit more, and I'll walk the guy through what they might have missed. And then everybody at the end of the day is, you know, happy if they simply just reach out to me and let me walk you through if there's anything that you missed. What bothers me is if a guy takes the course, doesn't ever tell me, you know, hey, this could have been better, or hey, can you explain this, you know, on more of a one-on-one setting, man, I'll happily do it. But when you just go off and you're like, you know, you never even give me a chance to correct anything or help you out, that's what bothers me.
Well, and that's the program that you're talking about where you have, you know, to help after. Now, just so that's clear, that is with you already taking the
Mhm.
course,
Yeah,
and
you
then
can't.
you would sign up for that.
Yeah,
But
you're not
you
just.
said that that includes a couple different things, though, right?
So that's basically for people that have invested time with us. You've done something either with the LSX side, the LT side, the Ford side, whatever. Once you've got that time on your belt, then yeah, you can qualify for that, and then you get access to basically a private forum that I'm in there. I'm the only one. So
Mhm.
any of your high level questions, you know, problems on the dyno, you know, I'm in there. That freaking window has popped up on my laptop all day. So if anybody, you know, if anybody has a problem or a question, I mean, you're getting a whole detailed reasoning on why something's not working, live all the time.
Okay.
And
Okay.
guys
And
love that
then
stuff. And I mean, they're stuck on the dyno live, and it's like, you know, we you know, get them right through it, you know, and
is
then.
that something? Good. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you know, they can carry, you know, as a shop, I mean, time's money too. They need to get these cars out the door. So if they're stuck, they're just wasting time. So, you know, paying a nominal amount, you know, to have access to a guy that will obviously get you through any of the problems that you're going to run into is I wish I had that. I really do.
Yeah. 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 And like I said, it's out there, and I think a lot of people just don't know about it, really. That's
Yeah.
the whole thing. Because I deal with a whole lot of shops, and I do the similar, helping them through stuff, but at the same time, they're paying for the tuning, and then we're doing that. So this kind of helps them, I guess, learn it a little easier. Now, for like I said, from my standpoint, I've always been a proprietor of going to as much tuning as you can possibly go to. Getting somebody that you can use as a mentor, whether it's me or you or whoever that they feel like they want to use, and just listen and work through it. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket. I guess trust that guy, right? But understand that there's other things that you can kind of pick up. You don't have to go against him, right? But you can say, hey, man, what do you think about this? All of that is continued education, right? That's something that a lot of people think. If you're a tuner and you get to a point where you're like, man, I know everything, you're dead in the water to me, because at that point you've given up learning. So I think it's a good approach. I think the fact that, your tuning school comes from you being in the field and actually seeing these stupid, crazy issues that don't work in theory is huge. So I want to make a quick thing. If you're on Instagram or if you're on Facebook, then you have questions, go over to YouTube, Tuned In with JWT. We're going to be reading them off of here. We'll try to get some of the Instagram and some of the Facebook stuff, which is what I keep looking over at, because I have, I think I have Facebook over here. You have Instagram? It's not working? Okay, I can look at it on here anyways. But anyways, move over to Tuned In with JWT on YouTube. We'll kind of go through some questions. Is there something you want to cover before we do go into Q&A?
No, I mean, and I was just going to expand on that last statement. It's like, yeah, I'm out in the field. I mean, last year alone, I mean, we tuned over 800 cars. I do have a partner in this whole deal. So, I mean, there are multiple tuners here. So that's why the volume can be as high as it can. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, that's a lot of volume. So not only am I, helping guys, with their stuff, but I'm live in the field. I still help out on, numerous record setting cars out there. I mean, I think everybody knows Jason's car. We've currently, I know you're probably coming after it, and, you'll probably end up clipping us at the half mile, but we've got the C7Z half mile record. And last year we set both of those. Jason reset his own, Hugo set the half mile. So I'm always involved in some of these bigger builds. It's just not my main focus anymore. I lose you, Justin?
Hold on. Am I back?
There you are.
Okay. Yeah, at the half mile stuff, we've definitely got a lot coming for that.
Oh yeah, I know.
I know. We're playing in the sand out here.
Yeah.
So, but we've been 202 so far
Yep.
with a supercharged car. As soon as I can get these guys to get into some turbos.
I got you by 2, man.
Yeah. Well, as soon as I get these guys into some turbos, we can get there.
No, it's all fun.
All right. Huh? I'm good. All right. Let me go through. Let's do a couple questions and kind of go from there.
Fire away.
All right. Can you see this?
I see. How do you feel about MAF only tuning with O2 in a wideband, no speed density or VVE? I've done it many times.
I think what he's talking about is doing like MAF only, but not actually working the VVE table at all.
I mean, it would honestly, it really depends on the combination. I mean, are we talking Gen 5? Are we talking Gen 4? Are we talking?
Right. I think that's a good point, because Gen 5, you absolutely need the VVE, right? Because the torque model has to work. But on Gen 4, it's good to have, but it doesn't work half the fucking time anyways. So,
yeah, I mean, like I said, I've done it. I've definitely done it. It sucks when you don't have trims and you're sitting here trying to get everything lined out. I mean, but at the end of the day, again, this is more of an advanced thing, but you can literally put the car in MAF only and log dynamic against your VVE and just build both at the same time. I mean, so that still doesn't impact your whole speed density thing, because you can build both at the same time.
Right. Well, and from what I've noticed on say Gen 5 stuff, and I don't want to get too in detail with tuning stuff right now, but on the Gen 5 stuff, right, the VVE kind of works as your transient tables, because we don't have transients for Gen 5, because why would you? Because you have direct injection. But I know that seems to be kind of a major drawback when it comes to the port injected cars, because we do have puddling and we do have fuel coming in the port that the car doesn't know is there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had talked about this at PRI or not. I remember hearing it somewhere, but I was really thinking about that a lot. And I noticed that in the VVE stuff, it kind of works like a lookup. So even if you turn the MAF off, as soon as you crack that throttle, it's going to go to the lookup. It's going to go to your VVE, and then it's going to come back. But I don't know, would you agree that the MAF is ultimately faster than any other way? So speed density is fast, but it's not as fast, it seems.
I'll give you my personal take on all of this. Is like, so log dynamic airflow. Dynamic will tell you what's like, and especially when you whack the throttle, you'll immediately see what it's weighting more of. Is it weighting more of the VVE or the VE or the MAF, or a combination of the two? Usually it's going to be a combination of the two. Like Global B is heavily biased towards the VE. Like I'm talking, like that has to be done correctly. But Jason Leva's car has a stock VVE in it, surprisingly. And it, you know, I've tried it, but it works. I mean, I've tried it both ways. Like I started off because the cam is so stupid big in that car. I mean, that's like, I think the intake duration on that cam is like a 275, 280 something on the exhaust. I mean, it's huge, dude. And the problem is that car is so like, and this is a one-off example, by the way, but the car is so on the edge with everything. I mean, the 1300s are maxed out on the port. The freaking DI is maxed to the 11th degree. And I knew if I tried to speed density that car, I would be chasing my tail in circles all the time. So that car is actually in MAF only with a stock VVE table in it. And that car gave me no issues on that side. I'll never say it's not important, but it's always, I always have I tell people use a litmus test, I always start in MAF only regardless of the car, unless I physically don't have an option, like, C7 ZR1s with a big Kong intake, 5-inch where the MAF signal's horrible. I mean, it's speed density tune all those. A lot of the Gen 4 stuff I speed density just based on the intake, big old 6-inch intake. You got, a terrible MAF signal. But a lot of it, I guess this is a long way around of just, my litmus test is, will it do what I want it to do with no adverse effects? If not, I don't bother certain things. But if I'm in MAF only and I have a weird transient problem or something, yeah, I'm going to address it 100%.
Yeah, for transient stuff, like I said, it's something that I see a lot for the cam surge guys.
Yeah.
When guys are like, oh, it's cam surge. And I'm like, does your VVE fueling match your MAF fueling? And if it doesn't, that surge is that in and out of that throttle. It's trying to go to transient, right? So it's looking up and then it's MAF, and then it's looking up and it's MAF. And again, this is my opinion. Everybody has their own opinion on it.
Yeah.
I believe that they do need to talk and they need to be within reason. Obviously, that's not on every car, though, like you're saying with Jason's car. I mean, the car runs 7s with a 10-speed. I mean, it's obviously fucking working. So I think that kind of covers that. Let's move to.
Well, I was going to say, to touch on that, and like Gen 5, for example, if you've got a dirty MAF signal, even if the both models are blended, you'll see like an LT4 OS still weights heavily on the MAF. So if you got a dirty MAF signal doing this, your blade's going to be doing this, and your spark's going to be doing this. I mean, that's where you get this problem of like surging, and it's, I mean, really the main culprit is typically it's just you got a shit MAF signal, and like LT4s, a lot of the times it's like, some of them don't play as nice in speed density as like an LT1. An LT1, they speed density tune those all day. But I've had issues with some operating systems; they just don't cooperate as nicely in speed density that like an LT1.
Some of the LT4s don't go into boost with speed density.
Right. So like Gen 5, or not Gen 5, neural network has the same problem, but I've got ways around that. Now, we've got patches, and and there's certain ways you can fail the MAF. The blade goes wide open now in speed density. So that was a problem early on with like the black wings and stuff. I ran into the same exact issues. I'm actually going to go back and tune a Gen 5 the same way I do neural network just to test my theory and see if the blade will open up all the way now. But yeah, I mean, the best reality of it all is if you can, I always tell people, do both. Manually do both. I don't tell people to cheat. I don't give you the code and the string to do both at the same time until I think you've earned it, because it's like a rite of passage. You know, I want people to go out and physically build a VE table or a VVE table. I want people to build a math curve. I want people to blend them. I never disagree with anybody that goes with that approach. But ultimately, once you get really advanced, you just do both at the same time, and then you don't even have to worry about it.
Right. Well, and I think it kind of goes into, if you're learning this, right, you need to do both so you can see what does what and what's affecting it. The only other thing I would think that's kind of an out the case scenario is when you have like a Gen 4 and you're running a lot of boost, because you know you're hard limited to 255. So
I have a way around that.
A larger intake tube, and you can get to 28, 29 pounds of boost, 30 pounds of boost using MAF only.
Well,
that's
but what I
the
do, so I'll actually scale the map sensor backwards. So if I have like a, say, a 427, a Kong 2650, and they're hosing 23, 24 pounds of boost, now you could call it a hack if you want, but I'm just basically trying to increase my resolution on the map sensor. I'll scale it down, which allows me more boost up top. So instead of idling at 60 kPa naturally with a cam, I might be idling at 50 kPa, which isn't technically real, but I got a big cam. I don't need all that resolution down low. Now, granted, decel might take a small impact there, but when I'm trying to make 1,300 horsepower in speed density, it's not really a huge concern for me anymore. But yeah, I'll just increase the resolution of my map sensor so that I'm not, yes, I'm still hard capped at 255, but instead of 23 pounds, I can make 26, 27, 28 pounds.
Yeah, I have a 5-bar in Wendy's CTSV, the V2, and that way I know the boost number's not right. But I know that once I get to 255, we're fucking partying.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
But and the other sense is, I mean, you could turn the math back on and blend it. You can speed density tune the car up to a certain point. Blend it. Like I've done that on ZR1s. The problem I've always had with like some of these big freaking 5-inches is on like when you slam the blade shut. Like ZR1s are notorious for this. The way the freaking math signal is on those Kong intakes. When you slam the brakes on and you clutch in and the air starts coming through that hood vent, all the turbulence in the MAF just makes your MAF's going all over the place. It's swinging. So I've always shut the darn thing off because it's caused more problems than it's solved. But 100%, I love them. I love the MAF. I think it's an awesome sensor if utilized correctly. But I also like speed density tuning stuff as well. That was a long-winded way of saying I like them all. I think they're all important. And the litmus test is like everybody gets on this whole thing of MAF only versus speed density versus blended. And I'm going to be honest, if I put a car in MAF only and I've got an awesome freaking MAF signal and the customer's like, dude, this car drives like glass and it's perfect. I mean, to me, the litmus test, I've passed it. If the transients are good, everything is perfect. It drops into the fuel right where I want it to. I don't have any adverse effects. That's like my litmus test. If it's
as long as all your signals make sense, right?
Right.
Because sometimes you'll get those guys that go to scale some of that stuff, and they'll be wide open at 20 pounds of boost at like 1.2 grams.
Yeah, that's way off.
And I'm like, that's not going to work. The trans is showing 600 foot-pounds. You're making 1,200.
Yep. But that's the other thing I cover a lot of is I like the MAF and I like looking at dynamic. When you start honing in on like dynamic and MAF, and you can almost diag any problem with a car. Is my injector data out in left field? Do I have a massive leak? Does this make sense? I'm making 20 pounds of boost and my still air's at a 1.2. Something's way off here.
Well, that's something I see a lot though. And and I don't know if you teach that in your courses or not.
Of course.
Is the way I look at it, and this may be right, this may be wrong, but it works good for me. The way I look at grams per cylinder is like a VE, right? So 1.0 is 100% VE, which 100%. if you're NA, you better be a bad mofo if you're hitting 1.1 grams.
That's C6Z. That's C6Z or big rowdy LT1 stuff there,
Right. And if everything's right and your injectors are set right, everything's 100%. If you're making, let's say, 14 pounds of boost, you should be around 2 grams. If you're making 28 pounds of boost, you should be around 3 grams. If you're making 28 pounds of boost and you see, 1.8, and you don't think, hey, something's not making sense, you should probably stop doing this.
Well, the inverse is true. I've had issues where I don't really trust the wide bands. I'm looking at the narrow bands going, this isn't jiving. My still air is through the roof, like an LT4. I did a class at UNOH. We teach this at a university, right? And for whatever reason, every time I do a live demo on an LT4 up there, something just doesn't go as planned. But it's as real as it gets. But I did it was a Whipple V3 CTSV heads cam car. And man, it was only on like 13 pounds, but my still air was like a 1.8, 1.9 to get the wideband dead on. I'm like, dude, something's way off here. And wideband's reading dead on the money. My narrows are 930. And I know something's way off because I've got a number in my head that LT4, basically Gen 5 narrows. Man, if they're 870, 880, that's pretty much a freaking 84, 83 all day long. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They almost rarely steer me wrong. And then, the still air wasn't matching. The narrows weren't matching to wideband. So I put I had to put the Dyno wideband in it, a different wideband. I had 3 widebands in this thing, and they're all reading all over the place. And I'm like, great, none of my data works.
I've done all of that.
Ultimately figured out the problem. The Dyno wideband ended up being right. I was like 11.2 wide open, and I'm like, okay, that's why I'm smoking the fuel system. That's why this doesn't make sense. Pull the fuel.
Well, that's why you saw the 930.
That's it.
So that goes to a question. Hold on, I want to bring this up because it's something I want to discuss, and we haven't discussed this, so we may differ on this or we may not.
That's what discussions are all about, man.
What wideband do you use and recommend, and do you do dual widebands, or do dual widebands offer any benefits? So I'll tell you my take, then you can tell me your take.
Have at it.
My take is AEM is cheap and it fucking works. I don't care if it's not the best in the world. I know there's a lot of those tuners out there, and they're like, if you don't have a Ballinger, then you just don't know how to tune shit. My opinion is a Ballinger is a fantastic wideband. But if you are basing all of your tuning on that one fucking sensor, you're the jackass. And the only reason I say that, and I know you're going to agree, is because I'm going to rely on those factory narrows for the most part as a sanity test, right? That's why, dual widebands are not a bad idea, but it's not a 100% necessity. And can the narrows be wrong? Absolutely. But if they are wrong, typically one's going to be wrong or the other's going to be wrong, right? And that's where a dual wideband will come in and tell you, hey, what's going on in the motor. But 9 times out of 10, if I think there's a O2 sensor issue, I'll tell them if it's a GM vehicle, it needs a Denso O2. For some reason, the Bosch's read kind of weird. And I tuned several of my cars without a wideband and I'm not saying this is what you should do. I'm just saying that a wideband is just a tool. It's a sanity check. Once I dial this thing in, I use the wideband to get me close. I make sure my narrows are reading what I want the narrows to read. I make sure they're stable. And then I make sure that the wideband says, hey, you're good to go. So I feel like an AEM is perfectly fine. I've made 2,000, 2,100 horsepower with one, and I haven't had an issue. I'm not against the Ballinger, but that's my take. Your turn.
I mostly agree with 100% of what you just said. I am a Ballinger guy. If money is not a concern to my customer, that's the first one I'm going to recommend. If they're on a budget, I have no problem saying, that. Here's what I find. This is why I think the AEM gets a bad rap. It's usually a free air cal. They didn't free air cal the thing correctly. Or I've had issues with the factory sensors that they come with sometimes. But if they actually use a good wideband sensor in that thing, I've never had a problem with them. And
which arguably the NTK is a significantly better sensor.
Yep.
So I will say that versus the LSU wideband that the AEM uses. But again, I'm not basing everything I'm doing off of that sensor. I'm looking at my grams. I'm looking at my narrows. I'm looking at everything else and making sure that everything matches what I've seen on the 1,000+ cars I've done before that.
And that's where I'm getting ready to segue. What I can tell you this: I've had plenty of Ballingers lie to me. Okay, I've had plenty of AMs lied to me. I've had plenty of widebands period lied to me. But this this is where you and I are dead on the money here. This is one of those. I'm very cautious what I say on a live camera. This is more of Justin and I in the background, and I'm not going to recommend anybody ever do this, but I am 1,000% confident if you give me a heads cam, Maggie 2650, 1,000 wheel, C7Z, 6th gen, I can 100% tune that right off the narrow bands. You can throw a wideband away, and I can almost guarantee you I'd be within 0.1, 0.2 of what a wideband's going to read.
Well, I can tell you, my C7 does not have a wideband that works.
I mean,
and hasn't had one on it for quite a while. And, it hasn't blown up, and it'll be a Cadillac attack gapping fools again. So
if you're half intelligent and you just look at all the data as an entirety and you're like, okay, I'm making X boost, the car made this much on the dyno, whatever, it traps this. So you have a relative idea of what the power is. You know where the still air should likely be, but here's the problem. You know this, and I know this, but it's because we have sampled thousands of cars. To a guy that's just getting into this, please don't ever do what we just said. Save the narrow bands for when you're. Now, here's the deal.
Save the narrow bands for when you've tuned 1,000+ cars.
Right.
Because you need to know what you're looking at.
I always tell people this. I use the narrow bands to look at fuel cylinder to cylinder imbalances. If I've got one bank where narrow bands, in theory, they should lay right on top of one another if everything is perfectly and mechanically sound. Now, I'm not going to say you don't have an exhaust leak. I'm not going to say you don't have an injector that's starting to stick. You have some mechanical issue, but if I don't have narrow bands laying on top of one another, red flags are going up. I'm also asking, hey, what bank is the wideband on? Because I see my wideband's dead on command, but this bank looks piss lean to me on my narrows. So I start investigating. But at the end of the day, man, you've got to use all the collective data. But like narrow bands they are king ding-a-ling for misfires. Okay, I can spot misfires 1,000 miles away just by looking at the narrow bands. They'll pick it up before the wideband does usually.
Well, so getting on that, and I'm sure you know where this is going, on Gen 5s for the tuners that don't know what the hell an injection window is.
Yep.
They can be dead on the money with that wideband and think, I've got a $10,000 wideband. I got this shit figured out. And they're so far off base, they're 150, 200 horsepower down.
Well, here's the other crazy thing. The other crazy thing, and I've personally tested this on the dyno, the EOI can plummet to like 80. Okay, like you're so far, you're misfiring at this point, right? I've literally had a car sound like the 4th of July on the dyno, and you look at the wideband, and it's literally flat as a board. But the car is legitimately misfiring.
Misfiring. Yeah, you can feel
actually
it.
Misfiring. Yep.
But that's because what is a wideband actually reading?
Oxygen.
That's where I think people don't understand is a wideband is actually reading, the
oxygen.
It's reading the actual oxygen, and unburnt. It's reading hydrocarbons, and unburnt fuel is not a hydrocarbon, right? So it doesn't register. It's just thinking that hey, everything's good, but it's actually just passing that shit through.
That's it.
And typically you'll see that in the forms of black exhaust tips, and the back of these cars are black, and people are like, oh man, it's just rich. No, fuck, it's not. I mean, yeah, it kind of is, but it's because it's misfiring.
But to answer the rest of this dude's question, dude, if I could put a freaking lambda sensor in every primary, I would, because you can't, to me, I mean, EGT sensors, lambda sensor in every freaking hole. I wish I could.
Have you ever done that?
I have, dude, and I love it, man. You get a Holly or like a good stand.
Well, okay, so on a Holly, because you can do something about it, is great.
Yeah.
But on a factory computer, it is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. You just don't want to know.
If people truly knew the imbalance that's going on in every one of those holes, and that's like the old nitrous days. You find the hottest hole and tune off of it because they're not all going to be in sync.
Right. And that's I've seen as much as like a 2 AFR spread.
Oh, dude, it's awful, man. And that's why really these are all things I cover in some of the more advanced courses. And like when I have one-on-one conversations with the more advanced guys, it's like, That's where plug reading, guys will dog plug reading, man. But if you've got the time, like if
Anybody
I
that
could
trusts,
be, dude, if I
anybody
could
that
be
trusts that
locked in a,
computer over a plug reading is fucking crazy.
if I could learn, if I could lock myself in a room in a dyno bay for 8 hours, I mean, yeah, dude, plug reading, I'd have lambda sensors in every hole. I mean, you can't have too much data, dude. But it's like it comes down to, your crunch for time, how much time is allotted, what is the combination, does it warrant plug reading? Like nitrous, bar none, I make no exceptions. We're reading plugs. But a lot of the stuff you do day in and day out for shops, I mean, do I wish we had more time to do it? Sure. Are guys going to pay the money, and the labor to do it? Not all the time. So it really just comes down to, I think, the situation. But to answer this, dude, the more data you could, if you can have a wideband in each bank, you're killing it, man. I mean, I would 100% recommend it. You won't, well, let me rephrase. You won't ever hear me have an argument against it.
Huh? All right. Wendy said that everybody's building up on Facebook and Instagram. If you are, and you want to ask questions, please go to Tuned In with JWT on YouTube. That's where we're going to be reading the questions off of. It just makes it easier. It allows me to add it to here. And then, of course, like, subscribe, share, help us build this so we can build this community and help everybody, because that's kind of the goal for this year. The no gatekeeping 2025. And as you can see, we're obviously here giving information. And this is information that you can agree most tuners are not going to give out.
This is, it's priceless, man. You lock a couple, good calibrators in a room, man, and you'll get priceless information out of it.
And we're going to do that. We're going to get them on here. We're going to have some chats throughout the year with several other tuners and kind of get the game out there. But everybody's got to you got to build this up for us to do that. This is one for you.
Says, if we buy a course and you go back and update it, will we get the update free? Yeah. I mean, that's what it's there for.
So, and that also, I guess that kind of goes into your whole subscription thing, right?
Yep.
They're going to see all the stuff through that. And if there's something that they're missing, they'll be able to reach out to you and you'll handle that anyways.
Yeah. And I'm probably getting way ahead of myself, but my plan eventually, or the goal, and this could be 2 years down the road, I'd like to subscription everything. But it's just not feasible at this point in time to do it yet. So, but yeah, I mean, that's 100% the whole point of it is, I want guys that invest the money in this stuff. I want them to be able to go back if we update information and have access to it.
Okay. Yeah, that, like I said, we've talked about this, and it's going to happen. There's going to be a point where we all kind of work together to get this, a lot bigger and kind of get that new generation of people to build tuners that are going to take pride in their work and that are going to really, push this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have this, but for this, I'd like to kind of keep this to tuning class questions for Brandon. We'll do another live to do this stuff. If you want to speak your case on that, we can, but
dude, I'm rolling with the punches here. Wherever you want to go with this. I mean, I'm not one of these guys that's just going to push classes. I mean, I do it. I do it because I love to do it. But I just like talking about all this stuff, man.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, I really want people to understand that it's not a bad thing to take these classes. It's a very good thing, and again, as I've told you, I'm going to come do it. And I've been doing this for 15 years. It doesn't mean I don't have something to learn. I'm sure I'll do the advanced class and I'll do the global B class, because you never know.
So we do a master class at University of Northwestern Ohio. It's a 6-week program. And, but one of the things that we teach is this isn't just for guys looking to tune cars, on the performance level, but dealership techs. I mean, imagine if you were armed with good information on diag and stuff and this and that. I mean, it can help you in a myriad of different ways. Even if you're a tech, understanding, if you're a tech at a high performance shop and you can start working with the tuner and talking with the tuner and speaking their language, or working with a remote tuner, man, you're just going to increase efficiency at that point, because now you know exactly what they're looking for. So there's more reasons to take some of this stuff, any tuning course really, just for the education and just understanding how everything works together.
Well, a lot of stuff that I've spoke on in the past, what kind of really tied the tuning in for me, and why I feel like I started with a good head start, right, was because I was a diag tech for GM, right? So I'm used to looking at data, interpreting what I'm seeing, and adjusting from there. So that's all this is. So doing the classes, even if you only want to tune your own car, just do it so you don't blow your own shit up. Do it so you don't blow your friend's shit up that you were trying to help. You can't get enough information. It's going to help, I think.
Well, and at
That's
the end
my
of the
opinion.
day, at the end of the day, a guy that's looking to extract everything they can out of a car. I mean, let's. I mean, I'll be as real as it gets here. If somebody pays me to tune their car and we go through the whole process, we get it on a dyno. I always say, let's go rip it on the street. You have a draggy. Let's see if we can extract everything we can. But maybe time runs out. Something happens. We don't get to the track. We don't get to extract every single tenth out of this thing. Well, now you have a built file for the car that's 99.9% there. You're trying to chase a tenth. You're trying to chase 2/10, whatever the case may be. Now you have the ability or the knowledge, and you're armed with it to take it all the way to the, get everything you can out of the car.
Yep. Well, and even to take that a little further, something I always tell people that they don't realize, and this is my kind of go back to the remote tuning versus the dyno stuff. Like in person is great, but I feel like remote tuning is, in my opinion, just as good if you have a specialist in that platform. But it also gives you a connection to where you're like, man, something doesn't feel right in this car. You have access to, your tuner, or you're armed with the knowledge because you went to this class that you can look in that log, and now you don't have to go to a shop and drop your car off and hope that somebody there knows what the hell they're doing. Because I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it's, there's a lot of times you bring your car in there and they'll misdiagnose it, where you could have either done it or had somebody remote do that for you and tell you. I mean, because I can look at a log and 9 times out of 10, I can tell you exactly what's wrong, what's going on, how to fix it, where to go from there.
1,000%. And there's, I forget where I was even going to go with this, but I know where I was going with this. And in reality, most times at a shop, I much prefer remote tuning than live tuning, and I'll tell you why. I don't have any distractions when I'm remote tuning. And I have severe ADD, man. So like when I hone in on a problem, dude, it's like it's a razor blade, man. When I'm at a shop and I got people peeking in the window and asking me questions and all this other stuff, honestly, I think I can do a better job remote than I can in person. Unless you lock me in there all by myself with no distractions, I 1,000% think I can do better remotely than in person. And the shop owner who's tuning your car is probably feeling the same exact way. He just got done doing 5 or 10 estimates. He's slammed. He's trying to get your car out the door. He's not paying attention to every little thing and, going on with the car. So 9 times out of 10 or 99 out of 100 times, I'll take a remote tune over an in-person tune.
Yeah, and I'll agree with that, because that's something big with me. Like if I'm if I've got some things going on during the day, and I won't be driving around in the car tuning cars, right? I'll be like, hey, look, I'm about 30 minutes from home. Let me get home, because at that point I'm going to go lock myself in a room and I'm going to focus, and we're going to get this done the right way, because there's obviously there's no room for error in this stuff. You're dealing with people's $100,000 cars or cheaper cars, either way, but you're dealing with something that somebody put their hard-earned money into. And, again, if you can attain all the knowledge you can to make sure that you're giving them the best service, you're only going to benefit yourself as well. So, all right, this one's not a tuning question, but this is something that my buddy Aaron from Canada has asked, and I'd like to hear your take on it as well. So this, because this is definitely something that would be in your wheelhouse as well.
I will 1,000% always go with a stock stall. And I'll just tell you my reason why.
Now let's go 8-speed and 10-speed, right?
Well, so 10 speed, 100%. Yeah, 10 speed, 100%. I much prefer the stock stall. We've tried a couple converters in Jason's car, and dude, it just never worked. Car makes too much freaking power, man. It's already hard enough. Like if the spark pocket I've had to build in Jason's car to get that car to not stand on the bumper. If I put a converter in the car that would actually, couple effectively, the car would flip over on the roof. I mean, you're talking, 4-digit PD car, you're probably making 900 plus pound-feet of torque right off of idle. I mean, you really don't want something taking a running head start at a converter, in my opinion, when you're making that kind of torque in second gear. Now a C7, you got a little bit of I think of a starting line ratio advantage, leaving in second gear versus say a 10-speed. I'd have to do the math on that because a 10-speed is a 285 rear gear. You got a 241 in a C7. So I think you got a little bit more of a mechanical advantage or less mechanical advantage to have problems, I think, there. But I mean, most of the time I'm usually going to take either a very light stall or a near stock stall for a big PD blower car.
And always a second gear launch, I'm sure.
100%. I mean, first, I mean, now granted, it depends.
Now, the reason I say that is because this crazy person here leaves in first.
Oh, well, I was going to say.
He does run 850s, so I give him that, you know, with a C7, but he leaves in first. I don't know how my car doesn't like that.
Well, that's what C7s, man, I think they're in an odd area. You don't have enough mechanical starting line ratio. I've had trouble with some thousand, like I think a lot depends on the camshaft too. If they're very lazy down low, they don't 60-foot well with a second gear leave, where you almost have to go back to first. Like C7 ZR1s are another one. Like I've struggled to get those things to 60-foot really, really well in second gear, and I've almost usually gone back to first.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much launched in first. Even on 19s, we've been launching in first.
Yeah,
and we'll still cut 125 60s like that.
But you'll never make that work at a 10-speed. I mean, dude, Jason's car would literally, I mean, it would sit in place and probably destroy everything from the freaking flex plate back if I tried to leave in first gear.
Yeah. So, and then TCC lockup strategy, if that's something you want to touch on or not. I'm get that shit locked up and get it going down the track.
Well,
as long as you can put that power through.
To me, a PD blower, the faster you can get it locked up, the faster the car is going to go. Like Century cars, like big F1Xs, I'll lock up early, but like the smaller blowers, I'll usually leave them unlocked, especially the 8-speeds. That 4-5 shift sucks, dude. So I'll usually leave them unlocked, and then I'll lock them about halfway through fifth gear to keep the boost up, and then let them kind of roll out the back with a lock converter. But again, you almost have to play with it, man. Like there's never a one size fits all. The camshaft plays a role, how high I shift it. If I shift it at 7,500, 4-5 shift isn't too bad. But if the cam rolls over at 66, that 4-5 shift sucks. So it's, Jason's car, I spin that to 7,700, so, but that thing's locked up in second gear, man, the second we leave.
So I know on the 4-5 shift, a lot of the issues I've seen, and I believe it's something in the background, and there's ways to get around it, but essentially that 8-speed on the C7, it's going to want to unlock once it goes into fourth, especially if you had any kind of wheel speed or anything like that before it, and then that shortens that 4 to 5, right? So instead of having it locked in fourth and getting that RPM or that mile an hour out there, it goes into fifth, then it locks immediately and drops that RPM. And that's that horrible sound that you hear. But there's ways that we found to keep that locked up and then spin that fourth gear out there, and it sounds like just another gear. So I think that's the biggest issue on that one.
The problem I have with looser converters and 8-speeds, like you just said, is if they get if they strike the tire enough to wheel spin, they'll unlock the converter on you. Yep. But I have mitigated some of this. I've force flashed C7ZR1 OSs in regular 8-speeds, and that can mitigate it.
Because my ZR1s don't do that.
Exactly. So force a ZR1 OS in the 8-speed, and you can run whatever converter you want, and they typically stay locked up. So there's OSs I'll play with depending on what I'm trying to do with like converter cars. Like I don't really get, truth be told, I don't do a lot of super loose converter stuff. Like that would be like Ryan Stevens, those NA guys that freaking, shift these things at 8,800 RPM, that run stupid loose stalls. I mean, I've done a few of those, and, they're like 5,500 freaking stalled Circle Ds that flash at 6,500 and the freaking tack never moves.
I use those for the Century stuff. I can say that when I had the V3 Ti on my car, the car went from a 540 60 to 130 from the stock converter. I put in the Circle D converter, which was about, I think it's like a 5,500 stall. And it went from a 540 to a 450.
Yeah.
So it was a monstrous difference. At the track, that car went 590s first pass out.
And to me,
to the
the juice is worth the squeeze on the Century, because the Century needs RPM for
it's just so
boost.
dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a dead
You'll
duck
get,
without any RPM.
you'll get those guys that'll hit it and then it's like,
Yeah.
or if you get a good converter and you get that set up right, you know, you can hit it, boom, and you're full boost and you're ready to go.
But like an F1X car, man, you do that in an F1X car, you're gonna go into orbit or the next lane over. I mean, it's those blowers are just like on another level, man. They're violent.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're kind of like a light switch too.
Yeah, they like an 88 millimeter.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, I got one small problem here, and I didn't anticipate this. So I started with 40% battery, and I'm literally down to 6. So I got to find a charger.
All right.
Bear with me.
We'll pause. We'll go through that. While you do that, I'll go ahead and answer this one with him. Tony, yes. So when we do our tuning, we do require a wideband. We're okay with an AEM. But yes, I always have it because, again, it's a sanity check, right? So we're going to look at the narrows, but at the same time, I want to have that wideband in there to tell me if something's not making sense.
Shit, do you have a longer freaking cord? All right. All right. Dude, sorry about that, man.
Hey, look, it's better you caught it now than when it was dead.
No, I was at 6%, man. So sorry. I'm plugged into a wall now, so I'm good.
All right. So this was, what about E38 ECU run 20 plus PSI? Is there a scale limit before going to speed density?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
I don't either. Andrew, try it again. In English this time.
I think he's asking if there's a limit. I mean, the limit's 255 kPa, which is like 23, right on the border of 24 pounds. So if you're gonna have a combo that's going to eclipse that, yeah, you're going to either peg the map sensor, and you're going to default to basically the bottom row of the VE table, or you got to do exactly what I basically said earlier, is you need to artificially scale the map sensor down. So you're going to lose some resolution down low, but you'll gain some resolution up top. But keep in mind, the boost number is not going to be 100% dead on accurate now either. But that's another cheap way around it.
He came back and he said, when scaling the MAF, so the way that we get around that, yes, you can run out of the mass air. And I think on Gen 4, on the E38, it's usually around like 13,000. It starts getting a little weird. So you can either space the MAF out, or you can run a larger intake tube. Essentially, all you're trying to do is move the MAF in an area that has less airflow, so it'll read a little bit lower. So it's mechanically scaling. That's how we do it.
We do that on like some of the Gen 5 stuff that we'll make 1600 wheel and like these twin turbo kits. A lot of them come with like a 3.5-inch tube, and man, it'll go right to 15,000 hertz. So I'll literally just have them.
And it acts fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So the first time that ever happened to me, I was like, oh shit, what just happened? And I'm like, man, I know who this has probably happened to. I don't want to call him. So I text Sam Miller and I was like, hey, bud. I said, what happened? He goes, oh, welcome to Making Big Power. I said, this is why I didn't want to text you. Right here. But yeah, I mean, so for that, it was spacing the MAF out. We tried moving the MAF, but it didn't work as well. We went speed density ultimately, but yeah, there's ways you can alter the MAF as well. So I wanted to cover that. Nick,
yeah, I mean, the simplest solution I always had is just put it in a bigger tube. You know, you got to slow the airflow down a bit.
That's what we did on Wendy's car. She has a 5-inch intake tube where the MAF is. Nick, I'm not sure what you were talking about with Nick at Manioka Motorsports, but I actually just spoke to him today, so I'm not really sure. You can message me after this for that. Speed density tuning, do you have to read the car every time you go to a different state? Oh, okay. So this is something
I'm assuming he's saying, do you need to retune the car every time you go to a different state?
I hear that a lot, but I'll give my take. These cars have a lot of sensors for a reason. There's a baro, and you know, there's there's a baro, there's a manifold pressure, there's like 3 intake temp sensors. I mean, all of this stuff, humidity sensors, all of this stuff is to account for different things. So I've even heard people in Houston, they're like, oh, well, when it gets winter, as if we ever have that. When it gets winter, we need to retune the car. Not really, if you already accounted for that in your tuning, right? But I'm sure you've seen this a lot where they'll get the timing table and they'll get to like 1.1 grams and then everything down is the same number. So it doesn't matter how much more boost they put in it, it's the same timing. I see that a lot, and I will say that that has got to be the laziest fucking thing you could ever do. And if you have a tuner that's doing that, yes, you should probably readjust it when it gets cold because it's going to blow up. But no, if you tune it properly, that's not an issue.
The only drawback I have with speed density is, you know, the more its elevation changes for me, you know, it's very hard to perfectly simulate. So like at sea level, you know, let's say we're tuning a C6 Z06 and we're doing it in speed density. Got a pretty large speed density table that we got to populate, right? Now, when you whack it at speed density, you're going to basically flatline down 100 kPa. If you've got a good induction system on the car and it's not choking to death, you're going to float between, you know, 95 and 100 kPa, those row values. Now you go to Denver, okay, you're going to be 85 kPa at wide open throttle. Now, I can't really dead nuts get that column exactly correct because I don't really have the tools. Now, can I eyeball it and get it super close because I know what I'm doing? Yeah. Sure. But am I going to be able to verify that? Probably not. That's where I feel a MAF sensor is going to be better suited, because you see you know, once you get a nice flow in a MAF curve and you see the direction it's going, it's pretty easy to get that pretty accurate. Whereas like a speed density table, you know, especially if you got a lot, if you got a lot of boost and you're going to drop 5 or 10 pounds going up to the mountains or whatever the case may be, I think that's where it can be a little cumbersome, because if you really know what you're doing, you can get them close, but it's very hard because, you know, unless you step it up in boost increments and dial each cell in, it would be almost impossible to get it dead nuts if you're tuning at one elevation level.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We did actually take Wendy's car years back to race on top of a mountain in Albuquerque. And other than an 1100 horsepower car, still being able to watch eye to eye with the other guy that I was racing because the car was so damn slow, it was pretty damn close. We didn't touch the tune the whole time, mostly because it was just, we were out there doing a couple passes. But if you tune it right, I think you're going to be 90% of the way there. I don't know if you agree with that or
not. 100%. I mean, I'm confident that I can tune a car at sea level and you go take it to elevation and I'm going to be within a tenth or two.
Right.
But
and that's what remote tuning can fix.
Right. And
hey, send me a log. Let me tighten it up.
Exactly. So if it's a customer of mine, I'm just going to say, hey, man, grab a log of it. Let's check it out. And I'll touch it up if need be. But this is also where like Fords and Dodge, you know, or Global B stuff, where we actually have widebands now. They kind of sponge up the difference.
Yeah.
It's a lot nicer.
I know. Yeah. Whatever. GM only gave that to the lame cars before. All right. Before we go to the next question, if you're on Facebook or Instagram, we are over 100 on YouTube. So come over to YouTube, tuned in with JWT, add your questions, ask your questions. We're going to get through these until Brandon gives up on you guys. But also, look, man, we're here giving you guys the free information. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything to give us some thumbs up, give us some likes. You know, because the bigger this platform gets, the more places we're going to travel, the more people we're going to talk to, the more times that I'll be able to get people like Brandon and other people that are high up in the industry to get on here and give you guys this free knowledge and answer the questions that you have. So do your thing, do your part. We're doing our part. Yes. And thank you very much for the people that have liked and followed, because it's definitely given me a lot of motivation to really kind of keep pushing this. Sherm says, thank you guys. I was a little behind, catching up now. Good job answering the question. We appreciate the question. Motec PLM NTK. Do you know what that is?
I
know it's 40 minutes ago, but
I think he's asking about a wideband for his Motec.
Oh, okay. So yeah, for Motec, obviously NTK is the NTK.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a better wideband than an NTK, honestly. Here you go. This is you.
So here's the funny thing about Can-Am, Sea-Doo. They all use, and I forget the designation to the ECU, but they're all Bosch ECUs. They're literally laid out identical. The only difference with like the Polaris Razors and stuff like that is they have additional tables for, boost control and wastegate control, but literally they all overlap on top of one another. So if you can tune a Sea-Doo, you can tune all the NA stuff. I mean, they all kind of overlap. So I would say yes, it does.
You should have seen how I used to tune my Sea-Doo.
Dude, mine was plugs.
We did. I didn't have access
plugged.
to HP tuners.
Well, I didn't either back then. So I used a software called VTech, and so I had a 90 plus mile an hour Sea-Doo. I went through every blower. So they come stock with a blower. I had a 14 RXP, and they come stock with a blower, and I put the bigger 168 or 68 140 than the 70 145, which was like the F1X for the Sea-Doo. Right. And I ran out of freaking blower, and then I strapped a turbo on the damn thing. And yeah, I mean, it ended up pitching me over the bars at 90 mile an hour, and it stuffed the pump a few times, and that got me out of my Sea-Doo career.
I hit the water over 80 one time, and I was like, and then I had the bright idea that there was a hurricane coming, and I lived in Louisiana, and I was like, I'm gonna go out on a lake. This is gonna be fun. Look, dude, RXPs don't jump that shit like you think it does. I got fucked up. I thought it was gonna kill me.
I'm gonna tell you right now, people don't really understand. Dude, when you hit the water at 80 plus miles an hour, you're liable to have a few days. Well, you're liable to be going to the hospital. Broken neck, broken ribs. You're busted up, man. It's bad.
It's like concrete.
I'd rather hit concrete, because at least concrete, if I have protective clothing like motorcycle suiter, I'll just roll, slide, and I'm good. Water stops you so fast. Like, I'm talking 20 feet, you stop from 80 mile an hour. I mean, it rips limbs off, man.
That's right. Well, just to make sure we answer this question properly, would the Sea-Doo course help?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, all the spark tables, everything's going to overlay on top of one another, and it would cover 90 to 95% of your Can-Am.
Okay. All right. Next one. What fuel injectors do you recommend for NA build and future turbo build? What car, what platform, what are we talking about, Nicholas? If Nicholas Diaz gets in there, just let me know what he said, because we're a little bit behind. Data is the witness, plug is the victim, 100%. That's something that I really preach. A lot of people, I still get people that mess with me. They're like, I'm not reading plugs. I'm like, well, then you don't want to do this right, because I don't trust that computer. I've seen too many times that the reluctor wheel was moved just a little bit.
Bingo. I had a C6 ZR1 that did this to me not too long ago. And, little heads cam build, right? I mean, it had an upper pulley heads cam. I mean, it should have made 700 on pump gas, right? We're making 560. All right. And I got 18 degrees in it, peak timing on pump gas. And I'm like, that's a good bit of spark for a pump gas C6 ZR1. It's making less power than a bolt-on car. So, dude, I'm having people diag this thing, and the next thing you know, I'm like, look, for the sheer hell of it, I'm going to throw 2 degrees of spark at this. Dude, it picked up like 50 wheel. And I'm like, okay, I know where this is going. So I put another 2 in it, picked up another 50. Dude, it was picking up piles of power. It took almost 30 degrees on pump gas, and I knew immediately the reluctor wheel had shifted, because it's impossible. I don't even have that much timing in them on E85 by a long shot. So, I mean, I knew for a fact the reluctor wheel moved, but plug reading, could have probably saved a lot of time right there. The plug would have been
a timing light.
Yeah.
Which I actually just like a year or 2 ago learned what a timing light was.
Yeah.
I knew what it was, but I've never used one. And I have a dune buggy here with a 4G63 on, because, Puerto Rico. And I had to use a timing light. And I was like, man, that would have saved my ass back in the day on my turbo car when I had 12 degrees in it, and it was acting like it had 25 in it.
Yep.
I'm like, this is crazy. And come to find out later, it was a reluctor wheel issue. So that's like definitely something.
If you get into like the standalones, like early on with the Hollies and stuff, man, they were real bad about, you kind of had to, you almost have to do that, because you'll go wide open throttle on like an LS3 car, and you'll have 18 degrees could be 25 degrees, and 25 degrees could be 19 degrees. I mean, it can shift 5-10 degrees one way.
So don't be scared to read plugs, but also don't be scared to, get a timing light and find somebody that is old enough to know how to use that, because YouTube was not a big help. Hold on. He came back. What did he say?
Now 6 later, and then later he said LS3.
Okay, that's going to be very combo. He was talking about for his what fuel injectors do you recommend for NA build and future turbo build? And then it's two different injectors, especially on an LS platform. That's way too specific. That would be where you would go to justinwhitetune.setmore.com and book a consultation, and we'll help you out with that.
It depends on the fuel too. Like, you're going to be on pump gas, you're going to run E85.
E85, methanol.
Yeah.
I just seen Alexander popped in on Facebook. Alexander, this is who we're fucking up this year.
Oh shit, Hugo.
Trying to get your shit together. What did Hugo run with his car last year?
I think he went 204.5 or something. He'd have to come in and clarify. I think we went just a tick over 204.
Hugo, come in. Let us know how much better did you do than 202, because I need to know how much harder we're gonna have to push that.
Dude, we threw the kitchen sink at that car to do that too.
Well, our stock motor car was doing really good this year. So let's go. This is you.
What manufacturers? I mean, predominantly GM, Ford, and Dodge. I mean, I tune a fair amount of Hellcats. I honestly, I don't really like doing the NA stuff a whole lot, but it's kind of the nature of the beast. I gotta do it. But mainly, I would say, as far as my business is concerned, we do 90% GM, 8% Ford, and 2% Dodge.
Fair enough. Let's see, what gauge do you recommend with the first three mods on C7, LT4 to monitor AFR, IAT, and E? So for that, I like that Banks gauge. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. That Banks gauge seems to give you a lot of information in a small thing. I liked the one that goes in the, what's that one that they put in the air vent?
I'm trying to remember, because it's.
But I have had that kept on fire.
It's slick, man. I like it.
P3?
P3 gauge. Yep, I like that gauge too.
Yeah. I've only had one have an issue where it caught on fire, and I don't know if that was the customer install or what, but I like the P3 gauge, but you got to scroll through it. I like the dash logics on the 2016 and before cars. That's what I have in my car. But, I like the Banks one overall, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I haven't had a P3 catch on fire, fortunately, so I can't comment there.
We already kind of discussed this. It's definitely a slippery slope, and especially when yes, there is individual fuel adjustment, but it causes other issues from what I've seen.
I went down a deep rabbit hole on the stock ECU trying to figure out like the holy grail of individual trimming, and it was like, this is a, it was
a lost cause for me.
Yeah, the static spark retard table, all kinds of stuff. I went down some deep holes trying to figure out if I could mimic a Holly, and it just didn't work out as intended.
Let's see, Philip, this will be something. Philip, who? Let me know. See if Philip asks who, and then we'll go back to that, because that could be a good one too.
I got a great story if it's directed at me.
Well, we're going to tell it anyways, whether, it's me or you. I'm just going to go through some of these real quick. Philip asked, could he touch on how he got started? Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Cool.
Me?
Let it go. Yeah. When you were a baby, what got you into cars?
So I'm going back. I've even lost track of how long I've been doing this, but I would say 2010, I think is when I first got involved with an HP tuner's cable. So I've always been a drag racer, and basically how I got started was I would build cars just like everybody else. I was too poor to afford anybody to work on them. So I would take them to tuners, and I was always disappointed with the results, or, the other aspect would be, and it was no fault of their own, but I would have a mechanical problem. Nobody would ever, a base file wasn't a thing back in the day that you could just drive your car to the tuner. It was, you limped it onto a trailer and then towed it to the shop, hope you got everything buttoned up, and then they would send you home if it wasn't right. So I got tired of that whole fiasco. So I had a mid-8-second Camaro at the time that I was, you know, it was a 500 shot car. It was a 402, you know, O2 F body, 402, 13-to-1 deal on a 500 shot. And that was kind of the car that I really started learning on. It wasn't, looking back, that was not a great car to learn on. But car always ran good. But then right after that, I built a turbo F body. And that's where I started cutting my teeth and blowing up stuff and figuring out what not to do. And I blew a lot of stuff up before I learned the correct methods. And I can arguably say correct wasn't even in the vocabulary back then, because looking back on, I did everything wrong. But I mean, I achieved some success. You know, once I started, you know, getting through some of the rough patches on how to, you know, do this stuff, you know, I started getting some success with it. And then the natural progression and how this always works is, once you get pretty decent with your stuff, you go out, you win races, or you're at the track, everything's going well, your buddies start coming up to you. You know, hey, will you tune mine? You know, sure, I'll tune yours. Now, at the time, you know, I had just started a real estate company, and I had been doing that for a few years. And next thing you know, I've got 10 cars in a parking lot, you know, and you know, I'm trying to take off with real estate and this and that. And I kind of had a fork in the road here where logically the real estate gig probably seemed to make the most sense, but my passion was with cars. So against a lot of advice, you know, people telling me I should, you know, pursue real estate and this and that, I just took the path of, I want to start dabbling more in cars. And naturally, it became a business. So I grew up in, you know, when I say grew up, I spent my early 20s all the way into my late 20s in South Florida. And, you know, I helped a friend of mine down there grow a shop. And that's where I learned a lot of the tuning side of things. And, you know, what ended up happening is years and years and years later, you know, my wife, you know, basically wanted to leave the state of Florida, and a job position had actually come up at Vengeance Racing, and honestly, not for tuning. It was more for part sales. So I went up to Vengeance Racing to sell parts. And, you know, again, I've been self-employed for so long. This was my first time as an employee. And, you know, selling parts, being an employee, just that wasn't my thing. And I think I hold the record at Vengeance for doing the most jobs. I started in part sales, and I moved to builds. Then I moved to managing, you know, all the builds that came through, and ultimately ended up in the tuning role there. And that's where Elite was founded, was actually at Vengeance Racing. And we ultimately ended up leaving there. You know, Mike Carnahan was actually the previous tuner at Vengeance Racing, and Mike and I actually created the school together. And we actually left there and moved back to Florida. And we still have a great relationship with Vengeance. And Howard is actually the calibrator there now. And we're actually going to be doing a live class there April 11th. So we still have a great relationship with those guys. We still help out where we can. But that's kind of the quick and dirty of how I got in this industry. But I mean, there's a lot of rough patches in between. You've got the 5 pillars of life here. You know, you've got the uninformed optimism. You know, everything seems like it's going to be really easy. Then you've got the downside of this slope where everything's a lot harder than you anticipated. Then you kind of hover in that valley. And I'm kind of coming on the back end of this thing where I now enjoy everything. I love where I'm at in the industry. I love the giving back stage. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I hope that made sense. I hope that was what you were asking.
I guess this is something that I didn't ask. I guess I should ask. Did you attend any tuning schools? Did you or are you just kind of like me, you just like self-taught and then just kind of picked it up as you went?
I never attended a tuning school. I did buy Greg Banish's book way back in the day.
As we all did.
That was my that was my first like deep dive onto now granted I had been tuning already for a long time before I bought the book, so it was a good refresher on how everything kind of integrates inside of a motor. I mean, it's a phenomenal book if you
Yep.
really want to deep dive on how things work. Greg has an excellent OE background. I think he still does it, but very, very sharp guy as far as OE stuff and how everything kind of works together. But I've never actually formally taken a tuning school. Everything I did was trial by fire. I mean, and it's funny. Guys will ask now, if you could go back with what you know now, would you have done anything different? Man, back then I would have said yes. Now I would say no. I wouldn't change a single thing because every failure that I went through and every hard lesson, man, I learned so much more from the failures and those lessons than all the successes combined.
I think if I could go back, the only thing I would change is I would be as humble as I am now a lot sooner.
I was always humble. That was one thing I never let any of this get to my head. Regardless of what happened, I always checked my ego at the door. I never got into that thing, man. I'm happy that never happened to me. I know it happened.
I always limited it to an extent, but at the same time, I had several moments I can think back when I first started that I would get ahead of myself and think, man, we're doing this and nobody else can do this. And I wish I would have worked more to network with people earlier. But again, that's not really, it wasn't a big thing back then. Nobody was going to tell you anything or work together with anybody, which is why I'm so interested in changing that now. Because I think that all that did was a disservice to the customers.
I mean, and don't get me wrong. I had my moments, like the ha-ha moments where, again, it's back to this Dunning-Kruger thing. 2 years in, I'm like, dude, I've got this figured out. Nobody's going to teach me anything. Now, I guess you could call that kind of a self-ego check, but my outward persona, I never let the ego get in the way. I always tried to be friendly and collaborate where I could. But I did have that internal ego dialogue every once in a while. And trust me, it got checked real quick when the next problem arose. And I immediately realized I don't know near as much as I think. And, even today and I look back and I constantly, nowadays I do a lot of self-reflecting and self-help stuff. And I'm always kind of, looking for ways to improve in every facet of life. But, I just realized there's so much more that I still have to go in this business. And there's so much more that I want to do in it as far as the education side. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd like to stop tuning at the level that I do and do a lot more of the schooling stuff. And we are kind of progressing towards slowing the tuning down and just, consultations and just focusing on the schools because it's hard to do both, man. It's literally two of us, and we're trying to do all this stuff, help at universities and people don't realize, man, and I didn't realize this, but how hard it is to make freaking videos and content and good content, and that people are going to.
You're telling me.
Man, I go back, my Gen 5 stuff, God, I want to reshoot the whole thing, not because the content's not great. The content's awesome, but the video quality, it's like, I go back and I just listen to it. I'm like, oh, the audio sucks. I mean, I have a better mic now. I've got the mic, settings all dialed in. So like, I want to go back and just do it for the sheer sake of better video production. Right. I'd actually like to have it where like, they're facing, that there's more of my face in there. Like, I guess people like to see that stuff nowadays, but there's always something to do. I don't ever really have a day where I have nothing going on and nothing to do. It's just 1,000 miles an hour all the time.
Yeah. One thing real quick, somebody was saying, I think your phone and computer are too close. You hear it? If you can separate those a little. Does that work? Okay. I think that fixed it. All right. All right. Let's roll back on some questions real quick. Get into some more tech stuff. Just real quick, horsepower Patriot? Absolutely not. If I leave Mopar and go back to LT4, we still want the wideband in there. But if you go into the Blackwing, it already has widebands, or C8, it already has widebands. But yes, LT4 with the other stuff, I always have the wideband as a sanity check. It's just it's a smart idea. Shane 0605. It seems that most people agree that the desired TCC slip tables are part of the problem that causes a TCC shutter in the trucks. Do you ever adjust the apply ramp as well? How much is too much? So that is something for sure, 100%. That obviously, we're talking about the shutter and the 8L90s. Typically, the way that I'll approach that is you can zero the tables, but a lot of times that can get like a harsh situation. So what I would say is typically that table is from the desired applies about 15 to 115, something like that. So I'll usually bring that 115 up to about 200. I'll bring that 15 up to about like 35 and blend it across and see how it feels. If it's hitting too hard. The other thing is in the column on the table to the right. What is that column called? Apply ratio or apply rate?
Are you talking about the apply ramp? Yep.
Apply ramp. So I'll usually take the 148, bring it from 0 over on the bottom all the way up, and then I'll blend that over to where we start getting a little bit into the 0 column. And again, this is my opinion, but basically if there's zeros in the 0 column, it will always try to soften the converter to that. So the starting at 35 PSI gets that ramp kind of on there as quick as it can apply to reduce the chatter. And then having something in the 0 column will make sure that you keep pressure in there. But I don't know if I would zero the slip tables on a stock vehicle right away, just because of that jerkiness that they usually get on the highway. I don't know if you want to speak on how you approach that situation or not.
I pretty much approach it almost to a T, exactly what you just described. I don't necessarily go as high as you in some, but I'll usually start. It really depends if it really depends on the whole situation. If the guy is already coming to me with a shutter, I'm hoping I'm catching it fast enough and we don't already have a problem. So those I'm going to usually attack more aggressively than say, one that it drives phenomenal already. But I will usually zero out the slip tables, but I will also typically add 10 to 15% pressure across the board, but I will usually start with 140 in the far right column and ramp it all back in. I'll have them go out and drive it. And then if they're like, man, it's still a little too soft, I might raise the regulator offset, and then I do exactly the same blend that you do. I drag the 148 across to the bottom, but that's 6,000 RPM. I don't want slip at 6,000 RPM. So right. I kind of aggressively blend it in that direction as well. But mainly, the regulator offset is another one that I'll use. I'll kind of lean on a little bit, and that'll kind of apply it a little bit quicker and firmer. And I'll just kind of tweak it until the guy's like, dude, it feels great. But I don't go overly aggressive with it unless I have to. But again, it also depends. Does it have a 2650 strap to it? Right. I'm going to raise the converter pressure significantly higher, if the truck makes 700 horsepower versus a stock one.
And you can take the class and learn, right, how to interpret that data. But basically, you can see when the converter is applied. You can monitor the slip. You can monitor how much pressure it has and say, hey, at 20 PSI, it's locking up 100%. It's got 0 or negative slip. So then you would know, get it to 20 first. You don't have to go to that 35, right? So that's probably the aspect you're talking about, starting off a little softer, which is not a bad idea.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like I've also learned, I think a lot of people grossly overestimate how much pressure is required to clamp a converter down. So like Jason's car, 180 PSI clamps that car down and it makes 1,550 wheel, but again, it's different transmissions. I get it. But I mean, it doesn't take near as much as I think a lot of people, think. I mean, 30, 40 PSI of cruising pressure will clamp the hell out of a converter. Yeah. But yeah.
So that's where the too much is, when you feel that boom, that's too much.
What almost induces like in like, the PD blower cars, like the V3s and the C7 ZR1s and stuff. If you get too greedy with that apply ramp, it will almost, when it locks, rock the car.
It'll unlock.
Yep.
Well, it'll. I know on my car on the C7 with the LT1s, if you apply it too hard, it'll shock the car and it'll unlock the converter, and then it'll just lock, unlock, and it'll beat you to death.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah. You'll know if you go.
On that. What top speeds you need for pulls? Typically, I try to do like the gear under 1-to-1 because we are on the street and we're not trying to go to prison. So
This is such a loaded question, and it's on a per car basis. When you have a drive shaft blow up in your face and set the airbags off in a ZL1 and 1-to-1, you will never tune in 7th gear ever again. And I had a real nice experience at 190 miles an hour with a drive shaft blowing up in my face. So, but yeah, I'm the 6th gen ZL1s. I tune in 6th gear. I don't care. I don't do hero pulls with them anymore. But like 8 speeds, I'll tune in 5th. 6L80s, 6L90s, 4th gear. I mean, it's the same stuff.
Wendy fell asleep on us.
I was going to say, did I lose somebody here?
I'm like, is she snoring over there? She's snoring. Yes, you were snoring.
His question was what top speed. I mean, I don't have a top speed that I try to achieve. It's more of the correct gear and load for the car.
Right. And enough times or enough load to make sure you're replicating all necessary conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge proponent. Like, I'll get the car off the dyno and I will urge people, hey, look, without going to jail, I've gone to jail for doing this, so I can speak from experience. That's a story if anybody ever wants to hear it. But I tell people, like, look, I'd like to put the car in a real world situation. A, I want to test the shift points that I got set up for you. And B, I want to see how the car reacts. And again, a lot of it's, was it on an unloaded dyno jet? Well, I'm probably going to back the spark off and richen it up a little bit coming off of an unloaded dyno jet versus, say, a Mustang dyno that if it survives a true loaded Mustang dyno, it's probably going to be fine on the street, or like a hub dyno. So it really just depends. But I like to go out and verify the car on the street to make sure everything's good.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. Yeah, it depends on what gear speed. Spinning doesn't give good data. That's something I think a lot of people need to understand. If you're spinning, your load's not proper, the data's not good. And John is from BC Speed. He's actually a guy that learned under me for 4 or 5 years and is now doing his own tuning, which I thought was really cool. He needs to take more tuning classes just to get more knowledge, but you know, he's doing really well for somebody that kind of just picked it up.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, 100%, man. Like the acceleration rate of the engine is going to drastically change how the car fuels. You know, so like if it spins and unloads the motor, basically, it can show a lot leaner than it really is versus if it actually hooks and drags the motor down and your acceleration rate slows down.
Yeah. All right. So can you guys explain what scaling the tune for Gen 3 LS does? I know it allows larger injectors over the limit, but what does it do for grams per cylinder? If you want to cover that one.
Well, first of all, there's no limit in a Gen 3. You can put a freaking Bosch 210 in that thing with no injector limit. So I'm not really sure what limit. There's the only limit in a Gen 3 is the MAF. I mean, the MAFs are kind of garbage in Gen 3s. So I'm not really sure. Now I'm assuming he's talking about a Gen 4 LS with an injector.
I was going to say, let's
like
just do Gen 4. That way it explains that a little better.
I mean, so I'll go worst case scenario. 06 Z06, you got a 67 pound per hour limit. That's god awful when you got a 2000 cc ID or, something like that in there. But, if you're doing like a sane injector, my first initial thing is I'm going to cut the injector flow rate in half and double the stoich. That's usually the quickest way that I can get some scaling back. If I have like a 2000 cc injector, now this is where it becomes a bear. Even cutting the injector in thirds, you're still over the limit. So now you got to start heavily scaling all the tables in the tune file. So you got to get as much as you can in the actual injector flow rate limit, but then you have to be cognizant of the fact that if you've cut it significantly over thirds, your torque model's got to be drastically cut. You're going to be cutting your torque model by 60% or more. So everything's going to shift down. So, if you were anticipating, say, like a 1.6 Silair with a boosted car, you're probably going to be 1.0 at wide open throttle. I mean, these are very extreme cases, and most people won't ever put a freaking 2000 cc injector in an 06 vet, but it's happened. But there's no way around it. You have to just scale the whole file. But keep in mind, you scale all the airflow tables, all your torque tables are going to change. So on the tranny side, especially if you've got an automatic, man, your torque is literally going to be cut in thirds.
and you need to fix that, or
And you
will
gotta
be
fix
buying a new
it.
transmission.
That's going to be
Yep.
going back into the torque model and reshaping the whole torque model to bring everything back up in line.
Yeah, and that matters in Gen 4 too. I think people think that torque model doesn't matter in Gen 4. It 100% matters in Gen 4,
Yep.
and all of it matters. So
Yeah.
mass
Even-
air,
I mean-
map, all that torque model makes a difference.
Even back to a Gen 3, I mean, guys don't really the 4L60 had, I mean, granted it was arbitrary and rudimentary back then, but there was still torque, output for pressure in 4L60s and 4L80s. So, I mean, even way back then, I mean, there was still some semblance of it. But yeah, Gen 4, Gen 5, Global B, all that stuff, Fords, I mean, all these ECUs are torque based now. So the the engine cal is the trans cal. If you screw up the engine cal, you can finger bang the trans side all you want. It's never going to work.
Yeah, that's something I tell people, and I've had to actually show people sometimes. I'm like, look, dude, I can alter your engine side and make your trans not even work.
Yeah.
I can make it to where it slips its ass off or it shifts pretty tight. So yes, a trans tune is fantastic, but without the proper engine side, a trans tune is nothing.
Yeah, you're just pissing
So I get people all the time. They're like, man, can you do the trans? I hear that's what you're really good at. I'm like, but you're not really understanding that the engine side is where I made all of that work. All of that has to go hand in hand. This one, I think we already kind of covered, but does it read grams per cylinder when you're in higher boost? Yes. So it better, but that's where I kind of go back to a quick sanity check is 1.0 should be when you're getting into boost. 2.0 is 14.7 pounds. It's not exact, but should be in that ballpark, and then double that, 28 pounds should be around 3.
Cylinder air mass is just a byproduct of airflow through an engine. So that's all coming from your airflow model, whether it's the VE, the MAF, it's a consumption of air. So the more air the engine is consuming, the higher the still air is going to be. So yeah, now does higher boost automatically equate to higher still air? Well, if you're running out of turbo and the thing's just inefficient as all get out, no.
Not if it's not flowing.
Yeah, if it's not physically moving the air anymore, no, it's not going to go any higher. But you can almost look at a still air graph and it'll mimic your dyno curve. So as long as
I was going to say that's something like when you have like a stock cam and you're running a lot of boost on it and you'll see that boost number start coming up, but your grams per cylinder is not going up. It's because you've run out of flow. The boost is only going up because it has nowhere to go.
Yeah, I can plot still air in a log and it'll look identical to the dyno graph, the torque curve basically.
Well, it's similar to a VE table, right? A proper VE table is going to look like the graph of a dyno. If it doesn't look like that and it looks like that, it's probably wrong.
Oh, and your spark table is usually going to be the inverse of your freaking torque curve.
Yep.
Peak torque, you have the least amount of timing. Lowest amount of torque is where you're going to typically get away with the most amount of timing. So, and that's the thing that we try to teach and we talk about this, but people don't really understand how it all pieces together. The VE table will look exactly like, your torque curve. The cylinder, the still air is going to do the same thing. And then your timing table will be the inverse of the torque graph for the most part if you actually do it correctly.
And this is all sanity checks, right? So if you're looking at this stuff, even if you don't know what you're doing, if you're looking at this and none of this is making sense, none of these metrics are even in the ballpark, that's how you know something's definitely wrong. Something's not going to work here. And if you keep tuning it like that and you think that's right, then I don't know what to tell you on that one. When you have flex fuel, how do you keep an eye on your wideband since there's different stoics? Okay, so the easiest way I can break this down is widebands don't know what AFR is. A wideband only knows what lambda is, and lambda is 1. So on E85, 1 is 14 points, or on pump gas, it's with 10% ethanol, 14.1. So even though your gauge shows 14.7, it's actually 14.1 with 10% ethanol. Even on E85, where on E85, the 1.0 is 9.85, that will still read 14.7. I don't know if you have a better way of breaking that down, but yeah, basically widebands are kind of like dummy gauges for the most part, unless you get into a higher end one that actually shows you either one, or if you flip it to lambda, it'll always make sense. But you're kind of always tuning the 85 in the AFR style, but I just use lambda, so I don't have to worry about that.
So the hardest thing I ever have to do when I teach a class is to help everybody understand the difference between AFR, Lambda, and EQ. The best thing I can do is always tell people, in my opinion, start tuning in Lambda, because here's the problem. Most air fuel ratio gauges are calibrated on a 0% ethanol gas scale, which is going to be 14.68 or roughly 14.7 to 1. So when you put E85 in the car, your stoic in theory is 9.76-ish, give or take, but say wide open and boost, you're going to be somewhere in the 8s. Well, your wideband doesn't know you just swapped fuel. So it's going to read exactly the same as it did on gas because you didn't swap anything. So as long as your fuel stays exactly the same, your wideband is going to read exactly the same. So Lambda, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It's a universal metric that makes it so much easier to swap between pump gas and fuel or an E85. And you don't have to worry about all these different metrics and having to make sure things match and this and that and the other.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, yeah, if you do it with the Lambda, you really don't have that issue. Justin Mitchell, we did discuss the tuning school. We'll get a few more questions and then we'll go over a little bit of the tuning school stuff again, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Here's one for the tuning school: Gen 3 5.4 Coyote F-150 tuning course coming soon.
I already have an F-150 course. I mean, hell, I actually tuned quite a few of them. I just did a V3 F-150 yesterday. I did a Whippled one the other day before. I mean, I love the F-150s, man. That's like the redneck GTR. Those things are freaking dumb fast. But yes, I have an F-150 course.
All right. And then how much power the Kong port work added on Jason's Maggie 2650? Yeah, so I've actually sent my 2650 Maggie into Kong today. So he's going to port it before Cadillac Attack, and they say that the gains are pretty big.
So yeah, there's a funny part to this question, and I don't know, maybe I'll get in trouble for this. So the first time, so when Jason's car didn't make quite enough power to be on the hub, and we still strapped it to the dyno jet, and it was making like 1150, 1160. The car was running like 840s back then. We had a standard box stock 2650 on the car. We literally sent it off to be ported, and it picked up 1 horsepower. When we strapped the car right back down with a ported blower and picked up 1 horsepower. Now, this last iteration, I think it picked up pretty substantially, but the whole it's hard to quantify because we went from a 416, a hydraulic roller, and 20 something pounds of boost to we moved to a 416, 35 pounds of boost, and same thing. And then we moved to a 427 with a solid roller and way more RPM. So it's hard to quantify, but I mean, I think the last provision or revision that Greg did for us, it picked up 50, 60 wheel.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said if it picks up 50, I've heard in the neighborhood of 80 to 100 that people have gained on those. Shit, if I get 50, I'll be excited about it.
But the first iteration was 3-4 years ago. So, I mean, I don't think it was a fair comparison because, I mean, again, just like anything else, I mean, the ports have come so far. But the problem with Jason's car, and it's hard to quantify anything because we usually change more than one thing at a time. You know, especially when we were fighting the car, man, we would throw different tensioners at the car. We would throw different belts, different discs, different pulleys, different throttle bodies. I mean, we had tons of throttle body problems with that car. And it was so bad. I mean, we couldn't figure out if it was a tuning problem or a mechanical problem, and it was sucking the blade shut. So we had some issues with the 120 throttle bodies that was starting to suck the damn throttle body shut, where I think we went back to a 112 and it fixed all of our problems. But yeah, I mean, we have torture tested parts on that car to figure out what works and what doesn't.
All right. Let's see. Almost missed this one. Where is it located?
I mean, we don't really have a physical address anymore because everything's kind of remote. But I mean, right now I live in Tampa. I'm literally in the process of moving back to Georgia. So you can say Elite will be half located in Florida and half in Georgia. Okay.
And you do classes all over anyways, right? You talk about a university and some other places. So real quick, I guess, what's the website that people can find all that on anyways?
So it's just elitetuneschool.com, and that'll have all of our courses on there. But yeah, I mean, we do a lot of our stuff is all online, but I'm trying to do more live, like hands-on, one-on-one training. Now that, as time permits, we're going to do a Gen 5 masterclass, which will be a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday at Vengeance on, we're going to release the dates, but it'll be April 11th through the 13th. The problem I have with live classes is it's drinking from a fire hydrant, man. That's a lot of info to take in 3 days, but we try to deep dive as much as we can. And then we do a 6-week master class at University of Northwestern Ohio, where it's a hybrid format. We fly in for the first week and we build from the ground up, man. These are guys that have never downloaded. Hell, half of them don't even have a laptop on their first day. They're 17, 18, 19-year-old kids. And they come in, they've never opened up a laptop. They don't even know what HV Tuners is. And we build them from the ground up, and it's remote weeks 2 through 5. And then week 6, we bring in 3-4 cars, and we have the students live dyno tune the stuff. And it's so cool, man, because these guys are going from knowing nothing to tuning cars by week 6.
And they still can learn more as they get in the field.
Oh man, well, trust me, we reel them back in, because they'll tune a car on the dyno, and it's the same light bulb, and you get the I can do anything mentality, and it's like, guys, there's no easy way to say this. You can take all the courses in the world. A, you have to go apply it. That's the first thing. Then B, you just need sheer experience, because, and this is the problem I have with a lot of people that either teach it. They have success with one car, but one car can have 1,000 different OSs that all act differently, and there's small quirks within each individual OS. So unless you've got 100 cars under your belt on one platform, 100 in another, like, you don't know it's the unconscious ignorance. You don't know what you don't know, because you haven't done enough of it yet. So go ahead.
But that was a big issue that I saw in the V2 platform, is every year had a different operating system. Yeah. And some years had several operating systems. And you get a lot of these guys that were taking a 2012 trans tune and dropping it in a 09 car and wonder why it ate the trans up. And they're like, well, all the values look the same. This is where touching these things makes a difference. This is where, that experience of, hey, I've loaded this in here and this doesn't work. Something's not making sense here. That's where you're saying, after you've done 100 or so of these cars, then you can start kind of saying, okay, this needs to go this way. This needs to go this way. But a lot of people will kind of get ahead of themselves and shoot themselves in the foot thinking, man, I got this killer file on this 09 CTSV. Let me load this in a 12. Not going to work.
To this day, as many cars as I've tuned, I build every single file from scratch.
Same here. I
never freaking hit a compare, swipe it, 2 seconds. Could I make a lot more money sending people a freaking bullshit, canned file that would probably work? Yeah. But my problem is, the one time I do that,
it makes a mistake.
It's going to scramble something, and I'm fighting an uphill battle because I didn't take the 15 minutes or 20 minutes to build the file from scratch. So I never, ever, ever send out anything that I didn't build with my 2 hands.
Yeah, it's just a better way to go about it, I think. I mean, you can use similar timing tables and all to kind of get you going, but every car is going to be different.
Yep.
Opinion on motive reflex controller, boost control on a twin setup. I haven't used it on the twin setup yet, but it is a Mac valve. I couldn't understand why it wouldn't work, and it is closed loop boost control. So
Michael's actually a dude I tuned, super cool guy, but he's got a YSI, heads cam Grand Sport, I'm pretty sure. We actually had some interesting things happen the first go around with the reflex. The car tuned perfectly fine, and then randomly one day had no fuel, and it was.
Did the box get hot?
I don't know what happened, dude, but it was like it wasn't getting any port. It was like 30% lean, and I'm like, what the hell? Him and I had to go round and round and round. We got Mike Sitar on the phone, and he was like, well, dude, you're using too much DI. I said, Mike, you're not understanding this car. Here's a log when the car was perfect. Okay. Here's DI pulse width. Here's how much port contribution. I mean, look at the airflow model. I mean, everything was perfect. And then randomly it went piss lean. So we had to actually, Mike could probably answer better, but it was probably 6 months ago that we had this problem. And I
Wow.
mean, we got the car resolved in it, but I had to retune the whole car again, basically. But it was
Yeah.
really strange.
I know early on we had an issue that it was doing that, and I actually found it because the Camaros, they were strapping them to the fuse box,
Yeah.
and they would get hot. And then we found it at the track. Once I was logging the board temperature, and the board temperature would get to a certain spot, and it would stop just spraying it all together. But I called Mike about that, and that was over a year ago, and he sent an email out and replaced everybody's boxes.
I mean,
So
dude,
I don't know if maybe that one kind of got through the thick, and just didn't get the update.
I mean, I've probably tuned 75 plus reflex cars at this point, and that's the only time I've had an issue with a reflex car was his.
Yeah.
They've been pretty
They'd
solid.
been an older box,
I mean, hell, we set the half mile C7Z record on Hugo's car with a reflex.
Man, that reflex is good. People sleep on it, but they don't realize how much potential that thing really has. We talked about that a lot last night. For $1,200 box, dude, I don't think anything can compete with it.
You want to talk about a cringe from and Hugo, I hope you're listening here when you could see I was having a heart attack on the other end. This was before the Lambda control. Okay. Dude, It was a 98 millimeter on 33 pounds of boost. And we were hosing like twin 15s or twin 20s for meth on top of the reflex. And
Jesus.
it was not fun to cow. It was not fun to cow that car. But yeah, he went out and set the half mile record with it like literally a week later.
For now. Wayne, great guy here. Wire brisk hard to read. They just don't mark properly from what I've seen. So when I do readings on the dyno, I'll usually not run the brisk. There's a copper NGK 8, and I use that because it just seems to mark and color properly. I don't know if you've dealt with that or you deal with that at all, or if you even run brisk.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've always been an NGK guy. I just think NGKs read better. We do run brisks in Jason's car.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there was ever really a reason behind it.
They drop less porcelains.
Jason's cars at the track so much. I don't really read plugs as much there because I got a Holly on the car and I have actual, I can modify each hole if I need to. Mm-hmm. But the biggest thing is the slip tells me everything I need to know. I've snuck up. I mean, there's not 5 horsepower left in that car. I mean, we've made so many passes and I've snuck up on that tune up so much. I mean, there's just nothing left. Outside of an injector getting clogged and nipping a strap and burning a hole up, it's going to be something mechanical that kills that thing. Right.
Yeah. But that also comes with having all that data.
A lot of time and experience at the strip. Yep.
KL, how y'all feel about the Atlas? I spoke about that last night. You can go back to that live for my opinion on it. But if you want to give your opinion, I don't know if you messed with it or not. I don't remember if you told me you did or not. But if you want to give it or you want to pass.
I actually haven't done one yet personally. I've worked with a couple guys and helped out with them. I mean, I think it's personally, just from what I know, it shows a ton of promise. I think it's awesome in the way it's integrated. Here's my personal opinion. You and I have spent so much time tuning port cars and having to rework airflow models and whatnot. It doesn't really make a hill of beans difference to me, if I'm being honest. Because whether it's a Holly Dominator, I mean, yeah, is it more work to redo the torque model versus Dave's plug and play? I don't have to touch the airflow model. Sure. I think that's brilliant, the way it's integrated. So I think for the vast majority of people, I think it's a phenomenal idea. Is there potentially more room for improvement if we have a lot more control over the DI? I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where my argument really lied, was just, it heavily biases port, which in my opinion kind of gives you a foot on the neck. If we had access to the DI-PI split, I think it would be a very, very good contender. Well, it also lacking the boost control and the TCC control and the nitrous control, lacking all of the other features, which I think he said is coming. Yeah. But until it's there, it can't compete, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's implementing all of it. So, I mean, I have no doubt he'll have something, locked down for it. But, I mean, that's just what I've seen. And having a ton of experience with DI/PI cars, the problem with port, at some point you're displacing air, so, you're displacing air inside the port when you're hosing it with port. So the more
Right.
DI, the more
That
DI,
also goes for meth. So
right.
we did a test. Well, I didn't do it, but Mike Satar did it. He can actually tell you. He was doing a Mustang and it had a lot of meth on it, or it didn't have any meth. He would dyno it, and the intake temps were just through the roof. So he added meth to try to cool it down, and he got it cooled down, and the car made the same power because the amount of meth he had to spray to offset that temperature offset that much airflow that the car didn't make any more power. Now, arguably, was it safer? Sure, because it's methanol, but you could definitely see the loss in power. And Reflex does have the ability to do the same way, lock the injection window and tune that way. So they have a simple and a not simple mode, I guess. I don't know. I forget what he calls it. But even testing it on his own car, he saw the loss of power that we couldn't get back without going back to the manual mode. So that's where my issue is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, that's still why I like the more advanced controllers like a Holly, especially like twin turbo cars. I mean, that's the best boost control I've ever used is standalones. I mean, I got infinite control now, but I want full control of my DI window, man, because and Jason's car is a prime example of this. I am literally, so he uses FIC 30s and a big bore pump. But we got 900 wheel, roughly worth of DI. Well, he's on Ignite Red, so that's probably more like 850. But
yeah,
I'm literally using every ounce of DI in that car. And basically I do kind of the same thing that Dave wants you to do with the Atlas. I mean, I lock the maximum allowable injection window. I just drop it much further. So I still have a lot more control over my PI-DI blend. But Jason's car, we're 100% maxed on the DI side, but we're also 100% tapped on the 4 triples. We're also 100% tapped on the 1300 injectors that are in the thing.
Is that something that you've noticed? This is something I've noticed, but have you gone both ways and noticed the difference in the response rate of a car when you go heavily on port or you go back to heavily DI? I've noticed on my car, the car is a lot more explosive if I can get more DI.
I mean, dude, you got an injector right in the cylinder. I mean, I'll argue till I'm blue in the face. I love DI. I love DI. I love everything about it. I just don't like the fact that we haven't made a freaking injector that can, go to 1,000+ wheel with these things yet. And trust me, if I could, I'd probably never use port.
Not yet, but it may be there. I will let you know in like 2 weeks.
The technology's there. I mean, diesels do it. Diesels operate at a much higher pressure. I mean, I have to imagine it's capable. We have the capability, but dude, 100%. I think cars just drive nicer. They're so much more responsive with DI than port. It's just, unless you've got crazy compression on port, they feel a lot lazier than a DI car.
Right. Well, and with the Nostrum 51s that I'll be trying out, the only issue I think I'm going to have is I may run out of pump because I have a stock LT4 pump, but I have talked to K-Tech and we may go to the Goliath pump. If we do that, I really feel, even if I went down to like an E65, I think I could get that to 1,000 wheel. And 1,000 wheel at E65, I think is plenty sufficient.
I've made over 1,000 wheels. So back in the day, and I hated this combo, but I did the XDI, I think it was a 65s, and I did their belt-driven pump. And on full E85, I made it right to 1,000. So I have no doubt if you even get that belt-driven pump out of the equation, because I thought that thing was horrible. But yeah, you use the Goliath pump in like a 65, or Nostrom's injector or whatever. 100% you could, on E50, I think you could make over 1,000.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I've done the dual pump thing, and I actually had good luck with it, but I have seen 2 cars catch fire with that. So I don't know installer what the deal was, but I have not had good luck with the Lingenfelter big bore. I've had it leak fuel in motors on 2 or 3 cars. Again, I don't know if that's install error or the product. That's just where I've been. And I've made more power on an engine dyno, taking the Lingenfelter pump out, putting a stock LT4 pump, and it was able to make more power.
Now, I've personally never had a single issue with a Lingenfelter pump. but
Right.
I've always been a more controlled environment when it was done. Like Jason's has had the original, actually so we had the original Lingenfelder pump on that car for 3 years, and we put the big boy motor in the thing, and I was draining the freaking rail, something fierce, and I blamed it on the Lingenfelder pump, and we ended up swapping it, still draining the rail. Come to find out that wasn't the problem all along. The Noonan block offsets the lifter. Okay, and we were having pump preload problems because of the lifter. Plus, it was floating the hell out of it. So we had spring geometry and lifter geometry problems trying to get that thing set up. But it was never, the pump never failed. So I mean, I arguably could have said we would have used the original Lingenfelder pump had we, you know, but we obviously put a new one on because we had it. But I haven't had one fail on me.
Okay. Well, then, like I said, I'm going to try the injectors by themselves first, even if I get the K-Tech pump, and then I'll go back the next day with the pump, and I'll see how much further that gets us. But that brings us into 1 mile an hour.
Oh, shit, man. I thought it was 204.
You got us by one.
I think you're like 0.8 mile an hour, man.
Yeah. Look, he put 203. He didn't put a point. We were 202 point something. I'll figure that out. But,
Hugo, I need you to get specific, dude. It matters.
Yeah. All
no,
right.
people don't understand how hard it is to go 200 plus mile an hour in a freaking C7 Corvette, dude. It's not easy.
That's a fact. I see people all the time. They're like, "Oh, I seen y'all out there, you know," and we have like 4 or 5 C7s at a time doing 195, 196, 197, and then the other one doing 202. And people are like, "Oh, we'll do that." And they go to a half mile and they run 180, 185. And they're like, "I make like 1,200 horsepower. I don't get it." I'm like, dude, it's all about keeping that thing happy the whole way down there. If you tune that thing like a quarter mile or an eighth mile car, you will be on the side of the track real fucking fast.
Well, that's the other thing that just comes from experience. You tune an eighth mile car different than a quarter mile car. I get way more aggressive in an eighth mile tune up than I can a quarter mile tune up. You don't tune a half mile car the same way you tune a quarter mile car. You got way more time under load and heat that you got to account for. And dude, you got drag I mean, dude, the aerodynamic drag at 200 mile an hour.
Pieces of tape. We've had pieces of tape to gain a mile an hour.
Yep.
But I mean, we've been competing out here in Puerto Rico, the half mile, for like 4 or 5 years. And we always get first, second, third place. But it's because we go out there with a plan. You know, half mile, I love half mile stuff because it really showcases how well you can keep everything happy and for that long. And I like when I get a lot of guys that'll get out there and they're super fucking pumped and they're ready to go, and their tuner just hasn't done this before or has only been to one. And after like the second run, they're like, "I'm done," which I relate to because I went to the Texas Mile. And after my first trip to the Texas Mile, that is not something I like playing with.
Dude,
I watched so many cars leave on a trailer.
The worst experience I've ever had in my life. It was also one of the best experiences, so it's not all bad. So at Vengeance, we built a C7 ZR1 for a guy. Made 850 wheel, just like little heads cam car, pulleys, whatever. And he road coursed the shit out of this thing, right? You wanna have a heart attack as a tuner.
Oh,
he goes, "Hey man, can you come to the road? Can you come to Road Atlanta with me so we can log the car, make sure everything's up?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, no problem." Dude, by like lap 3, you know, all the freaking heat, the manifold temps are over 200 degrees, and dude, you're just cringing, man. That's the hardest shit I've ever seen on cars, man. I'll take a mile, I'll take a half mile, but tuning a car for road course racing or getting it all set up, man, that's a whole different deal.
Road course cars, I do a couple of them, and I won't tune them outside of the road course. Like, we'll get it close, but you're going to tune it at the road course. You're going to send me a lap, you know, at the most 2 laps, and then we're going to set everything up for some limiters for, you know, as the intake temp comes up, it's got to adjust that boost. You know, oh, we know this curve's coming up after this time. We need to have the trans in this gear. If you don't tune like that on a road course, man, they're not going to have a good time out there. I don't think.
I was live with a laptop in my lap, and I'm like literally hitting M, you know, I'm marking everything.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, okay, this is turn 1, this is turn 2, this is turn A. I'm trying to like literally mark all of this stuff, trying to get this thing as close as I can. And it's like, that's a whole different ball game trying to do that, man.
Let's see. Positive results of bell mouth velocity stacking on PD blower. I've had significantly good results. I don't think anybody can argue that one. So, have y'all tested with them without, or?
We did, I want to say we did, and man, it was substantial. Like it was, I think it was 60, 70 wheel at Jason's power level.
I can tell you, Matt Owen, when I did the Go Hard podcast with him,
Mhm.
he said doing that snorkel out the front on his C7 picked up 100 wheel.
I believe it going down track. In fact, I'd arguably say it'd be more because you're going to likely pick up a pound or two of boost in the process. But I'm talking stationary on a dyno, hood open. The difference.
Well, he put
running
his 75-mile-an-hour fan in front of it. That's how he was able to calculate that.
But again, I mean, you go from 75 to 160. You know,
Right.
I'm sure there's even more to be gained there. But yeah, I mean, just on a stationary, hub dyno, we picked up a substantial amount with the bell mouth. And we started with a 5-inch on Jason's, and we got a 6-inch on that thing now, 6-inch with a bell mouth.
Jesus, yeah.
So, and you want to talk about turbulence with a MAF signal, trying to make that thing work, dude. There were some tricks I had to pull out from every angle to make that thing idle correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, because then once you move the MAF so much, you throw all the torque and the VBE off, and it's yeah.
So the MAF is literally flatlined from like 3,000 hertz all the way down. It's literally flatlined because
it's not even moving that.
Well, yeah, the frequency bounces from like 200 hertz to 3,000 hertz sitting at idle. I mean, but in order to keep the blade steady and keep keep the torque happy at idle, that's the only way I could get that thing to start, run, and drive and get to the damn staging lanes.
Yeah, I can see that. Best fluid for 10L90. My so far testing has been the OE fluid, and the level is super critical. I don't know about moving it over half a quart. What are your thoughts on that?
So we have also had the best luck with OE fluid. I know, in talking to Sam, I think he was going to test AMSOIL, so some AMSOIL fluid, but I haven't really heard anything if he's had success with that. Early on when we thought we were fighting something else with the 10L90, we would overfill Jason's by a lot, only to have it puke right back out of the can and realize that was never the problem in the first place. The problem with the 10L90s is, and this is one thing I'm kind of holding, a little on.
I was about to say, I don't know if I'd go. This is live.
Yeah, I'm not going to divulge what is I can just tell you that the fluid level is not I mean, trust me, it's a problem. It needs to be properly filled, but overfilling it is not the problem that people are having with 10L90s. So
that's an 8L, 6L deal. Right.
Yeah. 6L all day. I've usually had to overfill them by a quart or so. Same thing with 8 speeds, but 10 speeds. I mean, dude, you get them right on the fill. I mean, and the tune-up's right, the fluid's right. Don't get them over 200 degrees. They get real kinds of pissed off when you start getting the temps over that. We try to run Jason's between about 130 and 160 degrees. We do not like going much over that. Shifts start getting a little sloppy, and but man, in that window, that thing shifts like a banshee now.
Yeah, back when I was doing a lot of the 6L stuff, honestly, the best fluid I found for that was the Valvoline Max from Walmart. Yep. Mostly because it was affordable and it held at 1,700 horsepower. Mm-hmm. But there's something in the 6L that anything under, I think it's 123 or 126 degrees, they don't shift right. And I've learned that on Wendy's car because she has 3 transmission coolers. I'd have to, on cold nights when we go out roll racing, I'd have to put a piece of cardboard over it just so the trans would get warm enough when she was 6-speed to get that trans to act right. I don't know if the 10 speeds have that issue or not, but 130 to 160, if it was going over 160, we were pulling over to kind of like let everything cool down. So I don't know if that relates.
I haven't had a problem with the 10L90s being too cold. We've ran it anywhere from 100 degrees. What we'll usually do is like that car in it, for example, we'll start it up and we'll just actually like foot brake it into the converter just to build some heat and get the fluid at about 100, 110 degrees, and then we'll park the car. Because once I'm over 100 degrees, I'm fine. I've never had any adverse effects under, say, 130 or between 100 and 130. The car still shifts fine. It's only when I start approaching 200 degrees, the shifts will get sloppy. Now, the 10R80s are a little bit more temperamental in the Fords that I've found. Those
that's an overall crappier trans.
It's funny, man. I think the tuning's more advanced, but I don't think the trans is there. And I don't know.
There's several parts of the trans that are definitely
less
superior.
I mean, I would have to say so, but it's, you open up a 10R80 file and it's quite overwhelming how many, I mean, you got 1,000 tables just on the trans side of one of those. And then here's the 10L90 and we got, 100. But
Them
there's,
100 be working.
well, about GM nailed the 10L90, man. Once we've got all the quirks with it, it's going to be interesting this year to see how many rounds we can now go with his car because we've got all the bugs worked out. Because man, I used to cringe when we take it to the track because it was a crapshoot. God, I hope it just goes A to B. And sometimes it would just act up and just not initiate a shift. And it's so frustrating, man, when you spend all that time to try to make this work and it just has a mind of its own. But now that we have all the quirks, the car's just back to back to back 7-second passes like it was on a Sunday drive. And it's like finally everything is just working. So it'll be interesting to see how long that trans will stay alive because I mean, let's face it, I don't expect a 1,500 plus wheel car to have a healthy life with a 10-speed if you do any kind of significant racing with it without rebuilds in between.
Yeah, which I mean, and there's always going to be a service life on something.
Yeah.
I mean, we would go 80, 90 passes, pull the trans out, and it would still look great on the 6L stuff. So I know the 10L being in technically its infancy, there's no doubt in my mind we're going to get to that level. And seeing what I see now and the fact that we can shove it in everything and we're going to shove it in everything, that's only more motivation for us to make sure that it's going to get better and better and better.
Well, like after the successful passes that we just had, I mean, the car just went, literally the first trip back to the track, it busted off a 780 effortlessly at 175. I uncovered another problem with the car. I think the math was starting to fail up top because it got a little goofy at the top of the track. So it scrubbed off about 2-3 mile an hour. Belt was starting to chatter a little bit, but I have no doubt we're going to go 60s, 50s with the car when it's all said and done. And I think it'll live a happy life there, at least, 30, 40 passes before, interim refreshes or whatnot. I mean, I'm pretty confident in it now.
Which that's fair.
Mustangs, they're lucky to get 10 passes out of a 10R80. That's the other thing. You see all these 10R80 guys and Mustang guys that are like, Coyote went 7s. Yeah, the trans lasts a whole 5 passes and they're pulling it right back out again.
Yeah, I'm not. If that's the case, I would just go 400, which I don't like doing, but that's where I would have to go on those.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to say, guys that are on YouTube or Facebook and Instagram, move over to Tuned In with JWT on YouTube. Subscribe, like, share, help us, give us some thumbs up. We've been pulling this one for 2.5 hours now. I'm sure Brandon's getting tired too, but
I'm good. I'm good, dude.
He's hanging in.
Yeah.
I want to get the questions answered, but you guys show us a little bit of love. We're doing this for you guys. This is free information for you. It costs you nothing to subscribe. It costs you nothing to give us some thumbs up. Just help us build this. So I'm gonna go through a couple more. And again, for the guys that have subscribed and everything, thank you. We appreciate it, and this is gonna do good. Do you guys think the Torque Pro app suffices to review data from manufacturer's PIDs, parameter ID, instead of physical gauge in the car? View PIDs from your phone and app. I haven't used the Torque Pro app before, but I would assume it's just using the PID that is the calculated torque PID, which once you start messing with port injection and everything, it's only going to be so accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I know plenty of people that use that app, but it would really just depend. I mean, if it's a relatively stock car, bolt-on car, you're not hosing meth at it, you're not doing any of that stuff. I mean, I think it works pretty good for most guys.
Yeah, let's go. Somebody saying about the reverb. I know. I'm sorry. We're doing what we can.
Is that you or is it me?
It's because I think your phone and your computer, you're hearing it from my computer and it's going through your phone. Is the volume on your computer?
Well, I'm due for a charger again, so let me plug my charger back in. I get it up to about 30%, and then how's the reverb now?
Let me see. Is it? I can't really hear it that bad.
I don't hear any. I don't hear any.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was hearing on this end, but it's gone now. Isn't the shutter from bad converters? So it starts from the calibration, but yes, it can damage the converter. Do you agree with that?
Oh, dude, when it gets bad enough, like I don't know if you've ever been in one it's so bad. Like when you're on the highway, I was in a V3 once, man, and I was on the highway and I just went to the converter's locked up in 8th gear and I went to give it some throttle, man, and it literally felt like the car was going to fall apart. Like you're running over a rumble strip. It's so bad.
I've had to shake the dash pretty bad.
Yeah. Yes, it is really bad when they are shit the bed.
And when it gets to that, it's a lot harder to fix it in the tuning once it gets to that level, from what I've seen.
It's usually gone at that point. Like you can do. I mean, I've never been able to recover one when they're that bad. It's usually, yeah, dude, you need a new converter, or you just run the converter unlocked for the rest of your life.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't tell them to do that, because they'll do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that
I
on
hear
a
you.
10-speed either. I see so many of these tuners that are running 10 speeds unlocked. Don't fucking do that.
No.
That's a horrible idea. You will burn that trans to death. It just doesn't like it.
It builds a ton of heat.
All right. So this one, is this one that you would want to answer?
So we got
Totally
Gen
up to you.
5 6.2 virtual torque tuning, big cam, trims good, wide open throttle, fuel 12.9, but mid throttle pass, the throttle is only hitting 54%, but actual throttle is 90. So I guess my question is this a blower car? Is this a boosted car? So typically in my experience, there's only a couple reasons the throttle will close. Your driver demand is less than what's in your virtual torque table. So in other words, you're not requesting enough. If your driver demand is above virtual torque to a point, now you can make virtual torque too high. Like Jason's car, we found a limit to how high you can go, but the peak torque is either getting in the way. So if your peak torque is raised out of the way, your driver demand is high enough. Typically, I don't really see throttle closures unless like it's a Century car, a twin turbo car, where you're pressurizing the barrow. There's ways around that too, but that can also close the blades. I mean, I guess I would need more information on the combo. I see wide open throttles 12.9, so I'm assuming it's NA. So to me, you're either not requesting enough torque, you're running into a torque limit like in the trans side or even the engine side on a per gear basis, or your peak torque is not raised high enough. It's usually going to be a combination of those. That was long-winded. Justin, did I lose you? I think I lost Justin here.
All right. Sorry, I'm back. I had to go pee.
Oh, shit.
Whew. Sorry,
I'm over here just like blank staring into the camera like Bueller.
I forgot I had the microphone on and it mutes. All right,
no,
sorry about that.
I think I answered his question, but it's always a torque problem, man. So yeah, either if you artificially raised your virtual torque too high, and now you've got into a situation where the virtual torque is higher than what you're requesting, that will close the blade. So just make sure your request is higher than the virtual torque and your peak torque is out of the way, and obviously your trans limits is out of the way too.
What about a 2015 manual car?
Oh, so a C7?
Yep.
There's ways around that too. So increasing torque rate request limits is one way I've got around those. There's actually, and this is getting really the deep end of the pond, but there's actually background cals. It's an actual like a DRT torque request that can cause those issues too. So there's always ways around everything.
I just know when I first started doing the Gen 5 stuff, that specific one burned me, and I've learned it now, but that might be something that if somebody has an issue with, they should definitely take your course so they can,
I mean, we're
able to reach out to you for that one. That one's going to burn people.
We're getting into really deep stuff. I mean, these are like random one-off questions that people will, I mean, the course will cover probably 90% of all these higher level things that we're talking about. Those last like 10%, the more hey, I've got a heads cam, 2015 C7. I floor the car in 5th gear going down the highway, and the throttle doesn't open up as fast as I'd want. Okay, there's ways around that, but yeah, I mean the increasing torque rate request limit, when they added those tables, man, that was a game changer.
Yeah, yeah. But a lot of people don't know about that, and that's where your continued support would come in handy.
100%.
With the barrier of entry being relatively low to become a tuner, I know it's sad, but is there a negative outcome if each year hundreds of tuners enter the market? I still don't think, in my opinion, I don't think it's negative, because in my experience doing this for 15 years, I see a lot of fly-by-night guys. I see the guys that'll come in there, and if they don't have the love and the drive for this, they're going to wash out. Now, I have seen some that, in my opinion, are not very good at this, and they somehow built a fan base, and they are still doing this after a couple years. But in time, that will show, because just like when Gen 5 came out, a lot of the guys tried tuning them like Gen 4, and most of them washed out and shit the bed. So I say everybody, go ahead and try it. But if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, it's going to show very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to give people the wrong impression, but I'm an honest guy, and I'm never going to give you a sugar-coated answer with this. The end reality is, like, and I think I've seen a lot of my guys in here that have gone through my courses, and some of them own very successful shops, and that I see through these comments. My goal is to make everybody successful at this. Is that a reality? No, because at the end of the day, I mean, I can give you the keys to the kingdom. If your work ethic sucks, or your give a shit sucks, I mean, you don't have the customer's best interest at heart, you're going to fail. There's no way around it. And I still have guys that I literally have shown them the correct way to do this, and I see files, a year later, and they're shortcutting their way through shit. They're just trying to make a quick buck. They're in it for the wrong reasons. If the passion's not there, your moral compass doesn't point north, or you're just not an all-around good person, you're going to fizzle out quick, man. It's just, you're going to be a flavor of the week guy, bottom line.
Yep. And this is a very demanding career. I mean, again, you're dealing with people's investments. You're dealing with, somebody, in a lot of cases, some guys put every bit of their money into this. And if you go out there and blow this dude's car up just because you didn't care, I mean, you can only blow up so many cars before everybody's going to know. The age of the internet nowadays, it's pretty fast, and I'm not against it. If I'm out there blowing up a bunch of cars, you're going to see it. And that, I'm not saying that that'll never happen, right? Like, shit happens, but it's not out of, because we didn't care, right? It's because somebody was pushing the limits or something like that. But if you're a guy that's just going out there winging it, loading files that you found from other cars, and it's going to show, it's going to pop up, the work's going to show itself, and it's going to weed out those guys. So I don't think that it's a hindrance at all.
Especially the new guys. Especially the new guys in the industry. I can't stress it enough. Don't get out of your comfort zone, because that's when you're gonna lose a motor. And the problem is, if I lose a motor with a customer, chances are I know it's mechanical. They screwed something up on their end. And I mean, with the volume of cars that I do, I mean, I just had one let go on me on the dyno. It was a freaking 2016 Silverado. It literally had a cam only, and it made 330 wheel on D-cell. It pissed the rods right out the side of it. Truck had, I think I had 17, 18 degrees of timing in it on 91 or 93 octane. I mean, it was fairly light on spark. Shop knew it wasn't my fault. I knew it wasn't my fault. You're going to have issues like this, but when you're new, that's detrimental, man. You don't want that on your, you don't be very selective on what you do when you're new, because if you sling the rods out the side of something, you don't have the experience or the know-how or the proof to be able to sit down with somebody and explain why something happened. But, this is a shop I tune the Middle East for. I mean, I've tuned 100 cars for the guy. He knows my capabilities. I mean, the truck makes 300 horsepower. It's pretty hard to blow something up that makes 300, but no, is that oiling problem? Something happened and slung the rods right outside. That was the one motor I lost all year out of 800 cars. I mean, you're going to have them happen. If you do this shit long enough, something's going to blow up, trannies, motors, it's going to happen, especially at volume. But, But at the end of the day, I mean, every time I sit my head on the pillow, I know I've done everything in my power to make sure I've taken extremely good care of my customers. And I don't ever try to do anything that, if I do a new platform per se, and my hand is usually forced on a new platform. It's either a shop I tune for and they go, hey man, this new platform, it's this, and this. Like when Global B came out, I got hit up by the guys over at Vengeance, and they're like, dude, do you want to do this? I'm like, dude, I've never done one. They're like, well, I need you to do it. And I mean, I agreed. I happily agreed, but they know the risk going into it. Hey, I'm experimenting on this platform, and it has to be understood that that's what's happening, because there's a high likelihood something may go wrong. I don't know what I'm doing. Now I have enough experience, know-how, and wit to know that, hey, I'm probably pushing the envelope here. But again, when you're new at this, man, I can't stress it enough. Just be cognizant of the stuff you take, because if you get out of your comfort zone and you get out of your competency level, a blown up engine, a bad rep, bad press on the internet can ruin you real quick. And your shot at this it's going to be very difficult to rebuild from there.
Well, and that also goes to, if you get past where you're comfortable, there's people out here like us that you can reach out to, even if you think, maybe we're a little harsh online. Oh, the reverb's real bad now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
If we're harsh online, there's usually a reason, right? It's usually because we've repeated this 100 times, or you've asked the same question 36 times. But there are people out there that are going to help you. Don't just go wing it. If you're not comfortable, find somebody to help you with it, because at the end of the day, if you're not being honest with your customer and you're not being honest with yourself, you're just going to cause somebody heartache, and you're going to kill the dream for that customer. You're going to take one person that would have built probably 20 cars for the industry, and now he's done. He's going to buy a fucking big truck, and he's just going to leave his shit stock, and he's not dealing with this no more. And not only you, but everybody down the line has now lost that customer.
Yep.
And you kind of killed somebody's dream all because you were fucking selfish. Don't do that. Again, I have been doing this 15 years. I called Brandon today and said, hey man, I need some help with a car I'm going to go do. I'm going to fly out. Can you help me with it? He says, no problem. We're here to help. There's no reason why we wouldn't help. Maybe we won't tell you everything, right? And I don't expect Brandon to tell me everything, but we're going to get you enough to where you're not going to hurt somebody's shit.
I actually have, for the most part, I tell people everything. What I don't like people doing is stealing other people's, files and whatnot, and trying to, call them their own and whatnot. I will happily teach people everything that I know. Outside of maybe one or two things that it's took me a long time to figure out, which one is Jason's whole transmission issue. I'm gonna hold that to my chest for a little longer before I divulge that one. But outside of that, man, I'm a pretty open book. I mean, I don't hold anything back.
Well, and I've had issues where, and I'm sure you've had the same thing, and I'll say one specifically, and if he's listening, you know who you are. I did a 2012 CTSV for a guy in Colorado. It was a shop. And then I didn't hear back from him for almost 2 years. And then I start seeing people online recommending this shop as, the best 6L90 tuner out there, blah, blah, blah. And then I start getting cars that are coming to me that are having issues with tuning. And guy sends me a file, and I'm like, that looks really fucking familiar. I'm like, but this is a 2013. Hold on. And I go back and compare it, and it's the exact same file. So this shop has loaded that exact same file from that one car I tuned for him in like 30 cars over like a year or two, and claimed it as his. And then when I called him on it, I was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, this is, well, I didn't know that was an issue. And I'm telling you now, that's a fucking issue. Like, it's not even that you took my file and put it in everybody else's car, but you just risked and or hurt every transmission you did that in that didn't match that exact operating system, all because you didn't care. So that's something I hate.
And that's back to my point. Like, I hate the guy that just rips a guy's file off and then tries to profit from it and puts it in everybody's car. That's my gripe. I have no problem teaching people If you've got the drive and you can absorb what I'm going to give you, I'll happily give it to you. Anybody that's taken any of my stuff will tell you the same thing. I mean, ask, you shall receive. I'm not
And
going to.
there's plenty enough work out here for everybody.
100%.
You know?
That's the other thing people don't understand. This is a big industry when you start to unravel it.
Yep. So I think that kind of explains all that. Ask for help, but don't just copy stuff. Like, at least understand what you're doing and try to go from there. Because probably same as you, I tune for a lot of shops that claim that it's their tune. You're paying me, I don't give a shit. You can say it's your tune. That's fine. But at least, don't take that same file and load it in a bunch of cars and act like it's, that you did something properly. You're being a crook at that point.
Well, here's the next problem I have with guys that do this, that try to make a living off of this. When shit hits the fan and you actually have to be a tuner, because everything's hunky dory when it goes right. What happens when you're at the track? Something's not going your way. You got a problem that, dude, you're in the semifinals. You got to figure something out real quick at the track where shit matters. You can't copy and paste your way out of it. Yep. That's where you get hindered by the copy paste guys. When something goes south and they got to think outside the box, they can't do it.
Well, that's why you'll notice, and like I spoke on earlier, there's a few guys that I could say have been in this game long enough and have actually somehow built a name off of copy paste work. Mm-hmm. But when you go to the drag strip, they're not there.
Nope.
They're not competing, and they're absolutely not going rounds or in the finals with us. So, I know that used to be a big thing where people pick their tuner by who was at the track and doing stuff. Nowadays, it's a popularity contest. Super weird. But, I think that speaks a lot. If you're going to events and you're actually going rounds, that shows that, you're able to get your way out of a jam, because that's when real tuning comes in.
This is a very strange industry to me, because, I come from a series of industries that are always very professional. And then I get into this industry, and I've never in my life been a part of an industry where people just try to tear you down as much as this industry. It's mind blowing to me, man. And that's kind of why I don't really poke around online much anymore, because, gone are the days where you've got really high level guys trying to give advice, but they're quickly overrun by the dipshits that don't really know what they're doing. So, I mean, I don't really chime in on forums anymore, just because it's a 20-to-1 ratio of idiots with no experience versus the one guy that does.
Well, that's part of why, I learned that myself, and I stopped really kind of pitching in a lot in the public forums. And that's part of and we talked about this, why I decided to do this, because I can kind of put the guys on here that I feel comfortable with, that I know we can have an intelligent conversation. Whether we agree or disagree doesn't matter, because it's going to be an intelligent conversation at the end of the day, and people are going to benefit from it. Whether you agree with me, you don't agree with me, it doesn't matter. It's people that actually have the knowledge and that have been rounds and that have gotten records and things like that.
At the end of the day, man, there's 1,000 ways to get to a result in this industry. I'm sure I do things slightly different than you. You do things slightly different than me. At the end of the day, the results, I mean, you've achieved them. I've achieved them. I mean, but at the end of the day, what happens if we both actually share information? Hell, maybe light bulbs go off on both sides. It's like, okay,
now they're more fucked.
Now we're cooking with gas here. Yeah, exactly.
But Wicked Performance, this is definitely one that I don't know your approach for this. I can't stand that. If you tell me, well, so and so made this on the dyno, well, let me know what it ran at the track, and I'll tell you. Funny story. This happened the first C7ZR1 I ever tuned. I flew to Puerto Rico. It was the first one I was ever doing. I was nervous as shit, because that is a bear of an operating system.
Oh, it sure is.
I'm on the dyno and I'm tuning the car, and I can hear the guys behind me, and he's in Spanish. I don't know Spanish, but I knew something wasn't right. And I'm just like, what is going on? And basically he's telling the other guy, Cortez made this much on the dyno, blah, blah. I don't know why this car's making less. And basically somebody eventually told me that. And I got off the dyno and I said, look, man, I said, you can either let me finish what I'm doing and we go to the track tomorrow and I can show you what we do, right? Or I can load your other file back in here. We can move to the next car and you can fucking take it somewhere else. And he's like, no, go ahead and finish it. I think we still finished it like 40 horsepower less than the internet said. And then we proceeded in 3 passes to break the bolt-on world record and held it until we broke it with another one. So
I have a story behind that. I had a guy that was so close to that one, and I was gunning for it too, but he ended up locking the blower up and putting a freaking turbo on the car. It was a freaking shame, but
C701?
Yeah, C7ZR1.
He
The
was
car
coming for
went.
me. He talked so much shit to me. Same guy. He was a guy from Atlanta. He was at Vengeance.
No, different guy. No, this is a guy down here in Florida. He had a black C7ZR1, and dude, we made 980 with this car with a stock cam, stock heads. The car at 830 wheel had gone a 6.0 at 117 in the 8th. We never ran it out the back, but I'm like, all right, that's a 930 pass.
Yep.
So we put the car on X85, monster injectors in the port, all this other shit, right? Pulling it to the wind. It made like 280 kPA. All right. Cam's moving on me. I mean, it's everything I got to freaking make 1,000 with this thing, right? But dude, the guy took it. I mean, it made 160 more wheel. So like the car had a 570-ish in it. But man, he went out on the street. It hauled ass compared to the previous setup, but it ended up locking the blower up. And I was like, dude, you need to put a blower back on this thing. I need you to get to the track. And he's like, nah, I'm going to put a turbo on it. So
I think
that dream went away.
I think to this day, we still hold the bolt-on record at 9.0.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody's been faster than 9.0, but that was my buddy Alexander out here.
Yeah.
And now that car is significantly faster, but yeah,
I personally think an 880, 890 is possible out of a C7CR1.
Well, keep in mind, we were on 19s and we're still in Puerto Rico. You know, our good DA is 2600 with 120 water grain.
Well, that's like we're in Florida. You know what I mean? Same thing.
Yeah.
But Wicked is actually Scott. Scott's actually taken a few of our classes, live ones. Great guy.
He gets online a lot. I see that.
Well, he's been around for a while, and we actually used to tune some of his cars early on when he was getting his shop up and running. Super proud of him, man. He seems
very knowledguable.
Well, now he's doing all of his own stuff, man. You know, it's like so again, success story right there. The guy did everything I've showed him how to do, and he's killing it, man. So, but what is my approach to explaining to customers why a car doesn't make power? Truthfully, I don't even get in this debate anymore, man. Like, I think I rarely have it happen, but it's like, what kind of dyno are we on? If it's a Mustang dyno, throw this shit out the window, dude, because it's because
I've seen 140 loss from a dyno jet down the street to a Mustang.
So I had a Mustang dyno. I can speak on this personally because my Mustang dyno calibrated from Mustang dyno. Dude, if you had an 8-second car, I had one car make over 1,000 on my dyno, and it's a 7-second car. But an 8-second car would make 750, 800 wheel on my dyno, and everybody's crying the blues. But it's like, it's irrelevant, man. Like, if it's on a Mustang dyno, I don't really care. Just take it to the track, and then we can discuss if something's wrong. But a dyno jet, a little bit more of a, they're kind of consistent across the board. But again, where's my fuel? What's the blade look like? Is it open? Does it have spark? Do I have boost? Do I have belt slip? I mean, I present facts. Here, dude, the blade's wide open. I can't put any more freaking timing in this. We tried and it picked up 3 horsepower. You're done, dude. Like, if this is what you've given me, and I just provide the data to them, like, your fuel, I went up and down. I leaned it out. I richened it up, dude. It's done. It makes no more power. I added a degree, 2 degrees. It picked up 3 horsepower. We cooled it down. We did a glory pull. It made 10 more horsepower. I mean, dude, you're done. There's nothing more left. I need pulley. I need boost. I need parts in order to make any more power.
Yeah. Well, and we kind of touched on it a little bit before. Once you kind of have a tuner that's capable, that's been doing this for a bit, there's only going to be so much difference in the power output. A lot of it's going to go into the drivability, the dedication to track time, things like that. It's not like one tuner is going to magically pick, another 80 horsepower out of thin air.
Well, that's the other thing people don't understand. If you got competent guys on both ends, they're going to be within 5 horsepower of each other. I mean, and the 5 horsepower is irrelevant. It's probably temp, but dude, I've had guys where they had the air brake on the dyno the whole time and we're down 150 wheel. And then, a week later, they're like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I had the air brake on the dyno. I put the car back up. We're making 880 now. It's like, but I don't hold any weight. If the car came from another shop or the car came from some Joe Schmo with a Landon C dyno or some other brand dyno, it's irrelevant to me. If the car wasn't baseline there and we're not doing a true A to B comparison, I don't care.
And that's where the draggy comes in.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll tell people, I'm like, I know about how much power you need to make to go how fast 60 to 130. And if you're not doing that, either you've got something wrong in the tune or the car's not making the power you think it's making. Because I've got several people making 1100 horsepower that claim, they're like, oh, I ran a 480. And I'm like, you don't make 1100 or your car's broken.
But I mean, dude, I've had drag radials sponge up 100 wheel on a dyno. I had a C6 ZR1 that on street tires would make, 1050. He came back, I guess he did a dyno day with a set of Fluffies. I call them Fluffies drag radials. And the car made like 920. And he's all pissed off. And I'm like, well, what changed? He goes, well, I put drag radials on the car. I'm like, well, I mean, dude, you're talking about a soft tire versus a, concrete brick. I mean, dude, tires, air pressure. I mean, dude, do a test one day. Put air pressure at 15 pounds and 30. I mean, you'll pick up another 30, 40 wheel. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah. I always try to stick to the street tire stuff because, typically if you're spinning, it's because you have it strapped wrong.
Yeah.
Or you should just use a hub dyno. Real quick on this one, there's ways around this, but this would be something that you would just hit me up, especially since you have an FCRX7. You can hit me directly because that's my shit. And I'll help you out with that, but that's not really something right on here. Jason Herrera, Stupid Fast actually tuned an Acura Integra for me back in the day. Little stock motor, 50 trim turbo, whatever it was back then, ran like 11.9 on street tires. So I'd definitely like to get him on here at some point. Let's see. He said, gotcha.
In a PO1, you have a limit?
I don't think I've ever seen a limit in there.
I've never seen a limit in a Gen 3 ECU. I mean, I personally had a PO1 in my turbo car, and I mean, I ran 210 pound an hour injectors in that thing. The 127 limit is an E67 limit.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I don't think a P1 has a limit. But then again, the last time I saw a PO1 was probably like 5 years ago.
Yeah, if you've got a limit in a PO1, I have never seen one. So this would literally be a first for me in a lot of different Gen 3s.
This is a good question. I don't know if this works for you. Like when I went to UTI, you were able to use a GI Bill, but I don't know if your school supports GI Bills or not.
So it's a funny story. We are working very hard to get that through and get all the military stuff approved for it. So we are also working on Title IV funding for all the university stuff that we're doing. So we there is a whole lot of red tape behind this stuff that people don't see, trying to get all this stuff approved. But yes, we are working on that.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Well, hang on. Yes and no.
Okay.
Pressure at sea level.
At sea level, yes. So if you go up in the mountains, it's not going to be that.
It's going to be 1280, 13 something. I mean, I always look at KPA, but 85, 87 KPA is going to be something you're going to find in Denver. And that's, if you convert that over, you're probably going to be, 13-ish, for an atmospheric pressure, but atmospheric pressure is just relative to elevation.
I can tell you KPA in El Paso the other day was 88 because I was like, man, I think your maps are just messed up. Let me check something. And I'm like, where are you at? Because I'm in El Paso. I'm like, oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. When I see that on a key on engine off, the first question is, I'm going to assume you're in the mountains. Yeah. I'm way up here in Denver. Okay. That makes sense.
I'll tell you now, that's something to touch on real quick that people may not see. A factory CTSV runs about 23 to 24 degrees of timing, like OE tune. In Albuquerque, I went to log one and it runs 29 degrees.
Well, it fell down the sill air mass is all it did.
that's something that I've seen a lot of tuners that in certain areas, because we tune, I guess I tune all over the world. So do you, right? So you've kind of learned, you got to know the fuel, you got to know, the height, where they're at, all of that, right? And then if you got a car that is not getting in as much air, that you've got to supplement that with timing, and you got to move your table around a little bit. Excuse me. So if you built your table right, that would work. But I get a lot of guys that do that whole, boom, everything 16 degrees, right? So it doesn't matter where the car's at, it's getting that 16 degrees. It doesn't matter if it gets a cool night and it picks up 10 pounds of boost for some reason, it's getting 16 degrees. Or if it's real hot and it gets 5 pounds of boost.
I mean, I use some common sense when I build timing tables. Like, if I'm tuning, let's take a LT1 with a Century strap to it. At 1.0 still air, I'm going to target roughly NA timing, very slight load. So what's an NA LT1 going to take? 22, 23, sometimes 24 degrees. That's going to be kind of my foundation for there. And then I'm going to start to taper down. We'll make a pull. Okay, on 6-7 pounds of boost on a stock bottom end, I'm going to be 13-ish degrees, maybe 14 degrees on pump gas to keep the freaking pistons from exiting the car. And then I'm going to try to kind of blend between the two and build it that way. So again, it's
most
just like
of that,
what's that?
Because if it gets cold and you pick up boost and it comes in and gets more still air, it needs to drop the timing.
Right.
That's where my argument is with that timing table shit.
Yep.
And 80% of the guys out there, if you pull your tune and it's not done by, guys like us, you're going to see that one number. And if you see that and you think that that's okay, then you just don't care.
Yeah.
For me, I like at 1,000 or more. Honestly, I like a hub dyno at any point because I like the repeatability. I haven't had the greatest luck with dyno com, but mainline I've had phenomenal results with. And every time I dyno my car, I can go to the track and I can trap matching that mile an hour every time.
I'm not a huge fan of the dyno com. We tried that. So the problem I always had with that thing is the loads aren't repeatable. You got to tune the freaking dyno to each car. I mean, a PD car, you have one load setting. A twin turbo car, I mean, I had that thing dead stop a couple cars halfway through a pull, man. And it's not a cool feeling when you take a 1,200 horsepower car and it just almost locks it down. I mean, the main line, I mean, you can simulate like length of time. That's ultimately how we found Jason's problem with a mainline dyno. I mean, we were able to simulate we slowed it down to a crawl to a 9-second pull. And basically I said, I want to lug this car down to basically simulate more than it's going to see on the track. And it shifted beautifully through every gear. And that's when we started digging in, and we ultimately found the resolution of the problem. But yeah, I mean, I love the main line significantly more than the dyno comps. But the dyno jets, what I like is you can also simulate going through gears. So you can't really do that on a dyno jet or a Mustang down on a roller dyno. Car makes 1,200 wheel. Your second, third, fourth, fifth are worthless. I mean, you're going to basically be able to do a fifth and sixth gear pull. But on when traction's out of the equation, now I can dial in the 2-3, 3-4, 4-5, 5-6, and get them all right where I need, at least a baseline before I go to the track.
Yeah. I just think I've had such good luck with the mainline stuff that it helps a lot. This could basically go for any of these. A bucket system definitely makes it better, but it does in turn limit how many pumps you can run. That's what I've seen. I think we're finally dwindling down a little bit.
Everybody went to bed.
Shit, you're telling me. It's 12 o'clock here.
I'm 11.
Yeah. All right, we'll do this. So last question, and we'll wrap it up. What bundle do I need to join in the tuning school for a turbo Gen 3 LS build?
I mean, if you're talking about mine, I mean that LSX subscription I have, it's $39. I mean, pretty much cover anything you're going to need to do in a Gen 3.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, shit, that was a hell of a thing. A lot longer than I thought it'd go, but I think we covered a lot. And
this is the longest I've ever been on any podcast, man, by about 2 hours.
Well, that just shows good. Hey, that shows that we have good customers and we have good people that, want to learn this information. Like I said, subscribe, show us what more you want. give us some thumbs up. Let's tell people how to find you, Brandon.
Oh, so somebody in here is saying he wants to shut the bar down. I have a lot more questions. Well, shit, fire away, man. I got.
Go ahead. Where are we at? What
I'll
I
tell you
missed?
what. I'll tell you what. I'll go. I don't know if you've got a time limit, but I'll go
I'm
another
flying
15
tomorrow. I
minutes.
don't care. I'll be
All right.
freezing my balls off in Philadelphia.
All right.
So I don't care. Wendy's already over there snoring.
Oh, my
But I
wife's
do see my boy Gearhead Court in here. What's happening? It's my buddy Mike from Houston. He's got, if y'all don't follow his channel, it's funny as shit. You got to watch that. Which question were you at? Because I didn't see any of that. Mine just updated. It was out of questions and then it just popped up like 30. Why do people like the V2 over the V3? Because the V2 is arguably the best car GM's ever made, in my opinion.
C7ZR1 for me, dude.
Huh?
C7ZR1 for me.
Okay, so yes, but for the budget, even new, for the budget that car came out with, the strength of the drive line, because the rear end on a C7 will always be one of the biggest fucking fumbles they've ever made.
Yep. Well, Corvette period. That goes all the way back to C6 Z06s and busting diffs and shit.
The V2, literally, we did a small cam, a set of turbos, and a wagon and went 890.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's not many platform cars, especially in that weight category, 4,600 pounds, that are going to do that and do that multiple times.
I've never been able to love that car. Like, I respect the platform and what it can do. There's no, but like, I'm like one of these guys, dude. I gotta be attracted to the thing. Like, I think a wagon's badass. I think a V2 wagon looks sick as shit. But like,
I'm a coupe guy, so maybe I'm jaded because everybody hates the coupe, but I love it.
I like the coupes, but I don't like the 4-doors, man. I've just never been able to get into it, man. I'll take a V3 over a V2.
I like the V3. I think it's a very sexy car. I think that the V3 just never seems to perform.
No, they suck. No, they as far as performance to the V2, it sucks.
Now that we're putting the 10 speeds in them, we've already gotten into the 8s with it. I'm like, okay. But I think the V3 had a lot of things missing in the software to begin with. And we just started getting a lot of it. And the V3 is going to get better. But I don't think it'll ever be what the V2 was when the V2 came out. I mean, that car
for the budget. No, I mean the V2 is tough, man. It's tough to be. I like the, and what's funny is you'd think the 5th gen ZL1 would have done something compared to the V2, but it's like the V2 seems to kick the shit out of it.
Yeah, well, even like I tell people, you know, the V2 versus ZL1, mod for mod, the V2 always beats it. Every time we go to Cadillac Attack, the V2 always beats the ZL1s. There's never a ZL1 that's competing that isn't a gutted race car.
And I don't know why, because I think the 5th gen's lighter.
And it's lighter. It has better suspension options.
Yeah.
It theoretically should be the better car, but it's not.
I agree.
That also gives me a little of the love towards that V2.
Yep.
Like, you know, and I only have 2 V2s at the time, but, you know, I've never lost a love for them. Just, you know, the customer base kind of went down. But I think it's going to come back with a 10-speed. I think we're going to come back.
I've always been a Corvette guy. Like, I don't know why, dude. Like, I have a C8Z now, and I freaking love that car. I really do. But I see a guy in here. He's like, something about I busted my C5 diff 3 times. Well, I know your pain, dude, because if you drag race a Corvette, you literally hate money. Like, point blank, you just hate money. I bet you I've spent 30 grand in diffs, and that's probably
I've been through 4.
Yeah. It's awful.
What was this? Hey, look, I'm on an island on the side of a mountain on Starlink in a concrete house. Give me a fucking break. Okay, at least I'm here. I'm doing what I can. Let me make sure I'm caught up in the comments, man. Where are you at? Who are you seeing?
Somebody said, what is the best car for the money? I thought that this is always an interesting topic. The C7ZR1, I think somebody said a Red Eye or a Hellcat, the GT500. What's the best car for the money or whatever? I think somebody said that. That's always a fun conversation.
Damn it, I'm trying to find it. Where'd all these comments come from? I want to pull it up, but I need to know where it's at.
I think I got it up here. I'm scrolling through.
Because I'm definitely down for that conversation. That's going to be a good one. I mean,
Okay,
we're definitely not going to agree.
It's from the same guy. What's both your
What
opinions
time?
on the best car? It said, I don't
What
know.
time is it?
I don't see a time. It's from Horsepower Patriots. What's both your opinions on the best car for the street? New GT500, ZL1, C7Z, or Red Eye, and why?
Currently, right now?
Yeah.
Like, and what were the options? Because I still don't see it.
So new GT500. Well, so here, this isn't fair because he says new GT500, ZL1, C7Z, or Red Eye. The real question is you got to put the ZR1 in there. That's the debate.
Well, I'll put that with the C7, right?
Yep.
And boy, look, I don't know if you saw that monoxide clip where I had said that ZR1 is daddy, and
I did not.
people really fucking hated that. But
I have
again,
an opinion. I'm gonna let you go first. I have my own opinion, and it's long-winded.
So I'd keep it real short. I think the C7 ZR1 is the best car out of that. And I know that price is a hindrance. And if price is your hindrance and it's a money thing, that's a whole different conversation. But, you know, I had said something in that clip that, you know, it has the most advanced suspension. And somebody's like, well, it's got a leaf spring. Well, it also has mag ride. And people are like, well, mag ride's old technology. So how come Ferrari's using it now? How come Audi's using it? How come they're all leasing it from GM? Because it's fucking incredible. It's a great suspension. You know, the diff is really good if it doesn't break. So the ZR1 diff is a lot stronger, even though we've already broke it. It comes with a 2650. It comes with direct injection, port injection. I mean, bolt-ons, we went 9.0 on something we could easily replicate. I mean, and bolt-ons, I mean, that didn't even have a ported blower on it. So in my opinion, I do agree that the GT500 is a contender, but that transmission is always going to be a hindrance in that car.
So I am a huge C7 ZR1 fanboy. There's a couple ways I look at this. If the ultimate metric is how fast between the delta of stock versus modified can I go with the least amount of mods, the GT500 wins for me every time. I tune a bunch of these, right? And literally a 2.6 upper, a ported blower, a set of injectors, a throttle body, an intake, and long tubes, and they will make 1100 wheel. And it's a 3.9-ish, low 4, 60 to 130 capable car. And at the strip, they will run 890s to 920s, depending on your tuner and depending on how the car leaves at the track. And the downside is you got a DCT against a fucking torque converter. So yeah, but I've never personally had many issues out of that DCT under 1100 wheel. Now you get 1300 and above, 1200 and above, they blow. It's a crapshoot. But it's a toss up for me between the GT500 and the ZR1. Now monetary standpoint, But if you're roll racing, I think the GT500 takes it. If you're drag racing, it's a toss up because the DCT, you're out of the equation from a roll race. That leave on a GT500 with a DCT is rough, man. That's tough to nail down. But yeah, you're usually one or two more parts in the C7 ZR1 to equate to that similar ET range. But to me, man, it pains me to say this because I'm a GM guy, but the freaking Coyote those motors are way more efficient, and it's like boost is crack dust to those things.
That's the big argument, right? Everybody's like, well, for that kind of money, I'd buy a Coyote. Well, again, if it's for that kind of money, that's a different argument.
Yep.
Because the Coyote motor is a phenomenal motor for a straight line race. It's phenomenal. I will give it that. But at 1,000 wheel, that motor is going to shit the bed very soon. So with a C7 ZR1, I'll push that bitch to 1,400 without fucking blinking twice.
I'll tell you the story. So somebody, and I'll encompass this into one story because Philip asked about my jail story. So I'm going to give it. So here's the deal. When I wanted to break into the Ford platform, I bought a 2020 Performance Pack GT, fresh off the showroom floor, 0 miles. I rolled it straight into Vengeance's shop, and I had him do twin turbos, built trans, converter, fuel system. I mean, basic bullshit. I mean, it was like 6 parts. I roll the car right over to the dyno and it makes 1,100 virtually effortlessly on 16 pounds. And the first trip to the track, the car ran 890 at 160. Like stock convert, yeah, literally off of a foot brake, dude. And I missed a couple tables because they weren't available back then, but there was, so brake torque management on GM is called dual foot on Ford, and that table wasn't defined back then, and I couldn't get the damn thing to leave off the foot brake, and I couldn't figure out why. Well, now that the table's out, I'm sure I could have really that was off of a 1,460 foot. The new owner that bought my car, I think, has gone 850s, 860s at 160 something mile an hour, and it's still in the original motor. It's still in there. There's the same trans. I mean, it literally runs 850s like clockwork. I mean, it's stupid.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong,
I trust the Coyote. I trust the Coyote to about 1,100, 1,000 to 1,100. And then after that, it's like pulling a pin on a grenade. A C7 ZR1, I won't blink twice to make 1,300 plus.
Yeah.
It's like an LS9, dude. Like, I just don't ever have a fear of the rods going out the side of it.
Right. Yeah. They're stout.
But yeah, I mean, the Coyote definitely takes more parts, but dude, the car's boring as shit to drive. I mean, any of you Ford guys in there, I own the car. I drove the car. It was fast as shit in a straight line. It was the most boring car to drive to me. Like, it had no character.
That's my issue and man, you hit a water puddle and them fucking things are all over the place. Like,
Yeah.
literally, I hit a curb driving a 2019 down the road because I hit a water puddle and the car just goes boop. I'm like, my vet wouldn't do that. I can spin that thing straight at 130. Well, I say that, and then I did spin it out at LS Fest, but
dude, I just like, man, if I had to pick one of the three, I don't like Hellcats. I'll be honest with you. I love the freaking motor. I hate the body.
I like the transmission.
That 8-speed is the best trans on the planet.
If they could take that trans and put that in the GM stuff, the control and the algorithm, that bitch is bad. So I don't know how those cars aren't easily going faster.
I don't really even like the tuning side of them because, dude, they're actually really easy to tune, but it's like weird what you have to do in there. But like, dude, you can botch injector data, you can botch all kinds of stuff, and those transmissions literally just shift happily ever after.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
No, the wide bands are freaking awesome. I love the drivetrain in Hellcats. I hate the car. If they would freaking put that
and the interior.
Well, dude, if you want a daily drivable 1,000 horsepower car that drives like a yacht and is super nice, I mean, that's a great car, but it's just like the Mustang. It's just boring to drive to me. Like just a vet, the GM line just has more character to me when I drive them. That's just, and the vet's a whole on another.
I think, and this is one of the points I had, because I still think the C7 ZR1 is better than the C6 ZR1. If you don't like that, fight me.
I agree. I agree 1,000%.
But you 100% feel more connected and more raw in a C6 than you'll ever feel in a C7.
1,000%.
The C7 has that little bit of disconnect that I don't really care for, because when I got my C7, I was so excited to have one, and I was expecting that feel that I had in my C6s, and it wasn't there.
So
that's the downside.
I started, like, my career took off when I had my heads cam. I had a heads cam C6Z that made like 620 on motor, and I hosed a 250 shot to it, dude. That car won a ton of street races back in the day, and the motor lived for like 5 years. Like, I sold it to 3 other guys, and that thing was still alive, but it made like 880 wheel on a 250 hit, and the car was just dumb fast, man. It trapped like 157, but stupid fast car. But it was just that Z06 and then the C6 ZR1, just such a cool feeling. So I always tell people, like, if you want that raw driving experience, but that coupled with the LS9 is a phenomenal experience. But I hate the interior of the C6. I mean, you get into the C7, it's like you just stepped into a whole new dimension of car. But yeah, you lose some of that rawness.
The way that car can make power, put the power down. I mean, like, I know I talk about my car a lot, but like, dude, it's a fucking testament. It's a cheap Z51. It runs fucking mid 3s on the street on an 18. Like you're hard pressed to find, you know, a C6 or any of these other cars really that can do that on the budget that I did that car on.
Yeah.
You know.
Now, and the C8's on another level. Like, you know, there's people that you either love the C8 or you hate it. It took me a minute to warm up. I don't like the base C8. I'll be honest. The C8Z is a very surreal driving experience. Like, but you really gotta like the car for what it's meant for, which is I like road course racing now. I like, you know, that car. It's on another level, man. The soundtrack that thing makes. It's tough. It's tough to beat it.
Brian Tooley is big in the road course stuff,
Yeah.
and he's always had C5s because he just likes the C5, I guess. And he bought, he had a C7 ZR1, and he went faster around the road course in his C5. And then he bought the C8 Z06, and apparently he said it beats all of them.
Yeah.
He said that car is just ridiculous. But I think when the C8 gets the trans figured out, and if we get control of that LT7, Coyote boys are fucked.
Oh, I can't wait to.
And that will be game fucking over because that motor is so much potential.
Even my LT6. I mean,
Even
imagine.
the 5.5,
yeah. Dude, I'm making 670 crank, and I haven't even cracked it open yet. No, dude, you huff 5-6 pounds of boost to that thing, it's gonna make 800, 900 horsepower. I mean. It'll go to 9,000.
The whole thing that we've never had that intake and exhaust cam control. Coyote guys are like stock sealed motor. I'm like, yeah, but like you can tune your fucking cam in it. So it's the same thing as putting a cam, right? Well, now we can do that.
Yep.
And we're gonna do it with more displacement. And the internals, speaking to a guy that was on the project for the LT7, he told me that without a doubt, the internals will withstand, and with just tuning alone, will make 2,000 crank.
Well, you basically have EcoBoost type control, like you now can control boost with a laptop. So
it's way more significant. The boost control strategy. I'm trying to get him on here.
Yeah.
The guy that did the strategy, my buddy Ed knows him, and I don't think he's with GM anymore, so I'm trying to get him to talk about it. But the strategy they use for boost control and just to keep that boost going. It's unbelievable. So
but it's funny that you go back and you look at all the things that you thought you knew about turbocharging engines and efficiency of it and all that, and then GM comes and drops that bomb, and you're like, dude, this is the coolest shit I've ever seen. I mean, I mean, that car is just gonna, once you get access to that thing, it's game over, man. I mean, it's a couple keystrokes. You got 76 millimeters on tap stock, dude.
Yeah. And an engine that has infinite control and tons of RPM capability. I mean, but then again, if we haven't gotten the trans unlocked on the C8, so I'm not getting super optimistic yet because we still haven't gotten the V06 unlocked.
Yeah, baby steps, because the C8 desperately needs trans control.
Yeah. Something I wanted to touch on. I do look at the analytics after this, and the amount of countries that people listen to this on is mind blowing. So that's why I put that one up there, from Australia. I love when people reach out and tell me where you're from. But we're going 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm down to keep going with it. But you guys give us some thumbs up, give us some likes, subscribe, and share this shit around. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna give the info out this year. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. If you guys appreciate what we're doing, show us. Your boy over there building a twin turbo C7Z watching us. I do think that E-Ray is another topic. I think if we get the trans control really well, right, and you can make that DCT live, that's going to be a monster. All-wheel drive, right, with the E-Ray, because obviously it's working, and then getting to make that power, having the engine in the back. I mean, that car, if the trans stays together, and we can, I know they're going to figure it out. They'd have to, or Turbo 400 swap it at some point.
Well, here's the deal. It's the same. It's almost, so the Tremec that's in the GT500 it's architecturally a very similar design. It's just, one's an 8-speed, one's a 7-speed. So it took a while to get into the GT500.
But they did, right?
They did. So now I have full trans control on the GT500. I can control everything in it. So, clutch pack slip, desired slip, all that stuff. I mean, you have full access to that now. So I do at some point feel it's just a matter of time before you get into the C8 stuff too.
Okay. Let's see who we got.
Well, here, I gotta piss real quick. I'll be
Go
right
ahead,
back,
piss.
and I'll carry on.
All right. All right. I do agree. I'm going to have to get a wagon at some point, but you know, we still have 2 4-doors, so I'm good. We don't hate the V3. I like the V3. It's just not a V2. But the V3 with the 10-speed, I can tell you, I've done about 5 of them, and they're fucking stout. That's going to be again, just like the V2. It's gonna change a lot. I need all of horsepower Patriot questions and opinions answered. I'm trying to find them. This is where I'm at. I'm at 12:07 a.m. So if you guys can tell me at what time that you have a question that I missed, I will go back. So put the time and I'll go back and do it. And we're going to make sure we go back to that one so he can tell the jail story, because I'm sure that one's very good.
All right, I heard jail and I heard story.
Yeah. Well, I told people that so we can catch up on the comments for the people that want answered, that to put the time that the question was asked so I can go back through it. But since you're back here, we're here.
All right, so the jail story, I'm going to make this one short and sweet. But I had finished tuning my GT, and this was back when I still worked at Vengeance. So this was like our R&D vehicle for the Ford platform. So I was out on I won't say what road, but I was on a highway and trying to dial in the shift points. I was actually, 10R80 has a different strategy that they use for, we call it tap up, tap down. They call it select shift. So I was getting that all dialed in for roll racing, and I shifted that car like right at 8,000 RPM. So there was one laggy, I'd made passes kind of all morning trying to get it real, just dead on the money. And I was close, and we were doing some social media shots for it. No problems all morning. I dropped the guy off that was filming me, and I went and made one more pass in the car, and I blew by a cop at every bit of 175 miles an hour. I was deep into 7th gear, and man, they pulled me over right on the spot, threw me right in jail. I had to get one of the shop managers to drive my car home. They hauled me off to jail. Dude, it took like 2 years to fight that ticket, man. I had thousands in attorney fees and all this stuff. Yeah. So that was my quick jail story for going too fast on the street.
Sorry, I was trying to keep up on the over here. I can't keep up Facebook, Instagram. If you're on Facebook and Instagram and you're not over here in YouTube, I'm sorry. This is where the party's going to happen.
Do we still have a lot of people on here?
Dude, 64 still.
No shit. Okay.
We hovered 100, 110 for most of this, and then 75 for the rest of it. We still have 64. So that's why I'm like, man, I feel bad signing off while you're here, because
yeah, I got 10% battery left. So you got me till the rest of the juice dies on this phone.
All right. Any questions that I missed? I'm going to go through them again, but ask them again if it's an important question, because I lost it. My thing updated and it was fucking terrible.
I'm gonna try to go through some of my end.
See if you see something. I saw one where this ZR1 costs way too much over the rest. Okay, but even a C7 Z06 is not much different, power wise, and it's less than all the rest, and it'll still fuck them up for the most part.
Realistically, once you put a 2650, like in my opinion, the Maggie 2650 is more efficient than the C7 ZR1 2650.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes good power. Don't get me wrong, but a 2650 kicks the shit out of it at a certain point. I haven't seen any comments out. I think we kind of spun out of control here towards the end.
Well, it's because it stopped asking, like stopped showing me comments, and then boom, it put a bunch. Will a Holly control DI and port for a Gen 5?
I think so, but I think it leaves a lot to be desired with their DI control. I don't think they've really got that figured out.
If I'm really going to try to cover DI and PI for a car, I'm going to go Motec.
Yeah, Motec hands down.
I think the F-150s can't really be fucked with. I think GM can try having more torque, and with the 10-speed, I think we're going to have a lot better chance at it. But the drive line and everything in the Ford is just really fucking hard to beat. And then you got the Coyote spinning its guts out. So,
Well, that's the other
I don't
thing.
know.
Like, dude, like these F-150s. I mean, it's basically a GT with all-wheel drive. I mean, and a little bit of extra weight. Plus, the F-150s are pretty light, man. Like
Yeah.
GM stuff is still a tank in comparison.
Well, yeah, they're aluminum trucks.
Yep. So you
So
got a huge weight advantage on the F-150s, and you got honestly, you got a better motor.
And I mean, I talked to Houston Street Monsters about his, and I was like, man, so what do you got to upgrade on the drive line? And he laughs, and I'm like, what? He goes, fucking nothing. I'm like, damn, it's hard to beat that, man.
Put a good 10-speed in the thing and let it roll. Like, dude, I've already snapped diffs in the Escalade V. I mean, like I'm breaking all kinds of stuff on that on those.
Yeah, but that's a sexy bitch.
It is, dude.
I wish they would have did the port injection. You know, because port injection was there for emissions anyways. I don't know why they took that off.
Dude, once you've tuned a Ford, like Ford's DI-PI blending strategy is like you take like you've done enough C-Sub-Zeros, dude. The freaking DI or the PI strategy on that is like it's really not that great. Then you get into a Ford and it's like literally effortless blending. You have full control.
Well, but it doesn't have as great of DI control.
Ford? No. Ford.
Yeah, they mostly just turn it off.
Yeah.
But I guess it doesn't matter.
Believe it or not, Ford idles the car on pretty much all port. So they actually believe more on the port, and they rely. They actually still use a combination of the two, which is weird because I took a stock GT and I'm like, why are they using a blend of PI/DI wide open? I would think it'd make more power with all DI. I literally made it shut the port off up top, and it actually made less power, which was very surprising to me. So
yeah, well, there's a lot more to that. And my buddy Alex Chudd, he makes the DI delete kits, and I asked him about it, and he said he's messed with it both ways, and that the Ford makes it with the PI for some reason.
Yep, and I don't get it, man, because and the
GM
only thing I can maybe
case.
say is it's just the variable cam and the additional RPM.
And it's so efficient. The engine's so efficient to begin with.
Oh, I mean, dude, those motors are they're so impressive. I mean, NA, I'll still take a freaking LT over a Coyote NA, but when
an LT will smack a fucking Coyote around NA. There's no Coyote NA that I've seen do what the LTs have done.
No, as soon as you strap
boost
that
on it,
Coyote, game over.
Blueprint Engine's putting a ZF HP in the LS. I heard that today, I thought, but I wasn't sure if I heard it right. So that is
pretty cool. Badass speed, dude. I love the Dodge Trans.
Yeah. See. All right, I'm trying to find the other questions. Everybody's talking in the chat, which is fucking awesome to me too.
All right, so Scott, you want to know all about the record-setting LT4 blowers and what people are doing. Here's my take on it, dude. The guys that are making big crazy numbers on LT4 blowers, they're either mixing fuel, so they're mixing some nitro in with the fuel, or a lot of meth, or they're playing with freaking fuels, or they're building a hell of a freaking engine underneath that blower to make up the difference.
I guess it depends on how fast you're going, right? Because I can tell you, as a guy that has two of them that run 540s in the eighth and 860s in the quarter, stock blower, stock bottom end, ported heads, and a stage 1 cam. Only one of them I've mixed in a little bit of fuel, not nitro. And I'm not going to disclose the fuel because I have an agreement with everybody on here. If in the next 2 weeks I make it to 1,200 followers, I will show the difference on the mixed fuels on my own car. But we did it with regular E85 or E90 Ignite.
I thought he was going for like the guys like Alec and
what he's talking about. And I believe 100% that there is some nitro or something going on there. I thought that. I'm going to say I thought that. And the only reason I thought that, and I think that may not be the case, and he may be telling the truth, is because the two cars that I'm talking about are almost full weight cars. Like, we're only talking missing a passenger seat.
Yeah.
these cars are already doing 540, and this is in positive DA. This is older style blowers, not the newest export, not any crazy modification, no lightweight, no snorkel out the front. And we're making 1,000 wheel, 980, 990 wheel. So he may not be mixing. There may be just, he's got everything dialed in just right. Cause I think he's running 520s or 510s.
I don't know if they're necessarily doing it. I was just speaking in general, like guys that are making huge power. Typically what's happening is you're going to run out of, it's like Jason's car,
You're going to run out of airflow at some point.
Well, people think that they're going to put, a Maggie 2650 on a 416 and go make 1550 to the tire. It ain't happening.
Nope.
You don't got enough motor. You don't have enough air pump underneath you because, and we actually I wouldn't say slowed the blower down, but we had to drop the head pressure of the blower. On the 416 at 33 pounds, the car made 14-ish in change with a 416. But dude, the freaking head pressure on the blower was through the roof. So you move to the 427 with the big solid roller. That was only to mitigate and drop the head pressure on the blower with a good cylinder head, a good camshaft. And now we're only making like 23, 24 pounds to make the 1500 wheel.
Right. Well, and it's flowing a lot better.
Right.
But I think on average, 2650s, 11 to 1200 is what I usually see that they make. And that's 416 or 376 or, mine's just rod and piston 376. The difference in the cubic inch doesn't seem to make enough of a difference that I've ever seen. But like, you've got to get serious with the motor like you guys did to get into that 1415. People are like, I'm just going to spin it up there. I'm like, it's not going to happen. You don't have enough power plant to do that.
That's basically what I'm essentially replying to is it's like Kong 2650s on ZR1s. The ones that make the most power don't make the most boost. It's the most efficient motor underneath the blower. And that's what guys don't understand with PD blowers is you're not just going to keep adding pulley to this thing and making more and more power. You're going to run out of efficiency, and you have to work on the efficiency underneath the blower to make the power. And then you're going to cap out there at some point too. And then from there, now you're forced to use, 50/50 meth or nitro, or you're putting it on pure meth. You're putting it on, you're starting to experiment with fuels at that point to pick up the rest of the power.
I think once you get on an LT4 blower, once you want to crest that 1,000 mark, you will have to do some things that are not of the norm.
Yeah.
100%. If you want to crest the fucking 1,200 mark, you're going to do things that are not of the norm with a 2650. That's just how it is.
Yep.
So
I have people all day long that dude, I always know when somebody posts a video like Jason's car, post a record pass or whatever, because my inbox floods with, hey man, I just had a Texas Speed 427 put together and I'm looking to make similar numbers. I'm like, dude, you ain't going to make it. Well, I got a 427. You may have a 427, but you don't have enough cylinder head. You don't have enough camshaft. You don't have enough motor to make the power that you're looking to make.
Yep. And it goes into stupid things like valve train stability and, keeping the exhaust valve actually opening properly. And these are things that you don't normally have to think about when you're making 11, 1200, but just like on my car that made 17, right? As soon as I crested that 1500, that was a whole different tuning experience. I don't, because then you start getting into fuel temperature, fuel stability, flow volume, a lot of things that I wasn't ready for, and I learned hard lessons, $30,000 lessons.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. Do I keep V2 and put 10 speed or C17? See, that's hard because like I love my car, but boy, that 18 pounds on Wendy's car with that 10 speed fucking moves. That 800 RPM shift extension was super sweet. So I don't know.
See,
I know you're going to go C7.
This is an easy decision for me, man. I'm C7 all the way.
I see that they can't see time. I'm sorry. That's why I asked the questions again. Because our followers are still going up. You guys obviously don't sleep, so we're not going to sleep. If Yaz is in here, I will be tired when I get there tomorrow, but I'll be there.
Scott says, people are who's claiming to make 1100 with an LT4 blower?
I think Sam has made close to that. I don't know if he actually made that, but I think he made close to that. I know he's been over 1,000. Well, I think he was like 1050 somewhere around there.
He's been over 1,000, but he hasn't made 1100.
Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you the most I've made was just over like 1,002 or something like that. And I mean, once we get the new port in, maybe it'll make a little bit more, but I definitely don't know if I see 1,100. I just don't think there's enough airflow, and we're not brave enough to go to nitro, not on that blower car, not with a stock motor.
Yeah, I mean, and I can see it like you look at Alex Slip. I mean, the car front half's freaking hard, dude, and then
Yeah.
it just lays over out the back. It just don't mile an hour. Like Jason's car is actually the opposite. Jason's is a little weak on the front end, but dude, it freaking freight trains out the back.
But if he's got that snorkel on the front, LMP's car, right?
Yeah.
If we're doing 540s without that, and Matt picked up 100 horsepower on his C7, right? I mean, then that would just, in my opinion, that puts our 1,000 horsepower car to 1,100 in theirs. If they throw some spicy fuel, it makes sense. Even if they didn't use spicy fuel, it would be close.
I can see it. I can see it being possible if you've got like a really. I mean, it'd take a hell of a combination. I mean, that's a small blower to be making those kinds of numbers, man. But yeah, I can see it if you've got the right motor, you know, the right fuel, you're willing to play with some stuff. I mean, I think it's possible. But
I used to think it was BS, and then honestly, if you'd asked me last year if I thought we were going to go mid-eights with a stock blower and stock bottom end, I would have said absolutely not. But you know, here we are this year, and things are changing. I think he just got to it before we did. Honestly, that's really all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had anybody really want to go chase LT4 blower numbers. Most people. So that's the other thing, man. People don't. People don't know what it takes to really push stuff to the ragged edge. Like, you know, and I know I talk a lot about Jason sometimes, but I mean, he's like the epitome of what it takes to persevere through every freaking hurdle that's thrown in your face. And it's like, if people actually knew what it took to do what he did, they'd have quit like they'd have quit after about the third or fourth or fifth track outing.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that both of those cars that I'm talking about, I have flown into the track several times to get those cars where they're at. We didn't run that off the bat. You know, we ran significantly slower than that. And after about the fourth or fifth track outing, we started running those numbers. And I'm just like, even I was like, there's no fucking way that car's going to run that. And it did. So again, this is where we continuously learn, right? This is where that education keeps going.
Yeah. I mean, so
what's your thought on that one?
What's that?
That question.
The question right here, do you think the LT motors are the last of the push rods? If so, you guys happy how far the push rod motor went, or is there more tech? Man,
I think they're supposed to make another a sixth generation small block.
I do too. I don't know if it's the last. You know, you got the C8Z that just came out. And I mean, the ZR1, both are going to have, you know, dual overhead cams. So I think they're experimenting with that regard, but I don't know if it's going to be the last.
I don't feel like they're going to see. I don't think the Camaro is going to stay gone.
I don't either, man.
I just don't see that happening. But I also don't see him putting a dual overhead cam motor in a Camaro, because fitment wise, it's going to be a nightmare. I mean, that motor was already tight in there before. You know, you see how big these Coyote motors are.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, packaging is a hell of a lot nicer in a C8 because you got all that room in the back. I mean, it's, you know, putting that up front, I think it's going to be a packaging disaster. But
all that junk in that trunk.
Yeah.
My opinion on that, I've done rear mounted stuff. If the turbos are set right and the cam is set right, they do really well, in my opinion.
Dude, look at Randy Westmoreland, the guy who owns Boost Leash, dude. He has a nasty S10 that was rear mounted for years, man. Like that dude did things that shouldn't have been done with rear mounts.
He does a lot of things that shouldn't be done, like that Mazda 3. That's a bad bitch. I don't know why he went with that car, but you know.
So Scott, who's telling people the 2650 isn't worth it?
Isn't worth what?
I mean, I think you're on crack. The 26.
So maybe, I don't know if that comes from my opinion in 8th mile racing. I think in 8th mile racing that the stock blower hits a little harder,
I've always said
AK
that.
Performance has told me otherwise, and I have no reason not to believe them because their cars are fucking leaving hard. But in my experience, the 1.7 hits really hard, and I think it's a contender in the 8th mile.
So I mean, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, it's a 1.7 rotor pack versus a 2650 rotor pack.
Yep.
I mean, look at a Kong export versus a standard port. It doesn't hit near as hard either. It's just the efficiency comes out the back versus like a stock blower. It hits really hard but peters off up top. You know, a Magnuson 2650, it makes boost kind of like a hybrid between a PD and a Century. You know, Jason's car was a dog. We could not get that car to leave until we spun the hell out of the blower, and then it started to 60 foot. So, I mean, I guess that a lot of it just depends on the combination. If you've got a smaller cam with a 2650, I think you'll light the 2650 off great. But if you've got a bigger stick, that 2650 tends to lag a little bit, but you can converter it differently.
Sometimes I mean, when you're making that much power, you need that lag.
Right. So like now, so a couple outings ago, you know, we were having trouble getting Jason's car back because the car had 117 60 foot. And then we had kind of taken a few steps backwards and the car wouldn't get out of its own way and it wouldn't, you know, but 1.3, once we got the car to leave with some more boost again, I mean, you know, now I'm back to having to manage power again. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it's just the combination, man. I don't know if one's really got the advantage over the other, if the rest of the combination is right. But I mean, that little 1.7 hits hard. So, I mean, I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah. This one, I'm not sure. I don't know if I said it wasn't as good as the V2. But I mean, my car, I'm literally going to fly home, tune it, drive it 1,000 miles to Orlando, race it all weekend and drive it back. So I consider that streetable. I don't think that streetable is really an issue anymore in this day and age. This is where Scott was talking about Alec and Prey. Yeah, but you got to remember those guys are putting a lot more motor than we are, right? We're making 1,000 with a stock motor, like bone stock LT4 bottom end. You put a bunch of compression in that motor, you know, yeah, why wouldn't 1,100 be possible?
Well, now with the right fuel, compression's irrelevant. I mean, you could. I mean, with the right fuel, you can do whatever you want for the most part. So yeah. But yeah. I mean, the only other thing I could say on the 2650 that I dislike about the stock blowers is just the heat management. It's just to me that.
I said that too, but I'm telling you, with that car with the stage 1 cam, the ones I keep telling you about, these cars are leaving. If we leave the line at 121, we're getting out the back at 117.
On a stock LT4.
On a stock LT4. I'll send you the logs of those cars. And that's the same cam that's in my car. And when I was at Cadillac Attack last year, we left the fuse out on accident on my ice tank. And I had the car dialed to go like 8.6s soft lead back to back. It went an 8.7.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's I mean, we don't have heat exchangers in Jason's anymore. It's literally, it's trunk tank to blower. That car will start at, 100 degrees and it ends at 90, basically spinning the blower to hell and gone. But, I mean, like I said, if you spend enough time with a combination, whether it's a little dinky 1.7 or the 2650, I think both are fast as shit. I mean, personally, my preference from what I have seen, I always would take the 2650 for most combinations. I can't say every combination, but for most
street stuff,
yeah,
because the heat soak is significantly better because the bricks are bigger.
But that's what I said. If you optimize both, I mean, I'm sure they're both just as fast. I mean, but at some point, it's like, if we're talking 1/8 mile, sure, 1/4 mile, I'm going to go 2650 every time.
Yeah. This one, can you get an LT4 blower above 800 wheel with no meth, no port injection, no nitrous? Yeah, if you have enough DI fuel system. We don't run meth on those cars because we didn't have a temp issue and it made less power with the meth on it. But you'd have to have the DI for it, which I'm going to run my car, but I have a 2650. I'm going to run it at however much power it'll make, whatever boost it takes to get as much power as I can make with the injectors that I'm testing. But I mean, it depends on your fuel flow, right?
I mean, so personally, if the preload on the pump is correct, you've got the correct cam in the car. I religiously have made north of 800 with no meth, no everything. Now, I'm assuming you're talking about, do I have enough DI to make this power? Not, you know, yes, you can take a stock LT4 blower, heads, proper heads, proper cam, proper supporting modifications. And yes, I've made north of 800 on all DI with, as long as everything is set up correctly. But my range is 800 is kind of my safe number. I've stretched them further. I don't think you're on the ragged edge, much over that. I've had a couple unicorn cars that have made it to about 850 on all DI, with just stock LT4 high side and stock injectors. But man, you're stretching it. I love the Blackwing, man.
I'm going to let you take this one. I'm going to go potty real quick.
No, I've had plenty of success on the Blackwings, man. I've done quite a few of them. What specifically are you looking to know? Yeah, I agree. Jason's probably going to go turbos at some point here soon. Is this for the Blackwing? I'm looking to do a 2650 CID head cam and supporting mods. Is this for a Blackwing? Am I understanding you right? Yeah, I mean that would be one of the more radical Blackwings I think I've done. I mean I've done quite a few that have made pretty big power. I don't know if I've done one that rowdy yet, but I've done plenty of heads cam 2650 Blackwings with no issues.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, this is
I
definitely.
don't know if I missed anything.
Dude's gonna have a hell of a Blackwing build coming up.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think the Blackwings are gonna be really cool. I'll be working with Tim on his, so I'm sure I'll be calling you on that one.
They have their own quirks, but it's mainly the 10 speeds that will give you the problems. They can be very finicky with those.
Well, my quirk is going to be Tim because he has no give a shit, and he just wants to make the most power every time.
No, I mean
they
do that well. The problem I've run into them is like TCC stuck solenoid codes. If your torque model's not exactly correct in those, or the neural network's off here and there. I mean, if the airflow model's not dead nuts on those things, I've run into some really strange quirks. But that's just Global B in general, man. But I've probably tuned freaking 20 of them with no issues.
Yeah. MJ, if you get your shit together, absolutely. And some would say maybe faster. Let's see. Yeah. I think the amount of money Jason probably has in that car is, a lot of people like to say, oh, well, he's got a shit ton of money. I've even said, I'm like, dude, he's got to be over 300 in that car. And all of that would have been an issue had he not went 790.
So I don't know if
at that point, what does it cost to go 790? Who knows? Because nobody else has done it.
I don't think he's got quite that much in there. He's deep in the twos. I'll tell you that for sure. I don't know if he's quite crested that much, but the one thing about it that people don't understand is if we were to start the car from scratch tomorrow with what we know now, we could build it for less than half of that, probably. I mean,
right, I mean, but you had to get there first.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The expensive part was getting there. Now that we've got here, we could rebuild that car for probably half of that money. I mean, hell, the long block is 50 grand in that car. I mean, it's you got the cost of the car, you got 50 in a freaking in a motor, and obviously the rest of the supporting stuff. So, I mean, to replicate that build, I mean, you'd be an easy 100+ grand on top of the car.
Oh yeah, I figured to replicate that build, you'd probably be 140-ish.
Yeah, I would say so.
Now that you already know what to do.
Yeah, between the labor to do it, all the parts and all that. I mean, just hard parts are going to be probably over, at least 100 grand.
Yeah. Horsepower Patriots. I'm in Puerto Rico. Come out. Anybody wants to come hang out on the island? Come on. I'm sure Brandon, you could hang out with Brandon, sign up for his course.
I'm in Florida.
He'll hang out with you. I just ran him down at PRI. Let's see, what's this? It was said in relation to whether or not you should buy a 2650 in a street car application versus porting the LT4, and I just like the better IAT with the trunk tank. So, yeah, which we kind of all agree with that, for the average guy. But, for grudge guys or stuff, people that want to, a lot of people don't know that LT4s can be as fast as they are. I've still got people that think that I'm full of shit and I've showed time slips, and that's okay. I'm lying. They only run 9.0s. You guys ever mess around with custom cam specs and test things, or just let like VTR cam motion deal with that stuff? I have done LT4 cam testing with PD blowers on a dyno for 2 days straight and spent a lot of my own money to do it. And I've at least told you what cam I think is the best. But outside of that data is not something. But if we blow this up and we get people that like and subscribe, we'll go hit a fucking engine dyno, and I'll do it all for the public.
I mean, that's what in a perfect world, that's what I'd like to have the rest of my life look like, is just screwing around with just testing cool stuff and teaching stuff. And that's about it. But it's just the time doesn't permit anymore. But I mean, I know.
But if this blows up, we might be able to. If YouTube does good enough, and we get enough people following this, and we can go up to Tooley's. I'd be like, hey man, you want to go to Tooley's and let's play on his engine dyno? I mean, we can do that. He's usually down to do some crazy shit.
I know enough about cams to be somewhat dangerous. I love the understanding of cam, valve events and all that, but there's definitely people that are far more sophisticated and advanced and under. Like Brian Tooley, you talk to that guy, has a wealth of knowledge with camshafts and airflow, and same thing with Ryan. Ryan's very good with all that stuff. So I don't do enough of it to consider myself a master at understanding valve events. I know in theory, generalization, where they should be and how to derive the required events. But I mean, I would leave that to somebody that really understands that more than I do.
Well, I just got to the point where I was seeing results on different cams that didn't make sense to me, and intake temp issues like crazy that didn't make sense to me. And going back to my LSA knowledge, and what Rick was doing with the LSA stuff, I was like, you know what? It's time to apply it. And we did, and it worked out. I put this one up here because, one, it's impressive as shit, and two, I've seen it twice. So
so that was a new era build, right? I think you and you guys are all in the mail with that thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why. I mean, 990 with a 2650 with enough power, as long as everything stays together. Because that 2.9 Whipple is, in my opinion, shit compared to the 2650.
Dude, the 2.9 Whipple is terrible, man. And I'm surprised if you even can keep the snout on it for more than a couple thousand miles. I mean, without the bearings taking a shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Whipple. That's just the 2.9 just let me down big time.
I've reached out to Whipple to try to talk to him because I was just curious, and I don't get no reply back, which normally I don't have that issue with a lot of people, but maybe they've heard me say that I hate the 2.9. But they always give the Mustangs the good shit.
I mean, I know people that have gone fast with it, but I mean, after about 950 or so, that freaking blower just kind of gasses out. I mean, it wasn't a great blower to me.
And that's if it doesn't eat itself in the process. For nitrous, for me, I love nitrous. I'm not scared of it. As long as you properly set it up and dial everything in, spray the shit out of it. I don't care.
I'm still a nitrous guy. I don't like nitrous for customers. I like nitrous for me. Yeah. I will not touch a remote tune with nitrous. I just won't do it because I
unfortunately do it all the time.
I've just seen people wire window switches up wrong and man, they swap jets backwards, and it's like, I'm not there. So it's like, I can't hold their hand and I can't get their foot off the gas pedal. And it's like, no matter what I tell people, it's like, they cowboy right through it. And it's just, I'm just not, if somebody wants me to remote tune a nitrous combo, like, I'll tell you how to do it. I'll teach you how to do it, but I am not pressing any buttons. You can do it yourself.
Typically, it's a long talk process before I'll tune the nitrous on a car, but I still do it. I guess
God bless you.
I'm a sucker for people that want to go fast.
God bless you.
Inner chillers. Inner chillers, I think if it's a stage 2, it does work pretty well, but I'm not a huge fan. I don't know. I've had enough where they don't have enough capacity. I haven't had enough success stories that I think it's like something I would run out and do.
I just
don't know.
simply ask people, like, look at the fastest cars out there and tell me which one of them have inner chillers.
Yeah, I used to think the inner chiller was great for like roll race guys, but the issue that I kept running into is that if you extend that run out, that heat just fucking plummet. It goes way up because you have no capacity. Like, yeah, it's 30 degrees when you start, but that fluid easily picks up a lot of that heat. I know people have had success stories, but
I've personally, I've never done a combo that has gone really fast compared to just a properly set up ice tank that's done correctly. I mean, I just
right.
heard
I agree
that's
with that.
my personal experience.
Tell Horsepower Patriots he made a mistake. I don't want to break his heart again. Tell me fucked up.
What is it? I've had 2 Hellcats, 2 C7Zs, 2 6 gens, and I'm on my second red eye.
Look on the screen.
Oh, so you're saying I made a big mistake getting rid of my? I mean, dude, you're never going to convince me that a Dodge, like, I just, and I almost bought a Viper. Like, I'm not going to hate on Dodge and bash all the Dodge guys, because I think the Gen 5 Viper is like one of the sexiest cars on the planet.
It's also a hand-built car.
I tuned a couple of them, right? I tuned a couple really nasty heads cam ones. The computer in that car is literally garbage.
Out of a fucking minivan.
I would rather tune an F body than a Gen 5 Viper as far as data collection is concerned. And then I can't fit in them, dude. Like, they literally made that car for midgets. I
tuned a Gen 5 Viper out here, and I had to make an Excel spreadsheet to do the mass air.
Dude, it was awful.
It was terrible. I told them that's the last time I'm doing it. It'll get a Motec, and I'll call Calvo next time.
Yeah. I mean, I've done a couple that made like 680, almost 700 wheel NA. I mean, they tune pretty good, but it's like that. Just God, the sampling rate, dude. It was like from a Game Boy. But I mean, I wanted to love that car, and I wanted to get one, but it's like I don't fit in them, and I think the pedal placement, like, do you ever notice how tightly together the freaking pedals are on those?
Oh yeah. Well, and the other issue is that the door latches come out of a Caravan, and they just randomly don't work.
I'm just the wrong guy to ask, man. Like, I've done plenty of Hellcats. I am super impressed by the power those freaking things will make. I just did one last week. Dude, it was like a pulley, injectors, and intake and headers, and it made 900 on pump gas. With a stock heads. I thought that was just, the power those things make are phenomenal. I'm just not a fan of the platform. Like, as far as would I own one? I think they're very respectable in their own way. I think they got a killer drivetrain, but I personally just don't like them.
I posted a 0 to 60 of a 60 to 130 of a stock one, and it was like 9 something. And I got told by 700 people in the Dodge forum that I just didn't know how to drive. And I was like, bro, it's a stock fucking car. Like, so whatever. I didn't see this cam challenge, but I will look that up. I don't know what they tested it on, or what, if this is a PD blower cam challenge or what, but I don't know if you've seen that. I haven't. Here we go. That's for you.
Took your F-150 course already. Thank you, by the way. Hope you enjoyed it. Our 21 bottles. Yeah, they still tune that way. The 24s are still currently locked down. The only difference, I think, is oh boy, it's like minor mechanical differences between them. But as far as how they tune, they're very similar.
Several.
Yes, many.
Several.
Many.
I know. Man, I cannot believe there are still 60 plus people in here. You guys are troopers.
Seriously, there's still that many people watching this? I mean, we're almost 4 hours here.
You're telling me.
Either we're really entertaining. I don't know.
I don't know. Why go Magnuson over 2650 over Whipple? Because I want it to do the same thing multiple times.
That you will never ever rip the Magnuson off of your car for maintenance. You will rip the Whipple off over and over and over and make less power in the process of doing so.
Yeah.
We actually back-to-back did at Vengeance. We had a car that had, actually, I think it was Jason's car. Jason originally started out with a 2.9 Whipple, and at the same boost, we put a Maggie on it. And the rest of the combo did not change. It picked up 80 wheel over the Whipple.
Jesus. All right. Are we out of, oh, no. Every time I think they just pop back up. How would you guys get an M6 6th gen SS into the 10s?
That's super easy. I mean,
they already do that.
well, bolt on of the 10s. Yeah, I mean, you can literally do, like I do quite a few with like an LT2 intake, good throttle body, a good intake, hell, even a stock converter in flex fuel, they'll run 1090s, 11.0s. You put a converter in the car, they'll go 1050s, 1060s.
Put some nitro in it.
Yeah. Put some real good fuel in it. You might even go way faster than that. No, I mean that's super easy to get one of those in the 10s.
Okay. Oh, my thing just said that Instagram disconnected. But all right. I was like, oh, I think we're out of questions, and then I think we just got more. Here we go. 62 people. It's a NA 408 LS that they tested 23 cams sent to him by very people companies, and they ran about 8 cams a day, same time, same run. So, but on NA stuff, the cam's just going to move the power around. I think what kind of gets into the weird cam stuff is when you have a 1.5-inch runner on a PD blower that's forcing air in, and you got to get the exhaust out. I think that's where that kind of weirdness comes in. I think the regular cam testing, Richard Holdner kind of has beat that one to death for everybody. Ryan at GPI plays second in that cam challenge out of like 28 people, if I'm not mistaken, but it's an interesting challenge. It's worth the watch. I'm still going to watch it. Don't get me wrong. I try to do all the research so we can answer questions appropriately. But Ryan has put in some crazy work with LS stuff and LT stuff. If you haven't watched the podcast, part 2 drops tomorrow, by the way. We left everybody on the cliffhanger of asking him what he thinks about the LT versus LS, and then ended the podcast there.
Right. I'm not surprised that Ryan did as good as he did. Ryan he's a very intelligent guy with just motors in general. I mean, just heads and cam setups. I mean, he's very, very good with that stuff. And the guy's relentless in his pursuit to make a good product.
Yeah, and he's not going to be outdone easily. If you outdid him, you worked your dick off to do it. But the cool thing is that he's also willing to help and work together with people to get them to that level.
I mean, I can tell you right now, if I were building like an NA car or something like that, or I needed a legit camshaft advice or anything I was putting together for myself, he'd be my first call.
Yeah. Like I said, I know a lot of people don't like Brett, but Brett's shit does work. I'll always say that whether I like him, don't like him, which I have no issues with him, but I know a lot of people do. But I have tested his combos, not even his tuning, me tuning it, and he sends us sparks and tells me what it's going to run, and that shit ran that number every time, even though it was numbers that I was like, not a fucking chance. So I got to give him his props on that. But at least Ryan doesn't make everybody want to burn their house down. So
no comment there.
We're gonna get him on here at some point too, so I'm sure everybody can attack him or do whatever you want to do, but he does bite back. How to keep heat soak out of a PD blower car? I've had very good luck with phenolic spacers. Once it's heat soaked, but you can cool the blower separately. That's what I liked about them. I don't know if you have another option for that.
I don't. I mean, how to keep heat soak. I mean, here's my rule with PD blowers on a road course application. First, if you have the choice, don't do it. But if you are going to do it, don't spin the blower real hard. So basically, if I were to buy a C7Z and I wanted to road course a car, the very first thing I would do is rip the stock blower off and put a 2650 on it. That would just be my personal thing, and I'd run a very moderate, small amount of boost to keep all your blower temps in check. The guys that I think pulley the living shit out of a PD blower for a road course, I think you're just asking for problems.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think you'll be able to cool that anyways.
Yeah.
So
No, I mean the stock blowers. I mean, dude, it's hard enough to keep them cool in a quarter mile shit. You know what I mean? I mean, for a road course, that would just not be the blower I would have. I would personally, if I'm going to build a road course car, it's not going to have any. It's going to be a freaking NA car.
NA, yep, that's what I would do.
Yep, consistent
because
car.
The PD stuff, you got so much torque down low. Like when I do the road course cars, you know, I'm usually having to either pull the boost down or pull the power down significantly, or kill the throttle a little bit just to get them through the turns, because they'll spike that tire and then you're off into the grass, and that doesn't work.
And everybody's all about, I want power, 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 man. You can't like legit have a great time with an 800 plus wheel car on a road course. I mean, especially if it's a tight technical course. I mean, it's a challenge to keep the tire planted.
Yeah, even with a big tire, even with a hot tire, it's just at some point it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And you're just getting you're just getting passed by, you know, a guy with a 550 wheel NA car that's actually just set up right.
Yeah.
Or a GT3.
Jesus, yeah. I mean, we get it, but I just didn't think that this many people would still be up at, 1 a.m. for me, still asking questions. But at least, Brandon's a trooper, and I'm always down.
I don't do this very often, so I mean, I figured I'd do it. I mean, my bedtime's like 11 o'clock, man. I'm about an hour and a half past, but I figured I'd do it once.
Well, I got to get up in 5 hours to take my daughter to school, so
Yeah.
it's okay. I'll sleep on the plane. What's the best part about y'all's jobs? Watching someone fall in love with their car again. Hands down. That's for me.
The problem is my job is multifaceted. So which part of my job are you referring to? Like tuning cars? I can agree with that statement. Especially if the guy's had a bad experience and he's come from, other shops or another tuner, and to see everything kind of come back around to what the guy knew the car always was capable of, and he falls in love with it again. I can agree with that. I get more out of teaching. It used to be like all the record stuff. Like, and don't get me wrong, man, I love still chasing records, and I still get that maybe it sounds corny, that like butterfly-ish feeling when you bust a record, and especially the harder the record is to get, the more gratifying it is when you actually do it. Like Jason's car. When I woke up one morning to 25 text messages, because I had passed out. Nobody told me the freaking thing went sevens. I woke up the next day to Jason and Ron and everybody texting me that it went sevens. And then I see videos. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like, I would have stayed up for that shit. But that was really, really cool because, dude, the effort was through the roof to get to that point. Hugo's car was a blast. And Hugo I think he had a rough go with that car for quite a few years with different shops and tuners. The car just never really did what he wanted it to do. Dude always wanted to go 200. So I watched him fight and fight and fight. And we both worked together and finally got the 200 out of the car. And that was cool. And we've had a couple other records so the records are really cool. But my favorite thing about what I do is starting from the basics and teaching the 18 to 20-year-olds that are, still in college. They don't know where they're going. I love giving the life advice, the business advice, and then helping these guys understand, the fundamentals of tuning and engine concepts, and then watching them. The greatest feeling I have today is at the end of that 6-week program, when I have a student, I pull one out of the class every time, and I have them stand up and I have them build a file right in front of me. It's usually like a heads cam, C6 vet, or a heads cam 6 gen or C7Z that I have them build. And for them to build it from scratch with no help from me, go out to the car and the thing fires up and idles like a kitten and their eyes light up. I mean, that's the coolest thing I've done, hands down.
I can see that. I think the only thing that bothers me and that worries me is it seems like tuning is going away. You know, like they're locking us out of more stuff.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of, it's kind of bummed me out, you know. And I know this is going to get me some flack, but I am kind of excited about the EV stuff or the hybrid stuff more than anything. Not EV specific, but the hybrid stuff. I feel like that could bring a whole new wave as long as people figure out that like EV only is not the way, but gas only is not going to be the way once the EVs start getting efficient. Once they start doing the hybrids, it's going to be rough.
I'm not opposed to that stuff. The problem is for me, it's, you know, nowadays my drive to owning a vehicle is completely different nowadays, man. If it was 10 years ago and all I really cared about was winning street races and stuff, I mean, I'd bought a Tesla Plaid. You know, the problem I have with EV cars is the soul and the visceral experience for me. I've been in Plaids, and they're dumb fast. I'm like, for what they are dumb fast. But to me, it's the symphony behind my head. Like the C7Z, I always go back to that. That car just sounds amazing, man. And I can't get that replicated in a freaking Plaid, where the Plaid gets the shit out of it.
So that's where my argument's at, right? I get people that say that all the time, and I would never get rid of my C7 for the Plaid, right? Yeah. And as I told you, we have a Plaid, but like I can have both and get totally different experiences. Like if I'm in traffic and somebody's trying to get around me and I'm in the C7, chances are they're going to get around me because I'm going to knock the tires off trying to go around them. But in the Plaid, even if we're in the rain, I'm fucking you up anytime, anywhere, whenever you're ready. So I think both of them work together, which is why I like the hybrid stuff so much.
Dude, I can totally get on board with that. Like if you could have the financial means, if I had the space, I'd probably put a Plaid right next to my Z. So I totally get that. But if I had to choose, I
wouldn't choose the Plaid over the C7. Yeah. I'll give you that.
I would have to stick to my internal combustion. But you know, it's funny. A funny story. I had bought my Z06 in Ohio and I drove it back to Florida. And on the way, I had a Model 3. Like, what is that? The SUV one?
No, the Model Y.
Whatever it was, it kicked the shit out of my Z06 from a freaking roll on the highway, dude. It was pretty embarrassing.
Even my Model 3, because I have a Model 3 too, because I doubled down on being gay. It's just a rear-wheel drive, right? It's the slowest model they make. But again, in traffic, if I need to get around you, I'm getting around you, whether you like it or not.
But to have like $150,000 like supercar, and I literally like, and the C8Z is no slouch. They trap like 133, 134 stock, and I had an SUV just like literally door me.
That was Wendy. Wendy was giving people. She gave a TRX 2 seconds and the hit. If you look at drag times on YouTube, he posted a video of it out here in the rain at the half mile. She gave him 2 seconds and the hit, and she come flying around him. I think she trapped like 167 or something in the half.
Well, you can't you're fighting physics. You know what I mean? Like there's no gears. I mean, you've got instant torque everywhere. I mean, it's like the electric motor. You're fighting physics. Like, you know, it's I get it.
But even like you see with the E-Ray with Boost District in them. I mean, dude, the hybrid game is gonna fuck a lot of people up. Yeah, it just is. Well, now I got a few more questions. Best to start for Street Trip. I don't know what break the bank means because my bank is already broke. So I don't know. It really depends on what your bank is and if you're talking what platform.
Because I mean, I guess it depends if you're brand loyal. So I think the best car to start with for street and strip racing, I mean, I hate to say it, I'd go Coyote.
Fox body with a Coyote?
Well, either a Fox body with like a Coyote swap or an LS. I mean, honestly, LS, hell, what I'd love to do is do an LT 2650 swap, 10-speed swap in a Fox body. Now that's that would be right up my freaking alley. But if you're not,
I have a 2012 Mustang that, as this channel grows, I am going to either LT4 swap or Coyote swap, but I'm thinking LT4 with 10-speed.
If I could take
And
Jason's drivetrain out of his car and shove it in a Fox, it'd go 6s.
right. That's what I'm saying. But this is a 2012 V6 car. It doesn't weigh anything. It's a light car. LT4 2650, swap that in there.
But I mean, if you're looking for just a stock platform to grow with, I mean, dude, it's tough to beat a Coyote, man. 10R80 car, get an 18 car, bare bones, and
Well, they're getting cheaper now too.
Dude, you can pick one up for like 25 grand, 30 grand, and you got a badass car.
Yeah. Stock 6L80 in a car, 1,000 pretty reliably. In a truck, 800-ish is my opinion. The trucks seem to eat them up.
Yeah, I'm not trucks. Here's the thing, and I don't even know if it's a trans problem. It's just how people take care of shit. Truck guys just, I don't. Other than Global B stuff, I really don't like tuning trucks, and it's not really the truck's fault. It's the customer.
They're so abusive. They just don't give a shit.
Dude, they want to do everything on 87 octane, and yeah, it's off. Like the whole thing. Now Global B, I've had nothing but positive experiences with truck guys. Like they're realistic. They just want a nice, fun truck. But like
that's
even
because they just spent 90 grand on it.
Yeah. I mean, I've had hit or miss stuff with the 6L80s, and like I said, I think a lot of it just depends how the guy cares for it. If the guy doesn't keep them cool, and he just takes shit care of the thing, I mean, have over 700, you're probably not. They're going to probably freaking eat themselves. But if you actually care for the car and you keep them like cool and you tune them correctly, yeah, I mean, over 800 all day.
Yeah, it's blowing my mind that the count keeps going back up.
Dude, I don't get it, man. I figured I figured we'd be like the last of the Mohicans here and just everybody they're off.
That's what I thought. It goes down and it goes right back up. Don't know if you covered it yet. Meth injection thoughts on LT4. LT4 needs octane. If you got 91, it needs E85 or it needs meth. That's my opinion. Brandon can tell you his. As soon as you can put that shit on there, put it on there. As long as you get a good kit and wire it right, it's fine.
Mine is very dependent on the end user. I personally hate meth for a lot of people because if you're the guy that just wants to get in the car, press the gas pedal, and never maintenance your car, meth probably isn't for you. If you're an actual guy that is going to, meth pumps tend to leak every now and then. They can fail.
But not the new ones. The new ones don't.
As long as you're a guy that stays on top of his car, I have no problem with it. But it's very customer dependent. If you're limited to 91 octane, yeah, I mean, 100%.
That's just dog water.
Especially like California, freaking 91. I mean, dude, I'd almost rather tune stuff on 87 octane than that shit. But
that's why they got so many EVs there, because their fuel sucks.
Yeah, you got to get some octane, and if that's what you're stuck with, then yeah, I mean, meth is almost a necessity at that point. But I mean, if I got good 93 or E85 or anything like that, I mean, I try to not put meth on stuff if I can help it, just because I just don't like the potential issues with it. And it's back to like your episode with Delgado. The problem with meth too is people don't like purge it correctly, they have purge the lines. They go to smack the throttle on a 1,000-wheel car or whatever, and it's like, dude, it's piss lean for a couple seconds, and then there's your potential for damage there too.
Yeah, typically once we get into that kind of power, I try to, like, if we're going port injection, I bring them down to one nozzle or just have them take it off. But until you get to that point, we run it.
Yeah, when I start introducing port injection, I simply bring meth in just for cooling. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not hosing it for fuel.
Yeah, any more than that, it's just not necessary, I don't think.
I'm 50-50 on that, though. It just really depends on the customer.
Yeah. Starting in a tuning, first car was my YSI 416, 427, and a 14 GT Mustang. Seeing them excited about the difference in cars. Yeah. I mean, look, I've always been a GM guy, but I respect anything that makes power, and I'm not going to just, piss on something for no reason.
That's a heck of a group of cars to start for your first time tuning.
I was going to say that too. I'm like, that's pretty gangster.
Yeah, I mean, the 14 GTs, like, I'm not a huge Gen 1 Mustang fan, if I'm being honest. I love the Gen 2s and the Gen 3s. Gen 3s more so because they've got DI, PI, but Gen 1s, I mean, it's just like anything else. I mean, technology evolved. You still at least had wide bands back then, but the Gen 1 was just never my cup of tea. But yeah, I mean, from your perspective, I mean, that is a world of difference as far as tuning strategies. I don't know what car is this 427 and F1A94. I'm assuming like a Vet or something LS based, but yeah, I mean, tuning that versus even a 14 GT. I mean, you go from one main timing table and a couple modifiers to now you've got multiple timing
Several.
tables and multiple torque and inverse tables. So Coyotes are definitely a deep dive in the other end of the pond as far as complexity. I enjoy Coyote because they are a much different challenge than like GM. I'm getting to a point where Global B challenged me extensively for the last year, but now it's kind of like everything else for me. So I'm always looking for the next new challenge. And Ford and Dodge are kind of the direction I'm going because there's more challenges and more experiences I want to do on that side.
Yeah. I think the Coyote stuff's cool. In my opinion, I've got enough on GM I still got to do that, the Ford guys, they're already out there killing it. You know, I've nothing against it. I'd rather stick with what I got. Plus I've been looking into a lot of BMW, Lambo, stuff like that. So
I want to get into that crowd as well, man, because McLaren, there's a little birdie that tells me McLaren's coming down the pipe.
Well, they're opening up a lot more stuff on them too. So
HP is supposedly that's on the chopping block. So there's some things coming down the pipe for those. And if we can get access to those through HP, I want to start getting more involved in those too. And I mean, the BMWs, I mean, I really don't like the customer base, but the freaking platform's awesome.
The customer base is not as bad as it seems online for some reason.
Dude, online, I swear, every time somebody does something cool with GM or Ford, I swear it's like T-minus 10 seconds before a BMW guy comes in there, and they just beat their chest for an hour.
I can tell you from the tuning side aspect and the tuners, they are fantastic and they're very helpful and they all work together. And from that aspect, the BMW crowd is fucking amazing. And they're also part of what has pushed me to try to unite GM guys because I see what they can achieve by working together. And I know that working with other people, we can achieve some crazy shit. This was Evans Performance. Yeah. So as I told you, I did the Evans Performance stuff and there was a couple things that I picked out of it, but that's also, like I said, you go to, with that, you get your online stuff, but there's nobody to call when you aren't able to figure something out. I did it because it was a continued education thing. And that's definitely one I would say to take as well as the elite course.
I don't have any experience with Evans. From the little bit I've seen, he seems like he does a really good job explaining stuff. But I can't, the thing with me is, man, I stay in my lane. I don't go out and try to make waves with other education companies. I mean, I just try to hone in and be as good as I can with the education that I'm trying to bring, up, to the table. But I've seen clips and snippets and videos of the stuff he does, and it sounds like he does a great job explaining stuff.
Yeah, I think his injection strategy is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think some of the numbers don't line up with what HP shows, but regardless, it gives you a good enough grasp that you should be able to make ends meet. But if they have your course right, you'll be able to straighten that out as well.
I call it a hammer and a scalpel. A lot of guys might give you a really good 10,000 foot view of how everything works, but you're still going to be lost on a specific platform. My objective is to hone in on a specific platform and help you really understand that platform.
Yeah. I run 2650 and everything, but I also don't have winter. So VR1 2650 has been my go-to. It just works. I even ran it in my jet skis.
I've always been a VR1 guy myself. I mean, I started using driven stuff, a while back, but I mean, dude, oil is like, dude, there's so much to oil.
I
When
change it so much that I can't afford to put this fancy stuff
well,
in.
I went down a rabbit hole with like understanding all the different intricacies with freaking oil, and I'm like, this is just another rabbit hole I don't need to go down, man. It's like, I think there's so many good oil companies out there now, like AMS Oil. You got Dominator stuff. You got Driven. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if I've seen a hill of beans difference between the top guys.
I've done enough dumb shit with enough motors that shouldn't have done what I've done with them with VR1, and I pulled them apart and saw how well it sticks to everything. And it's affordable and it's on the shelf. That's the only reason I go with it, and it works great.
Dude, I got on the Rotella kick way back when with stock bottom end 5.3s and like 88 millimeters and shit hanging off the front, and the shit kept those motors alive. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've done so much dumb shit with sketchy oil from Walmart, and it worked. I mean,
Yeah.
I can afford a little bit better oil now. So, man, I'll spring for some VR1 or Driven or, AMS oil, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Asking what the best oil is and any of this is like, asking what your favorite color is.
Yeah. It's definitely a very opinionated thing, I guess. But
yeah, I don't go down that hole.
So the reason that we remove the meth is because any fuel that's in the intake port that you don't need is less power. And the E85 usually gives us everything that we need. So that would be why. And I don't always remove it because it's going to be part of the fuel anyways. And you're going to add that fuel in through an injector in the port regardless. But I think it's just one more system, like Brandon was saying, that you don't have to think about or worry about. You don't have to worry about the customer fucking that up.
Well, the other thing with port injection is I've got significantly more precision control over where the fuel is going. I've got an injector in every hole. The problem with, like, now you have direct port meth. I mean, but your standard meth kits are, you got two freaking hoses going into an intake, and you're relying on the fact that the motor is going to distribute it evenly across all 8 cylinders. And that's,
I don't like the direct port meth because I've had those little fucking poppet things fail like crazy.
But I mean, you're relying on every hole to be equally distributing the additional meth, which I would probably, again, this is one of those things you probably don't want to know what's really happening, because you're going to have some holes that are significantly leaner than the other. Whereas port injection, you've got way more control over each individual cylinder. So that's the main benefit to me. Is meth is, at the end of the day, meth is kind of a Band-Aid. For a poor 100%. Fuel system, you don't have enough fuel, so you're using it as a supplement. So if I have port, now I have an infinite amount of fuel. I don't need the meth. So that's my whole logic behind it.
Someone's already tuned. When somebody sends me a tune file, I have an MDI. It's a GM tool, and I always get factory files just to make sure I have the latest ones. So I always convert back to stock and then retune it from there. Not sure how Brandon does his, but probably the same way.
So here's my thing, and this is one of those experience things that I will say this time and time again in class. If you have the ability, always flash the vehicle back to stock with an actual GM like MDI device or anything that will use a factory flash, because you don't quite have the experience yet to know when you're fighting something that you shouldn't be fighting in the background, where somebody might have used DFI Live, somebody used SET, somebody used Diablo. And the problem is each of those softwares define tables differently. So if you pull a file from any of these other software companies and you go about your business trying to tune it through HP, stuff's not working, you don't have the experience to know that you're fighting something that you can't see. So
it's happened to all of us.
Oh, it happened, dude. I deal with it every day. Every day I fight something that it's like I got an outlier here, and I know I'm fighting a problem, and I have them flash it back to stock. I had one the other day. The high pressure pump stayed static at like 1,000 psi, no matter what I put in the table. And you flash it back to stock, and sure enough, everything works just like it should. So
I had that on a 1415 truck. If you change the pump data, it just goes to no pressure at the high.
Well, that's the 14 Corvette will do that. But no, this was just literally, I had a populated table, stock leading and trailing edge pump data. Everything was stock. but I literally had like, it was LT4 stuff, right? 2,900 PSI at the bottom row, yada, yada, yada. It, no matter what you did, floor it, cruising, no matter what, it stayed stuck at 1,000 PSI.
I'm running
And
to that one, thank God.
I did a right and tire. I swapped. I did all kinds of shit. I'm like, you know what, man, flash this thing freaking back to stock. And sure enough, fixed all my problems. But
Yeah, well, a lot of times I've seen even an email, right? Because I do a lot of remote stuff. Sometimes I'll send a file to somebody. It's very rare, but it happens. And then like the fuel's crazy, everything's way off, the car's running like shit. So I'll go back to a file before that and rewrite the changes over to that, send it back, and it's fixed.
so I
So
just
I
had
do
one.
get corruption through email.
I literally just had the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life happen right before I jumped on here with you. I was helping a guy. I was sending him a base file for a Global B truck with LT4 injector data. Now, remember, I had already tuned this truck with a Whipple. It had a cam. No, I'm sorry. It had stock cam, Whipple. I had already tuned the truck. Customer was happy, right? Took it back to the shop, wanted to add a cam and LT4 injectors. No big deal. I sent him a base file and the truck won't start. I'm looking at the log and the map is reading 39 kPa, key on, engine off. I'm like, dude, you got a problem here, man. Like this data doesn't even jive. And he's like, I don't know. We didn't touch anything. I mean, I said, what map sensor's in this? He goes, well, it's an LT4. I said, okay, well, that's what the file's scaled for. But your key on, engine off data doesn't make any sense. So he plugs an LT1 sensor in it and it goes right to 99 kPa and he's at sea level. I said, that's impossible. And he goes, I'm telling you, dude, like I'm literally plugging in a stock LT1 map sensor in this file and it's reading 99 kPa. I said, it's impossible. So all I did is I literally just saved the file again and I called it file 2. No changes whatsoever. I just called it file 2. I said, look, dude, I'm going to resend you the same exact file. I'm just calling it, instead of base 1, it's base 2. What do you know? The freaking map data is correct. And I'm like, I'm literally dumbfounded. I'm like, dude, are you sure you flashed my first file? He's like, dude, I'm telling you, you've worked with me before. I've literally flashed this file 3 times. So riddle me how I just changed the name of the file and everything works.
I think it might be part of the email corruption, right? I've
Who
seen
knows,
it.
man?
I've had weird shit.
I've never seen that in my life, but this was a first for me. And that just goes to show you that you can do this for 15 years and you're still going to get surprised and learn something new every day.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of lower end compression. I'm a fan of just put the right bottom end components in it.
Yeah, I don't like low compression, dude. Low compression, like this 8.5, 9-to-1 crap that people do. I mean, that's like 10, 15 years ago. I'm like a minimum of 10.5, 11 anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. If you build an LT at 10.5, I'm getting angry with you.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, why'd you just make it the same as stock? You know,
Well,
why
he's
make it
talking
less?
LS. He's talking LS.
No, I know. I was just saying, but even on LS, I mean, those pistons suck dick anyways. You know, at least put some rods and pistons. What are that, like $800 total off Summit?
Yeah. So Justin, will be nice, man. I appreciate the support.
Yeah, he's been on here for 4.5 hours for you guys. Some of y'all better fucking sign up. And y'all better give me some subscribers and some likes and some thumbs, you know, because we've been hanging in here for you. Let's see. Brandon, are you super comfortable tuning Hellcat engine and trans?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. This one. I've taken the Evans courses and the tuning school courses. The elite person class was hands down the most informative. Brandon always goes out of his way to help students after the fact.
I appreciate that.
There, especially since he's done all of them, right? Well, not all of them, you know what I'm saying? All the ones we've spoken about.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Do it. Can't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I mean, it's a shameless plug, but I do plan to host one at Vengeance Racing at April 11th to the 13th. So if you guys are interested in Gen 5 only, it's going to be a deep dive on just Gen 5. So it's going to be a requirement to have some good Gen 3, Gen 4 experience, but killer class if you want to learn all the ins and outs of Gen 5. And it's literally just a grueling, it's 5 to 10 Friday, it's 9 to 5 Saturday, and it's live dyno tuning all day Sunday.
And if a bunch of you sign up and I get a discount, I'll check too.
Does E98 and a little more cool? I don't like E98, dude. I really don't.
Because it doesn't start worth a shit, especially if
No,
it
it's
gets
not.
cold.
It's not even that, dude. Like, I honestly have. I'll take Ignite Red over E98 any day of the week, man. Now, Ignite sucks ass for cold starts, especially if it's a port injected car. DI not so bad. Jason's car, you can literally watch the gas gauge go down. When that car, the EQ command that I have to do to get a solid roller on Ignite Red to fire is insane.
Starter fluid. Just keep it in the trailer.
Dude, V2s and C6 ZR1s are my kryptonite on Ignite Red. Like what I have to do to make those start up when it gets below 40 degrees on that shit. I'm just like, God bless you, man.
I've got some stuff for that. So if you ever do run into that, I can help you. I've got them starting in -5.
I've got them
fire
figured
right
out.
up. I couldn't believe that.
Well, no, it's like I've got them pretty well figured out now. But dude, I'm gonna tell you, it's been within the like the last year that I've really figured out because LS9s have that funky freaking injector angle where it just basically puddles right at the port when you got a big injector in it. So like those 2650 big rowdy 427 cars on like Ignite Red, like I literally will close the blade on the 2650, like I'll choke it and I'll put a pile of cranking fuel in that thing. And that will usually get it to light off and get the, you know, I basically take my starting airflow table and I literally choke it to 0 for the first second. And I let the fuel kind of puddle and then I light it off and it usually works every time. But it took me a minute to figure out how to get Ignite Red to cold start on that platform. It's just an insane amount of fuel that you got to give them.
Yeah. Yeah. And then once it gets going, it's okay from there, but
yeah, you need to let it warm up for a minute.
It's just that inefficiency, really.
I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if you've noticed this too, but it's like it's very difficult. Again, with a big injector like a 1650 or a 2000 and an LS9. I mean, dude, you have like shit throttle response for like the first until that thing gets up to about 120, 130 degrees. Like the throttle response just sucks.
There's something in the 1650 injectors that I've had random weird issues. Must be fucking nice. Must be nice. 930.
Oh yeah,
in San Diego. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks for
you hung in there for the long.
Let's see what else we got. 50 fucking people still here. You guys are crazy. Later in the year.
I mean, here's the deal, man. Right now I try to do at least 2 a year, usually one in the spring, one in the fall. I would like to start doing more of them. The problem with live classes, man, is it's so difficult to gauge how you fill them because there's a lot of people that'll say, you know, you're coming, I'm booking plane tickets, I'm getting hotel reservations, and then last minute half back out. And then it's like, you don't even know what you're walking into. So it's very difficult to orchestrate live classes. You
don't get a deposit?
No, well, I need to start doing that. I used to do like, I think I did a $500 non-refundable deposit, but even then some people still back out of that shit.
Yeah, but you still get your $500. So I mean, when I fly out places, I'm getting if we're doing 5 or 6 cars, we're gonna do a deposit because I mean, you're gonna show up, you're gonna make sure you do your side.
I mean, in a perfect world,
business, just what I thought.
In a perfect world, I'd like to pre-sell the class, then choose the date that works for everybody. But I mean, it's never really works out that way.
Yeah. This one's for you.
So what would be a process if someone wanted to switch to you as a tuner from Mopar and is already bolt-on tuned with HP and doesn't have a stock file? I mean, it's not super difficult. I mean, I don't really have as many issues with Dodge as I do on some of the other platforms, so I don't think it'd be a huge deal.
If not, you'll figure it out.
Any reason you want to swap from your current tuner on Dodge?
Yeah, that's typically the question I give them is like, why do you
Yeah,
want to move
like
over?
it sounds like this is a bolt-on deal. I mean, that's bolt-on Hellcats aren't that difficult to do. So is there something you're unhappy with?
I've actually done bolt-on Hellcats. I've made 1,000 with a Hellcat, and it was a manual car. The most useless fucking Challenger I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with me with Dodge, man, is they're very easy to do, but I don't like the model in which you do it. I don't like the whole the fuel air thing versus air fuel, and how you like have to calculate your old
Oh, the
PE
fuel air
temp and shit.
ratio. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the whole fuel air ratio thing just bothers the shit out of me. But what's also mind-boggling to me is you can literally botch an injector model in those cars, and they like don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's pretty mind-blowing to me.
So I don't know if you watch Monoxide podcast, but this is Harris from Monoxide, a killer podcast. I'll say he's the motivating factor that pushed me into this. He gave me my first camera. He told me, get that shit going at SEMA. So all of y'all that are in here, you owe him a follow at least. And Brandon, maybe you should hit him up and y'all do a podcast together. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm down.
You got a story, Harris, hit him up. I don't know. I've never pushed 91. I hate 91. I despise it, and I definitely don't like it on LT4.
To me, that's all platform specific. Like a Maggie 2650 on a C7Z on 91 will make pretty good freaking power. A stock LT4 blower on 91,
Too much cylinder pressure.
Yeah, you're not making squat. Turbos, I've made a lot of power on 91 octane with turbos.
Turbos 8,900, no problem. Easy.
Yeah. So with meth injection, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but I've done 1,000 on 91 in meth.
We both clearly missed with meth injection because I didn't see that.
I missed the meth injection because
I saw the 91 and my brain went to.
Yeah, it went to shit gas. But with meth, I've done 1,000 with that quite a few times.
But make sure that you get an alky control system or something that, it's wired properly. And, GPI part 2 drops tomorrow. So Wendy was working on it today. It will be out tomorrow. So make sure that you check that out because it's a lot better. Plus, there was a lot of customer in Team GPI's Facebook page. We put a post a week or two early so people could ask questions, and we answered those questions on that podcast. Other than your website, what's the best way to follow for updates on live classes?
I mean, you can make a free account on the site, and we send blasts out every time to our whole email list if we're going to do a live class anywhere.
There you go. I'd love to get Alex Flores on here. I know he would be, Team Coyote. But did you see he's putting a Coyote in a ZR1? I
did not see that, but that's
and I hate myself for loving it. I think it's fucking cool. I know people are gonna think it's blasphemous. I'm just grateful it's not a C7. It's a C6.
I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm
very conflicted. But the gearing of the ZR1 with the RPM of a Coyote,
it's gonna be terrible.
If he leaves it in A, but if he turbos it, that's gonna be fucking cool.
Yeah. Yeah, ZR1 just has really freaking long gears, man.
I'm gonna get flamed for that shit. You'll be like, you can't believe you like that. There you go.
All right, what have I got?
That's you.
This Trackhawk has been tuned for years. The center blower that fast to be rebuilt and had the bearing plate ported, and my tuner is no longer available. Like he ghosted you, or just like he's no longer in the business kind of thing?
I've been seeing a lot of that.
But yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do it either way.
I'm gonna go ahead and nip this one in the bud because I've seen it already from you twice. Ryan would not come on here. I can assure you that wouldn't happen. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
I don't see that happening.
Yeah. Opinion B58SJ. I think it's awesome. I don't think it's 2J, but I think it's definitely a contender, and it's a killer platform. I mean, if you see Go Hard episode with Titan Motorsports. We talked a lot about that. There we go. All right. Philip, thank you. Like I said, other than subscribing, liking, giving us thumbs up, go check out Monoxide because he's part of what made this happen. I got to be at work at 2. Bro, I got to take my daughter to school in 4 hours. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I'm cutting myself off of this one here in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I believe putting a blower on top of the Coyote ZR1. Oh. Man, I don't know. Blower Coyotes are pretty stout. But I don't know.
Whipple Coyotes are nasty.
Yeah, I know they got what is it? Fucking, I forget what they call that car. The maroon one that Midnight has.
That one went like, I think that went 780s with a 10-speed, dude.
I think it's been faster than that.
It might have.
I think 780 is what he's posted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know who Steve Petty is, but tell him reach out. I'm down.
Steve Petty is like that's like your radio versus the world, Stevie Fast kind of cars. That's the name.
I don't watch enough of that. I mean, I'm down to talk with them and learn their knowledge, but
stupid smart guy. But he's the big tuner for a lot of he's the big tuner for a lot of those like radio versus the world cars and pro mod cars, all that stuff.
I'd like to have those guys on here just so I can shut the fuck up and listen.
Oh yeah, if you can get that dude on there, he's a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, I'll definitely look for it.
Hell, get Stevie Fast on here. That'd be a hilarious show.
I mean, look, I'm down for whatever. This is gonna grow for sure. I mean, look at tonight. You know, it just went back up to 50. All right, we're gonna end this on here soon. Did you move to PR for tax reasons? I didn't even know that was a thing until after I moved here. I moved here because the people, the community, the way that people handle things down here, and the schooling. I don't do litter boxes in classrooms. I'll keep it to that.
Dude, we've been on here too long when a dude from Switzerland goes, "Good morning."
I just saw that. Look, I was like, that's cool as shit, man. All right, look, I told you we're leaving. We're leaving. Don't yell at us. It keeps going up. All right, look, let's end it here. We're cresting 5 hours, and I do have to get some sleep, but I appreciate this. I think it's beneficial for both of us. I think it was a really killer conversation. I think if you have 5 hours to listen to this, you'll get some insane fucking information. I think that, your school's a great deal. I think it's a good tool to have. And, the way that you approach it, I 100% agree. And I'm not a big tuning school fan, and everybody knows that. So I think that's a big deal. But tell everybody where to find you, how to get a hold of you, where to go from here. And I'm sure we'll have another one soon.
EliteTune.com or EliteTuneSchool.com. 2 separate deals. But I'm doing less tuning and more schooling.
So go get schooled. And you guys follow us here, like, share, subscribe, do the thing. Y'all were fucking killer. Thank you for all the questions. I really appreciate it. Brandon, I appreciate your time. I know it's a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, but
I've had to charge my phone. I've had to charge my phone like 8 times.
I've got everything plugged into power because I've already lost power doing a podcast. I learned my lessons.
Well, I literally came on here thinking, man, I got like 45% battery. I should be good. Yeah, dude, that was done in the first hour. But no, this was cool, man. It really was. So I appreciate it. It was good. Okay, so I said, shout out, you tuned my ZL1. All right, I appreciate you. Hope it's still running well.
All right. Well, like I said, thanks again, man. I appreciate it. We're going to wrap it up here, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and I will see you guys next Wednesday because we've changed that. But go check out GPI dropping tomorrow, and then we'll go live next Wednesday, and we'll have some cool shit from there. Have a good night.
See you guys.